Chapter 200 Rooting out culprit. Before ith word should left the lips, several subordinates dashed away. In the taming camp, there were over and dree diron cages. Thestinch was unbearable, and thun even stone wall swarmer be blood stains. Thataming camp was situate detheloist point off the cave, designed to prevent the cry soft mutated beasts from escaping gonda tracting gothers. Thekages varied in size a thes malaronis barely accommodated cubs thesis of snowballs, while a thelargeronis scood bear like containin of her size linwoo. Their commonality lie in the fact that they struggled devon tottering around while crouched within the confine soft iron bars. Mustaftes mutated beasts bear injuries, therefore disheveled their emaciated forms alarming. Upon the opinion goft hikiji doors, the mutated beasts remained utter lie still. They were Aculiawera thought the collars controlling them were still securely fastened around their necks. An individual struck Thekages with a steel pipe, producing a resounding clang. With a malicious grin, he brained a shedder dremoti control sneered, "Areo hungry? Go. Divertho see outside. Otherwise, I'll send out Toyor Dum right now. Hurry." The largest among them was a black wolf, which slow lie merged, squinting gitsies. Itways intelligent and obedient tall thofipper mini-wounds, nanu a critical. Seeing the mutated beasts released alongside it sensed something was amiss. After the subordinate test drovial the mutated beasts atop Thirkages, they'd not linger and hurried back to Luo office. In their haste, they failed to set that their remote control had pocketed evanished. Indeed, it was not just Theoni and Hishant that was missing, butyl off them. The black wolf glanced back and led the mutated beast slowly up the passageway. Linzu Wazel redia where she had retreated to Thuidist part off TKV entrance. All the mutated beast shade emerged, with a letting black wolf, a fourth-year creature, fixated in Lin Shi, its body crown anticipation. Just as it was about to pounce, it abruptly halted, and accord momentance. Beside Lin's Elias Malpilio for motor controls. The black wolf twitched its nose, perplexed. It ascertained that this malobject could desolite kites lie that encounter it minute time as before. If it disobeyed, the seemingly insignificant device could obliterate it in a moment. It dared not move. Cunning as the black wolf was, Lin's eye understood that the best way to deal with mutated beasts was through overwhelming strength. The massive fireball she conjured's whirled around her like fiery dragons. Lin's eye warned, "Ich know you can understand 'em, so don't play dumb. Remember, heavy a grudge against the people her. Stay put, and ensign cinerate them, ill naturally lead wise." The black wolf quickly lowered itself, signaling submission whether it was genuine or feigned. Only it knew. Linza cast a glance at Shwewoo, the now the black wolf, pondering how the Rakud befed a spirit and intelligent own wolves. The mutated beasts, large and small, did not dare to move. Sherleast Linwu want you etio, instructing, you to guard them, ensuring feed and scatter. Once done, illadu out. Linwu was after, and Sweki weighs a third-year with Theramota control in hand. She was confident in maintaining control. She was eager to see Watrix he's people odd left up their sleeves. As Lin's eye descended the passage, their least mutated cubses telfully and ched tortuetio. There were a little foxes with brown fur, dark little leopards, and grimilittle burr cubs. Sweki Wazel sow whispering to them. The oversized Linuva stared intent lieth the last black wolf. It did nother bore fondness for the black wolf, yet it felt a strange familiarity with it. Mutated beasts instinctively submit those of higher ears, and the black wolf was no exception. Linwoo, noticing a group of cubs surrounding Shuechio, buried it to the morning you will stand straight. Don't bully Shuechio. Sweki explained in hushed tones that the Suarites former companions had suffered alongside it. Up in hearing this, the black wolf subtly shifted back thought voice so familiar, akin to the that colled with it before. Still no luck? Luo Yuming barked to soil based ability user. No, it will take ye at least a few more days to tunnel through. The so ill ability user gasped, palely and collapsed on the ground. After releasing the mutated beasts, they had hardness sounds, leaving theme increasing lying sias. Luo Yuming felt hating eo frigratharuisonly when he exceeded at this location, and logically, they should have left a backup. However, in his determination to prevent the mutated beasts from escaping, he had deemed the ton lun necessary, resulting in its incomplete estate. Now, it was if as whatsoever. Damn it, let's charge. I refuse it belly evathate with Zamanufis, we can't a kethamin. Several subordinates suit ignorantly. Luo Yuming's face darkened, yet the remained silent. Huas nato naftis full semina people adventured forth without return, and no tevan knowing what thyra adversary is looked like huas and aprovtat the weranato betrifled with. Now, only the most essential ability users remained, those had painstaking ligathird resources stolen over. Losing them would be tremendous blow. Ace a businessman, squabbling momentary pride do a saturla meaningless. His principle was to everything has a priest human hearts are inherent ligrity, even when sekingra vigethera ailways a cost. Bang! Lindsay Horlita compressed fireball at the metallic barrier blocking her path, shattering it. It must have been the handiwork of fametal ability is attempting to obstruct their wide delusion. Then, 7 or 8 guns sworium dat Lin she. Madam, can we converse? Luo Yuming called out from the back. Oh, im here to take our life you what is three to discuss? Lin Zyra replied nonchalantly. Themer fact that she was willing to converse brought Luo Yuming some relief. He certed, I do not know you, nor do ik know where have you offended you. If ye have on jetty owen away, I apologize. Of course, I am willing to compensate ye, whether in points or resources. With a mocking smile, Lin Zyra responded, there is no need for that. In either lack points and resources ye have no interest in your belongings. Luo Yuming hastily countered, you cannot say that. While I do not know who has compelled to intervene, I can affordable thepris. Furthermore, I am abusinessman hovel you charmin ya buvial. Luca themon power we have a here and the number of gunsifio wish to take me down, surely there must be a priesto pay. Why not purse peaceful negotiations? Ha! Doyoria lighting you have an idea? Capturing mutated beast cubs and provoking gacy be mutated beasts doyao, then kai woldlity of thuk? Lindsay scoffed. Luo Yuming's expression shift to dure with the military? Lindsay did not deny it, placing Theblami on the military ways indeed a clever idea. Those soft-hearted individuals are useless. Luo Yuming bellowed, we have acted under the jurisdiction of T-base. What right do you military personnel have to slaughter civilians? T-base will not stand it, Libby will not comply, and will appeal. Lindsay laughed in disbelief, thinking of T-base's goodness at this moment was too late. Feigning innocency and trying to pine the blamey in her did he truly believe she was enough to soft targets? Chapter 201 Watto Dao with Mutated Beast Cubs. Luo Yuming warrior grime expression, signal enforcement to up pinfire in an instant. Lin Shi, however, had already concealed her form in advance. After a flurry of gunfire, Lindsay seized the opportunity to dash behind them. The fire dragon Shenli should suddenly expended, filling the intercavern, the vibrant blazy engulf Finjavrion. Qing Bao shielded Lin Shi, standing at the heart of the inferno. A full force of strike from a 60 user what beyond what the slow earlier withstand. A minute passed, and Lin Zira's at her hand, retracting the flamus from the cavern. Where a Thegru stood, only blackened skeletons remained. Hey, quit a resistant to burning, a Rinshu? You didn't turn to ash, Lindsay mused aloud. Before your words scood settle, all that black skeletons scrumbled to the ground, turning tosh. Lin's in a deeden satisfaction the twasmer like height. Sheventured further inside, inevitably encountering a few stragglers, which is swiftly dealth. Continuing down the passage, she discovered a warehouse stocked with a significant amount of resources limited by Thebase. Oh dear, it seemed Thebase had been infested with parasites. His mess would have be handed over to Yichin. After thoroughly clearing the cave, she made her way back. At the entrance, Thecub shuttled around Chuechio, seeking gas semblancy of safety. Mature mutated beasts sat in small groups, observing the situation quietly. Seeing Thekalar-clad, batter-red muted beasts, Lindsay eyed. Though she had killed many mutated beasts and had never held back, she had never engaged in cruel torture. All right, those will capture Idia. I have her to Setosh. Soon, I will release ya. Butin Athinja must consider Doi Ao wish to stand against humanity in the future. The individual swoim prisoni diu for the remus atarbutaz malfraction of humanity. However, if you insisto nopping the majority, I will incinerate you jazided them. Remember, I can't spare ya, but I can justiciously extinguish our lives. Lin's eye unleashed a colossal fire dragon with both hands, nearly filling the entire cave entrance. The full forcio for 60 arabili instilled a profound sense of oppression I the mutated beasts, causing their breaths to quicken. Black Wolf, I recognize our intelligence our canarial so part off this each. The action saw the manatithistemi have been misguided, initial offer you compensation. However, if I wish for our cannot, toperish too sweet fly at my hands, ye advise outer jathim to retria to the mountains. those myriad mutated plants occupying the forests are our trifos. Yuno well that slaying those mutated plants swilia el thyronerge crystals. The black wolf bow eat it shed in submission, its demeanor undeniably one of utmost docility. Linza proceeded to removeth the collars from each beast, Mastoph which came away stained with blood and piss. A twin Joff regret washed over her beings did not deserve it amidst to swift demise. The of Toby consummate bislow flames, there agonized well sequoing in her ears. In a struggle for serval, Thebitally fly fan death way sajavinayat, to indulgine cruelty former amusement was beneath her. No tevenlin she, but the vast majority of humanity, would stoop to such depravity. Sharetrivid several stainless steel basins, filling them halfway with water, and adding in a third well water. This is your compensation take yalukan see a fit, please you, she remarked. As Thule waterways introduced, Thedjalt mutated beasts rose, their expressions glistening with desire. They instinctively sensed the immense energy contained within. The black wolf refrained from approaching, quietly observing the human before right. Linza smiled, you melatonoft hemutated beasts striet for stressed assured. They may drink until they can more. Shethenturn ed hair attention top preparing to additional basins for the younglings, with slight lie less well water McKedden. Starved and famished, the young beasts rushed forward, regardless of fan a potential poison, and began to drink eagerly. Lin Shi, feeling pity for their emaciated forms, provided them with 12 large portions soft roasted mutated crocodile meat, ensuring they could indulge in a hearty meal. Noticing the youngling shad begun to tan drink, Thedjalt mutated beasts joined in a swell. Thwatter Bermed with extraordinary energy, swiftly healing thyre internal injuries upon consumption. Yet, one Kethir body is absorbed as sufficient amount of energy, the cold drink no more. Observing the youngling savoring their meal, a fu adult scood not resist licking their lips, thaw theatered not rush forward to seize a thifood. Once Lin's id med hay had consummate enough water, Ches lies several generous beasts soft mutated, crocodile meat tamplicid theme in the basins. Thedjalt squiclitizern ed that they were festing gone the flesh hof of fifth ear mutated beast. The black wolf, being gone lie a fourth ear beast, felt a twin joff trepidation as it gnawed on the fifth ear meat. Now thought he war satiate dandour injurious hood bemending, you may take your leave. Remember, dono tatic humans without caution otherwise, ishalunly a shamasaker. Linza had no desire to prolong their stay. Her concern lay with the younglings. If they were released and subsequently hermed or killed, their responsibility would undoubtedly fall upon base 39. You there, go zierch for hour can and bring them here to collect the younglings. I shall wait for 3 days should 3 days basandao wish to return. I will treaty out more water. How does that sound? Lin Wu Whopper Checher, signaling. Aw-oo. Nani ed for sucturable, snowball. Snowball stood at the KV entrance, crane and jits neck and let ing out for Lauren calls. After waiting in vain for a response, it couldn'tly droop its shed in disappointment and wander aside. The ethereal youngling Zimicadites behavior, gathering at the KV entrance at a call out for Thirkin. Lin Zygent Lapatid snowball shed, don't out for tree calling again shortly. If that fails, we can't see catafront location in a few days. This mountain was not far from the Bisadrivioflist Tantuo, horse would suffice, and the mutated beasts were unlikely to settle here. A Shulfoft Hedgelt mutated beasts departed, the black wolf and several of their slingered, reluctant to leave Lin's Swellwater, hoping to remain for further feasting. Lin zidded no tapos, assigning them the task of locating Thongling's relatives. 3 days lapsed, and while some younglings shade indeed found Thirkin, men remained in the kindergarten. After hosting a few adult mutated beasts for nothermial, Linza prepared to lead Thongling stow distant Montempitos nithir families. As he descended the mountain, Sheen countered Yichin. What brings he aware? Yichin's fickle was sparked at teed geoful large bit, fortunateth that Linza had dislodged a portion off soil above, exposing the trapelo. His surprise to Espalpaba upon seeing her averred the cry soft mutated beast day and night he's past few days, and sensing something amiss, I comito investigate. You seem to have come down, do you know the reason? What reason cold shiv? Could she confessed assisting Thongling sin finding their parents? Linza shook her head, am not sure I have the Ardna calls. However, behint this mountain, there is a cave where I have a left the Egypt. You shall see for yourself. A hardicaccio flimitad supply is from the basio waithum lifice fu loaf surprises. Yichin, puzzled, replied, you had no way off knowing a wood kami how could I think to me gift? I initially intended to return to Thebes to notify you, but this serendipitous sternofevent sha spared me the trouble. Afiagano I have matters to attento. Linz Zasadisha drove away. Yishin watched as Shurv Hickle vanished from sight. leaving him na koi spudo asin them out to discover the nature for gift. Chapter 202. Snowball was taken away by his parents upon reaching the cave on the mountain's backside. Yi-chun and his companions discovered signs of a fire having scorched its interior. As they ventured further inside, they found the space devoid of any human presence, yet furnished with a modest office and numerous empty iron cages stained with blood. Could this be the handiwork of those who resemble gladiators? Zhou pondered. Why Yi-chun remained silent, his suspicions confirmed. Those individuals were likely reduced to ashes. However, he was left wondering what the gift Lin she had mentioned could possibly be, until they stumbled upon the warehouse. What the hell? When did the base begin allowing such bulk shipments of supplies to be transported out? Yi-chun's eyelids twitched. He felt it was time to execute a few individuals publicly in the square. His expression darkened. Go bring the team here. These items must be transported back. Just 2 years into the apocalypse, and these people were already contemplating greed. Well, so be it. He intended to make a grand show of moving these goods inside, then shut the city gates to conduct thorough inspections, one by one. This case would undoubtedly be reported to all major bases. Only by enacting severe punishment could they instill fear in others. Lin Shi, on the other hand, had her own troubles to contend with. After driving for 4 hours, she switched to another patch of woods. Once she confirmed the absence of mutated trees nearby, she released the cubs from the kindergarten space, allowing them to frolic, romp, and howl around her. Lin Wuwu stood by, ensuring their safety. Initially, Lin Shi worried that Lin Wuwu might be reluctant and prepared for a fierce confrontation, yet to her surprise, it readily agreed. She couldn't help but praise, Lin Wuwu has truly grown up. Lin Wuwu was mischievous, willful, and fond of cuddling, but it had always possessed a sense of compassion, empathy, and a strong sense of justice. It consistently stood up for the cubs, including Snowball, against any harm they faced. Whenever the cubs were initially frightened of it, Lin Wu would take a step back, allowing them to feel at ease. Finally, the snow wolf couple made their appearance. 2 snow wolves, slightly smaller than Lin Wu Wu, moved gracefully, their ice-blue eyes reminiscent of snowballs, with enormous, razor-sharp teeth protruding prominently. They halted 50 meters away from Lin Shi. Amused, she thought, this cautious pair has finally decided to show themselves. Qing Bao had informed her the day before that the snow wolf couple was near the cave, yet they had chosen to remain hidden, observing from the shadows. With that in mind, Lin Shi didn't press them and, when the time was right, drove to a new location, encouraging them to follow. She glanced at Snowball, who was blissfully playing with the other cubs. Oblivious to the impending trouble he was likely to face upon their return, it was Lin Wu Wu who sensed something amiss. Its massive body surged forward, positioning itself protectively in front of the cubs while emitting low warning growls toward the snow wolf couple. Only then did Snowball appear to notice something, stretching his neck and sniffing the air, before joyfully bounding toward the 2 snow wolves. Over the past few days, such scenes had become a daily occurrence, and Lin Wu Wu had come to understand the situation. Watching Snowball leap and roll around the snow wolf couple, only to receive gentle reprimands in return, eliciting a series of whines, Lin Wu Wu gradually became entranced. Lin Shi approached, embracing its large head and planting a kiss upon it, prompting Lin Wu Wu to snap back to reality. She conveyed to the wolves that since their offspring were well, it would be best for them to keep their distance from human settlements. I can save Snowball, but I can also reclaim his life, as well as that of his parents. Lin Wu Wu acknowledged and dashed over to negotiate with the snow wolf couple. Snowball, however, hesitated, quickly returning to gaze up at Lin Shi. She knelt down, stroking his head. After spending days and nights together, she too felt a pang of reluctance to part with the little rascal. Yet he needed to leave with his parents. And how could she possibly hinder that? Go on, listen to your parents, stay sharp, and keep your distance from humans. If you fall into their hands again, they will kill you, devour your flesh, and strip your fur. Be careful not to get caught. Snowball nuzzled against Lin Shi, his ice-blue eyes filled with innocent foolishness, and it was only after the snow wolf couple called for him a few times that he reluctantly followed them. Glancing back repeatedly, watching the family of 3 depart, the cubs, including Lin Wu Wu, looked on with envy. Lin Shi felt a twinge of envy as well. She clapped her hands. All right, let's get to work, hurry up. After we finish shouting, it'll be time to eat. It remained uncertain just how long she would need to care for this group of cubs. As a result, the cubs took turns howling. Lin she had spent nearly 20 days outside the base, traversing the surrounding mountainous woods, yet a dozen cubs in the kindergarten remained entrenched. There was no way she could abandon them, fearing they would not survive long on their own. She couldn't bring herself to do such a thing. She decided to bring the cubs back to the central base and let Yi-Chen figure out what to do next. Indeed, there was a certain exhilaration in handing off a messy situation to someone else. However, after observing for so long, she noted that the number of mutated beasts stationed outside Base 39 had significantly dwindled. This was to be expected, for a 6th-level ability user patrolling the mountains would surely scare off any creature with a modicum of intelligence, particularly that black wolf, which had tricked her into providing it with meals. On one occasion, it had arrived covered in blood. Clearly having engaged in a fierce battle, Lin Wu claimed that the wolf fought to become the Wolf King and was willing to lead all the black wolves away from human settlements if Lin she helped heal its wounds. This was good news, Lin she agreed, as it merely required a bit of well water. Even though this black wolf was not entirely trustworthy, Lin she only hoped it would relay the news of the 6th-level ability user to its pack. At least to avoid a war between mutated beasts and humans at this stage, as such a conflict would only empower mutated plants. Both humans and mutated beasts needed time to grow. And as for the future, it would depend on which side possessed the top-tier combatants. Lin she did not support the idea of exterminating mutated beasts or plants, as this world required coexistence among the 3 parties. However, she was surprised to find that the black wolf near Base 39 seemed to have truly honored its commitment to retreat. After more than 20 days away from Base 39, Lin she returned. This time, her arrival went unnoticed. A significant event was unfolding at the base. Public trials. The square near the city gate was teeming with people. Lin she struggled several times to squeeze her way in. It hardly seemed worth setting fire to people over such matters. The weather, though not reaching 40 degrees, was still quite hot, and being packed together was uncomfortable. Comforting herself, Lin she stepped aside to read the posted announcements. Chapter 203. The public trial as a deterrent. Although Lin Wu was naturally drawn to bustling crowds, it felt somewhat intimidated by the sheer number of people filling the square. Having witnessed the recent abductions of cubs, it was anxious about its own vulnerability. After perusing the announcements and listening to the discussions around her, Lin she gleaned the situation. Yi-Chen had brazenly transported the gifts he had left for Lin she back to the base, instantly stirring up a commotion. Upon entering through the city gates, he stealthily replaced all the guards with personnel from the Eastern military base, and rather cunningly left the gates open, merely informing that anyone attempting to exit would be detained first. That very night, 3 families were apprehended, leading to the arrest of over 20 individuals based on their confessions, unearthing hundreds of corruption cases. The 3-member management team at the base had long since been apprehended. Given the gravity of the situation, it was only natural that it would be reported to the central base. The central base's response was succinct. Severe punishment, set an example. Thus, the public trial was convened. Lin she unleashed her mental energy, curious about just how strict and severe this punishment would be. The people, having come from a prolonged era of peace, still carried a trace of compassion not befitting the apocalypse. Yet in this dire world, resources equated to lives. Embezzlement and misappropriation of supplies were tantamount to endangering lives. This truth might have eluded some in the early days of the apocalypse, but 2 years later, amidst numerous natural disasters, most survivors had come to grasp this reality. The crowd in the square was already seething with rage. It was clear that when the majority struggled to fill their bellies, the audacity of some to embezzle government rations warranted capital punishment to quell the public's outrage. Worried that Lin Wu might not handle the charged atmosphere well, Lin she cradled it. Disregarding its dirtiness, she caught sight of Yi-Chen that moment. His expression was devoid of any laughter. His gaze was sharp, lips pressed tightly together, exuding an air of authority, nothing like the Yi-Chen she remembered. He sat at the center of the trial platform, conversing with those beside him before signing a document. Beneath the platform, more than 30 individuals stood. All who had extended their hands, regardless of the amount, were executed on the spot. Lin she's brows furrowed. This was indeed a commendable response. He was evidently maturing. Retracting her mental energy, she slowly returned to her vehicle. Not long after, the sound of gunfire rang out, and the crowd erupted in cheers. The people rejoiced, having suffered under natural disasters, only to face man-made calamities. Now, Those who had stolen their life-saving supplies were dead, and gratitude and trust toward the central and eastern bases filled the hearts of the crowd. This was good. She sincerely hoped that when they were incited by those with ulterior motives in the future, they would remember the absence of military base constraints and central management. Realizing what those individuals were capable of. No. It should be noted that those individuals could do anything, as they were all lords of their respective domains. Lin Wuwu returned to the vehicle, instantly enveloped in a profound sense of security. No longer fearing that someone might steal it away, she leaned against the car window, peering outside with her dirty little feet. She waited patiently for the crowd to disperse before driving back to the guest house. As her car entered, she noticed Yichen already standing downstairs, his face adorned with a bright and clean smile. This moment, Yichen appeared entirely different from the one who had just sat on the public trial platform. She exclaimed, "Did you come back so quickly?" Yichen paused momentarily, beaming. "Perhaps I took a shortcut. The guard told me you were back." "Yes, Shueqiu has found its parents and left with them. I've surveyed the area. And the mutated beasts should no longer surround the city. Those black wolves have retreated as well." She briefly recounted the situation. "That's wonderful. The base can finally take a breather." Yichen's eyes sparkled with delight. Seeing him smile so radiantly was far more pleasing than his previous icy demeanor. "You were remarkable this time. You did splendidly." She sincerely praised him. "Really? I thought you might think." Why Yichen hesitated. He was indifferent to others' opinions. But Lin Shi's thoughts mattered greatly to him. Lin Shi, however, would only express her disappointment. "You are like a soft persimmon, always inviting people to squeeze you. I say, it's high time you showed them some toughness. They've been spoiled before the apocalypse." Yichen's lips curled into a smile. Lin Shi was indeed on his side. She rarely elaborated. But this time she continued, "Also, those people in the fighting arena are not good folks. Allowing them to leave is merely giving them the chance to harm others again. They should all be captured and executed. So I helped you burn them all. No need to thank me." Yichen's mood brightened, and his tone became lighter. "Rest assured, sometimes it's not about being lenient. Iron-fisted measures require time to develop gradually. For instance, this time serves as a demonstration. Moreover, this report will be disseminated to all bases, urging them to conduct self-inspections." Speaking of this, Lin Shi recalled the troublesome issues at Base 32. "Are you still planning to go to Base 32? Yichen pondered before replying, "I haven't received any notice." "Why?" "Oh, it's nothing. Just wanted to inform you that it's quite a troublesome mess. Don't take it upon yourself." After saying this, Lin Shi felt a twinge of regret, thinking she had overstepped. Yichen suddenly enlightened. "No wonder. It was mentioned before that I would be sent there. I heard the mutated animals were causing quite a ruckus. Likely, they sent me here to support you instead." His eyes sparkled and he whispered, "Then I must thank you. Otherwise, I would have had to clean up that mess. While there are indeed many issues here, they are relatively manageable. Over there, Brother Luo dispatched several of his trusted personnel to handle it. Speaking of which, I owe you another favor." Lin Shi calculated in her mind, feeling a pang of regret. "You owe me far too many favors. I can't even keep track." "Ha ha ha." Yichen laughed heartily, hands on his hips. After he finished laughing, he took a few steps closer to Lin Shi, lowering his head and saying, "Then, after these few years, I'll repay my debt in kind." "All right." Being taller, Lin Shi had to look up at him. Staring into his sparkling eyes, she momentarily lost her train of thought. Suddenly, a long alarm blared in the air. An air raid alert. An airstrike? How could there be an airstrike at this time? Mutated birds. Lin Shi and Yichen's expressions changed dramatically. Without further ado, they jumped into the vehicle while Yichen pressed the accelerator, and the car surged forward. The base's loudspeakers blared, instructing ordinary citizens to seek shelter indoors from the mutated birds, securing doors and windows and advising ability users to prepare for battle. In less than 10 minutes, the flock of mutated birds would storm the base. This avian threat was far more troublesome than the mutated beasts. Even if the mutated beasts surrounded the city, as long as the walls were sturdy enough, humans could hold out for quite some time. However, the mutated birds could fly directly in, landing unpredictably, making defense nearly impossible. Chapter 204. Confronting the mutated crow swarm. Yichen headed to the command center, instructing the ability users in the military to deploy in small teams within key areas and to position snipers at higher elevations. He turned to Lin Shi and said, "The school area. It's vast, filled with children, and lacks effective defenses. I'm going to the school. Before he could finish, Lin Shi had already pressed the accelerator and sped off. With Lin Shi, the most formidable ally stationed at the school, Yi Chun felt a weight lifted off his shoulders. At this critical moment, Lin Shi summoned the 6 members of the Mo family. Mutated cats were indeed somewhat specialized in hunting mutated birds. Upon Lin Shi's arrival at the school, a fully armed squad of soldiers was already deployed across the playground. Students were barricading doors and windows in classrooms or dormitories. The mutated birds had begun attacking humans, as they were now on the menu for these creatures. With so many people in the base, especially with the potent aura of ability users, they were particularly enticing to the birds. Wow! So many birds! Lin Wuwu gawked at the flocks darkening the sky, her fur bristling slightly. Lin Shi reassured her, don't be afraid. Soon we'll roast some birds. If danger arises, Qing Bao will gather you all into the space. Meanwhile, the 6 members of the Mo family were already eager to engage. They're coming. The sky was filled with a massive swarm of mutated crows. These crows particularly favored human eyeballs, and their glossy beaks could easily peck away flesh or an eye. The fire net Lin Shi wove could cover half the playground. To conserve her abilities, she didn't aim for complete incineration. Simply burning them to death would suffice. Each time a batch was incinerated, she had to quickly re-establish the fiery web, or the incessant wave of birds would overwhelm her. As the mutated birds charged towards her, they were met with a dense fire net that could scorch them to a semi-cooked state in mere seconds. Yet, against the relentless tide of birds, no matter how effective her fire net was, it could not safeguard the entire school. Soon, the sounds of shattering glass mingled with the screams of children echoed through the air. She whispered an order, Qing Bao. Qing Bao swiftly collected the mutated birds that were about to breach the classrooms and dormitories, transporting them into a container. As the spirit of space, Qing Bao could decide the fate of anything stored within, provided Lin Shi consented. With so many birds, a few slipping through the cracks was inconsequential. Otherwise, she would never dare let Qing Bao collect them in plain sight. Lin Wuwu enlarged her form, summoning a powerful gust that sent the remaining mutated crows flying into Lin Shi's fire net. Lin Shi took a moment to praise her. Well done. The soldiers, all possessing abilities, felt reassured witnessing Lin Shi's prowess. Knowing she could secure half the playground, they quickly moved to defend the other half, coordinating with the 6 cats to target the straggling birds caught in Lin Wuwu's gale. The mutated crows were cunning and held grudges. Observing Lin Shi burn their comrades batch after batch, a new wave of crows dove down like cannonballs. Each of these crows was larger than a rooster from the pre-apocalyptic era. If one crashed down upon a person, it could be fatal. Be careful! Several soldiers shouted warnings as they rushed towards Lin Shi. Damn it! Since these mutated crows are relying on their overwhelming numbers and ignoring combat ethics, then I shall not hold back. 30 grenades were hoisted into the air by Qing Bao, their safety pins removed. Lin Shi pretended to toss a few grenades into the sky. Boom! A tremendous explosion rained crows down from the sky. The number of mutated crows in the air was instantly halved, many of which Qing Bao seized amid the chaos. The once formidable swarm of crows had been reduced significantly by Lin Shi's flames. And with the explosion, another half was destroyed, with Qing Bao stealthily collecting more. After several waves of attacks, the remaining crows dwindled, cawing and flapping their wings as they changed direction. Lin Shi's expression shifted. The mutated crows were vengeful, and allowing them to escape Base 39 would mean endless troubles, with periodic attacks to follow. Wuwu, use your wind to bring them back. Just after Lin Wuwu had taken a few gulps of well water. Hearing Lin Shi's command, she unleashed her abilities, a tornado forming that swept towards the airborne mutated crows. The soldiers, initially relieved that the bird swarm had retreated, were taken aback as the fierce creature seemed intent on dragging them back. Determined to capture the birds, Lin Wuwu was prepared to give her all. Roar! A thunderous roar startled the flock, and the tornado swelled several times in size, successfully sweeping all the airborne mutated crows back. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Shi leaped high, unleashing flames that surged into the whirlwind. The fiery tornado engulfed the flock, raining charred mutated crows down onto the playground. Exhausted from expending her powers, Lin Wuwu deflated like a punctured balloon, transforming from a mighty tiger into a diminutive kitten. Qing Bao quickly fed her some well water. As Lin Wuwu gulped down the water, she caught a whiff of the charred mutated crows, finding the scent oddly appealing. The few mutated crows that narrowly escaped met their end at the hands of the Mo family, and the soldiers, Mo, teamed up with Xiao Yi, Xiao Er with Xiao Si, and Xiao San with Xiao Wu, while the soldiers paired off. Even without using their abilities, the lone mutated crows stood no chance against the combined efforts of the mutated cats and the soldiers. Lin Shi surveyed her surroundings and noted the absence of mutated bird flocks in the vicinity of the school. Perhaps the sight of the numerous mutated crow carcasses scattered across the playground served as a deterrent to the other mutated birds. She instructed Wu Wu and Mo to remain there and keep watch while she expanded her mental energy. By the roadside near the power station, Zhou Yi and Zhao Hui were both drenched in blood from their injuries. Having attracted the attention of a formidable 4-tier mutated eagle, measuring 2 meters in length with a wingspan of 3 meters. Although they themselves were also 4-tier ability users, they found the encounter with the mutated eagle quite challenging, especially considering its aerial advantage. Yet, despite the odds against them, they were resolute in their determination to prevent the eagle from wreaking havoc on the power station. The mutated eagle circled lazily in the sky, observing its prey and waiting for the opportune moment to strike. The moment it sensed even the slightest lapse in the vigilance of its quarry, it would extend its razor-sharp talons, capable of slicing through steel, snatching its prey aloft before dropping it again, only to catch it once more. Zhou Yi, slightly less injured than Zhao Hui, wielded his metal abilities to manipulate 4 flying knives simultaneously, while also using metal to shield himself. In contrast, Zhao Hui's fire abilities, though potent, lacked sufficient defensive capabilities. As the mutated eagle detected their fatigue, it let out a piercing cry and dove towards them, only to be suddenly engulfed by a massive fireball that appeared out of nowhere. Chapter 205. The mutated eagle, driven mad by anger, startled by the unexpected assault. The eagle flapped its wings in a desperate bid to ascend, but was seared by the flames above, causing it to shriek in agony. "Sister!" Zhou Yi exclaimed, his voice laced with palpable indignation. "Look at the scratches it gave us. It wants to devour us, sister. If you had come even a moment later, I would have been lost." The mutated eagle struggled desperately within the fireball, but every inch of its body was met with searing heat. When Lin Shi arrived, she was cloaked in stealth, revealing herself only at the moment she unleashed the fireball. The mutated eagle, though not particularly difficult to handle, posed a challenge due to its flight. Swift and high, its speed far surpassed that of the mutated crows. A single missed strike could allow it to escape, making it difficult to track down again. Although Lin Shi occasionally found Zhou Yi and the others exasperating, the fact that they had called her sister for so long compelled her to assist them. "Do not fret. Watch as I capture it alive." "Capture alive? That seems quite challenging." Zhou Yi glanced nervously between the large bird and Lin Shi, hesitating to voice his concerns. He thought to himself, it has massive wings. One wrong move could send us soaring. Oh, is having wings such a remarkable feat? "It is still ensnared by me," Lin Shi remarked, determined to capture it alive. She recalled that in her previous life, mutated eagles had indeed been tamed. Carefully controlling the fireball's intensity, she drew it inward, transforming the eagle into a wailing fireball. In the span of a second, she swiftly retracted the flames. After a careful inspection, she nodded in satisfaction. The timing was just right. Zhou Yi and Zhao Hui were left speechless. Was this really possible? The mutated eagle, realizing the flames surrounding it had dissipated, flapped its wings vigorously in an attempt to return to the sky. However, after flapping for a time, it found itself still grounded, tilting its head in confusion, unable to fathom what had been done to it. Zhou Yi and Zhao Hui stared at the now bare-skinned mutated eagle, resembling a plump chicken, feeling an inexplicable embarrassment. The frantic flapping of its tiny wings reminded them of roasted chicken wings. What a sin, they lamented. Even in such dire circumstances, their thoughts wandered to food. Despite its dullness, the mutated eagle finally realized that it was entirely devoid of feathers. It let out a woeful howl, unleashing icy arrows towards Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi blocked the arrows with steel plates, his anger flaring. "Your feathers were not burnt by me. Why do you single me out for your wrath? Do I appear to be an easy target?" Lin Shi mused. "Who told you to grin so broadly? Making yourself so conspicuous while also displaying such gluttony? No wonder you are akin to a brother of Lin Wu Wu." Zhou Yi, having shielded himself from the icy arrows, charged forward and pinned the frenzied, slick-skinned eagle beneath him, striking it unconscious with the steel plate. He was no fool. Knowing Lin she wished to capture it alive for a reason, he refrained from taking its life, though he was curious about the taste of eagle meat. He fashioned a large cage to confine the hefty bird. "Sister, where shall I send it?" Lin, she shook her head with a smile. "It is your trophy now." The mutated eagle, being naturally proud and difficult to tame, has succumbed to you. Thus, you should give it a try. If you can truly tame it, it will be a significant asset to you. And do reinforce that cage. Joey scratched his head. "Sister, did I inadvertently hinder your plans? It was you who bested it, so it should rightly belong to you." Lin, she was not one to engage in pleasantries. "I burned its feathers. It will hold a grudge against me for life. Now that it cannot fly, this is the perfect opportunity for you to tame it. Show it some respect, and you may reap unexpected rewards. Now, take care of yourselves. I must see to other matters." Lin, she made her way towards the area with the most gunfire. It was a residential district. The attackers here were mutated bats, which had also undergone significant changes, growing larger and altering their behavioral patterns. Previously nocturnal, they now flew boldly in broad daylight, their door-like incisors and razor-like canines capable of inflicting severe wounds, making it easy for them to draw blood. The bad news was that they carried numerous viruses and bacteria. The good news, however, was that bullets could still be effective against them. The sheer number of mutated bats rivaled that of the mutated crows, and the military, led by Yi Chun, was engaged in battle against them. The army unleashed a torrent of firepower, leaving the streets littered with the corpses of bats. One misstep could result in stepping on a soft, squishy mutated bat. After stepping on a few, Lin, she internally lamented. "Oh no, these shoes are ruined." Yi Chun had organized the troops well, effectively restraining the main force of the mutated bats. Ordinary soldiers wielded shotguns, which proved effective against the swarming bats. However, a few had already breached the residential buildings, and screams and cries echoed throughout. Lin, she observed small teams of ordinary people armed with kitchen knives and clubs, valiantly fighting off the scattered mutated bats. Though their strength was limited and their movements clumsy, they exerted every ounce of effort, shouting to bolster their courage. This sight filled her with pride. She admired such tenacity. In the face of the impossible task of protecting everyone, she prioritized safeguarding these brave souls. Flames erupted from her hands, incinerating the mutated bats that besieged the group. Momentarily stunned, they quickly turned to rush into the building from which the cries for help emanated. Lin, she dashed forward, intermittently unleashing flames to rescue those ordinary teams beset by the mutated bats. Her focus was on these courageous individuals willing to fight for their own survival. After sweeping through the residential area, she finally had time to check on Yi Chen. His lightning abilities were the bane of the mutated bats, and with the assistance of Xiao Feng's water mist, they managed to contain the largest swarm effectively. However, the toll was evident. The pallor of their faces indicated their powers were nearly depleted. Lin, she unleashed a fire net, advancing toward the swarm of mutated bats. Those that had not undergone evolution were no match for the intense heat of her flames, and countless mutated bats were reduced to ashes. With Lin Shi's involvement, the pressure on their defensive line lessened significantly, and the counterattacks grew fiercer. The aerial battle raged from daylight into the night, evolving from an endless flock of birds to sporadic skirmishes. After the majority of the mutated bats were vanquished, Lin Shi pursued the 3 to 4 tier mutated birds, leaving the weaker 1 to 2 tier variants for others to handle. Lin Shi had no intention of bringing everyone under her wing. These individuals needed to fight and grow. The strength of a group largely depended on the number of high-tier individuals, by eliminating all potentially evolving mutated birds. Humanity's growth would outpace that of the avian threats, ensuring that when the next wave of mutated birds arrived, there would be more empowered humans to survive. Of course, growth would come at a price, and many humans would be injured or perish, but the losses inflicted upon the mutated birds were far greater, rendering them incapable of launching such an assault for a considerable time. The largest mutated bird flock was nearly annihilated, and 3 to 4 tier variants were virtually extinct. Chapter 206. Reflection. After the great battle, Yi Chen comprehended her intentions, but was unable to assist her any longer. His abilities and stamina were depleted, leaving him too weak to even lift a finger. He was not alone. Most participants in the battle slumped wearily on the steps strewn with mutated bird carcasses or along the roadside. When Lin she could no longer find any high-tier mutated birds, she turned her attention to Yi Chen. The sight of him teetering on the brink of collapse shocked her. Surely not, after resting for half a day. How could his complexion worsen, taking on a tinge of black? As she approached, she noticed a tourniquet wrapped around his arm. Upon removing it, she discovered his entire arm was discolored. Mutated bats only became toxic at the 5th tier. Had they truly defeated a 5th tier mutated bat? They had fought valiantly. She glanced at those nearby. Others were equally exhausted, some lying down indiscriminately to rest. After losing half their lives, who would still care about cleanliness? Lin she incinerated the corpses of the mutated bats, clearing a spacious area. She brought over some purified well water for Yi Chen to drink. Fortunately, though disoriented, he was not unconscious. She quickly tore open his sleeve, pouring the remaining water over his swollen, darkened wound. Before long, Yi Chen succumbed to unconsciousness. Perhaps it was for the best. Lin she took advantage of the moment to pour him some pure well water. Realizing that his rank was still too low, she ought to raise it a bit. After administering the well water, Lin she felt quite satisfied, having wasted not a single drop. The medics and cleanup crew arrived tardily. But it was hardly their fault. The battlefield was vast, and the number of the injured was overwhelming. Lin she found a clean and secluded room and assisted Yi Chen to it. Given his unique status and the absence of comrades from the central base, she felt uneasy handing him over to strangers, especially when he was in such a defenseless state. Nevertheless, her well water was a miracle cure, and that was sufficient. All that remained to be done could wait until he regained consciousness. Watching Yi Chen lie motionless on the ground, Lin she mused that he was still too young. Having experienced too little in the post-apocalyptic world, people's hearts were restless, unlike the pre-apocalyptic era when no one dared to strike from behind. It was astonishing that such a grand battle had sent away everyone around him. If someone were to take advantage of the chaos, his life would have been lost already. Even if his grandfather could ultimately avenge him, what good would it do if he were no longer alive? Perhaps it would even drive his grandfather to his grave. Once the central base descended into chaos, the various military bases would begin to form factions, and the survival bases would struggle to maintain stability. While it was inevitable that someone would eventually lose their composure and act out, the later this occurred, the better. If they could wait until Yi Chen and his companions grew into high-tier powerhouses, it might serve as a deterrent. Yi Chen's consciousness was already hazy, and he felt a numbness in his arms. Upon sensing someone nourishing him with water, he instinctively swallowed. The water was sweet, and having gone without it for an entire day, he felt he could drink 10 bottles. Yet, his body was weak, and he could not utter a word. Suddenly, he felt a trickle of water flowing over his wounds. Before he could comprehend this sensation, an overwhelming surge of energy surged through his body, as if it were trying to break free from its confines. Then, with a thunderous crash, he lost consciousness entirely. Lin she, reluctant to tread over the bodies of mutated birds on her way back to the guest house, decided to remain here for the night, awaiting the clearing of the roads. With Qingbao guarding her, she soon fell asleep, only to be awakened by heart-wrenching cries. "Captain! Where are you? Yi Captain! Yi Commander!" should be nearby. "Yi Commander! Where are you? Haven't seen him leave the base." Lin she stirred awake at the sound, feeling a flicker of comfort that this group had finally remembered Yi Chen. She picked up a small stone and tossed it at Zhou Yi. "Here!" Frowning, Zhou Yi heard Lin she's voice and hurriedly rushed over. "Found him. Sister, my dear sister. Thank goodness for you. If the captain were lost, how could I possibly live?" Lin she shivered at his words, finding them overly sentimental. Zhao Hui also rushed over, assisting in carrying Yi Chen onto Zhou Yi's back. He anxiously inquired of Lin she, "What happened to our captain? Should we take him to the hospital?" Seeing that the two had come to her without even tending to their own injuries, Lin she refrained from saying much. There was no need for a hospital. He was fine, merely drained of his powers. Most likely, he was elevating his rank, and a good rest would remedy him. "What about you, Xiaofeng?" Zhao Hui informed her. He also fainted and was taken to the hospital. At first, we thought the captain was there, but upon arrival we couldn't find him, nearly scaring us to death. Zhou Yi placed Yi Chen in the vehicle, while Zhao Hui conversed with others. Lin she joined them in the car to return to the guest house. Leaning back against the seat, She stifled a yawn and mused, "Why weren't you with Yi-chun?" "It was the captain's arrangement. Since our abilities have reached the 4th tier, we were dispatched," Zhou replied, somewhat aggrieved. Reflecting on it, if Minister Luo were to learn of today's events, they would be in dire straits. For the sake of Huagua's stability, Lin Shi resolved to voice her concerns once more. "Have you not considered what would happen if someone plotted against him during the battle, and if someone attempted to capture him to threaten his grandfather?" Zhou and Zhao Hui exchanged alarmed glances. They had not failed to contemplate such scenarios in the past, but with the impending battle and Yi Chen's directives, their thoughts had been consumed by the immediate fight against the enemy. They had yet to adjust to the notion that the enemy might not only lie before them, but could also be lurking behind, even among them. Lin Shi's reminders exposed their cognitive blind spots. Regardless of how much Yi Chen downplayed his identity, the truth remained that his safety was paramount. As the reality dawned upon them, Zhou Yi and Zhao Hui began to sweat profusely. Upon their arrival at the guest house, a military doctor was already waiting. "Go tend to your wounds and rest well. I'll keep watch over him tonight." Lin Shi observed their pale faces and the multitude of bruises on their bodies. Feeling a pang of sympathy, Zhou Yi nodded earnestly, "Sister, we entrust our captain to you." They held a profound trust in Lin Shi. Without her, they would have perished several times over. Moreover, given Lin Shi's formidable strength, should she wish to act, no one could stop her. Lin Shi escorted Yi Chen into the room before returning. She left her combat boots outside, not wanting to deal with them any longer. Chapter 207. Yi Chen at the 5th tier. Upon returning to her space, she drank a few sips of well water, feeling significantly rejuvenated. By the stream lay a small tiger cub and 6 kittens. Soundly asleep, their plump bellies rising and falling rhythmically with each breath. After a long day, Lin Shi had not found the time to bathe them. The 7 little creatures understood their dirtiness and refrained from sleeping in the activity room. Opting instead for the grass, Lin Shi did not disturb them, returning to the villa to clean herself up before lying down to rest. The next morning, she was awakened by Lin Wuwu's cries. For it was hungry. "Roasted crow?" Lin Shi chuckled in disbelief. While it was not inedible, it was hardly delectable. Still, it had contributed greatly yesterday, so she appeased it with a dish. The Mo family of 6 showed little interest in the mutated crows. Preferring the large fish from the lake, Lin Shi personally caught a nearly 20-pound fish, its powerful thrashes evident. The 6 little creatures pounced simultaneously, ferociously bringing the fish to its end. Seeing them lick their lips in delight, Lin Shi decided against cooking it thoroughly, allowing them to enjoy it raw. Indeed, Lin Wuwu grew disinterested after 2 roasted crows, opting instead to drink its fill of well water before jumping into the bathtub. Awaiting Lin Shi's grooming. After a flurry of activity, Lin Shi finally managed to tidy herself and the little ones, and only then did she step out of her space. She intended to check on Yi Chen, as her experience suggested he should be waking soon. Qing Bao informed her that Yu Xiaofeng was keeping Yi Chen company, lying on another bed in the room. Lin Shi did not enter directly but knocked on the door. Yu Xiaofeng jumped up to answer, his face lighting up upon seeing Lin Shi. "Sister Shi, please come in." He had long wished to find her but feared interrupting her rest. "How are you? I heard you fainted yesterday." Lin Shi inquired. Why Yu Xiaofeng appeared flustered. "I'm fine, merely exhausted. There were too many injured, and I returned after waking up yesterday, saving a bit of medical resources." He glanced at Yi Chen, saying, "But the captain still hasn't woken up?" Lin Shi approached to check on Yi Chen, reassuring him, "It's all right. You should go have breakfast. Bring some for your captain. He should be waking soon." "Right? We can't let the captain wake up hungry." Yu Xiaofeng nodded vigorously. Grabbing a large food container and dashing out, Lin Wuwu hopped onto a chair, gazing solemnly at Yi Chen, eye in its eyes. Yi Chen was a cherished companion. "Oh, is he hurt?" Lin Shi walked over, scooping it into her arms as she sat in the lone chair. "He sustained minor injuries and was slightly poisoned, but he's fine now. When he wakes, he'll be at the 5th tier." Lin Wuwu puffed out its chest. "Oh has long been at the 5th tier. Stronger than him, indeed, indeed." "You are the strongest?" Lin Shi scratched its chin, and Lin Wuwu squinted in contentment. Yi Chan began to stir at the sound of soft voices, gradually awakening. He recalled the mutated bird swarm and abruptly sat up. Spotting Lin Shi playing with Wuwu, her demeanor calm and joyful. The memories of battling the mutated birds flooded back. He had exhausted himself and sustained minor injuries. Lin Shi looked up as he sat up. "Awake? How's your body?" Yu Xiaofeng has gone to the cafeteria to fetch breakfast. A spark of electricity flickered from Yi Chen's hand as he sensed the abundant energy flowing within him, feeling not merely twice as powerful but rather as if one pool had transformed into 10. He had ascended a tier, and he knew precisely whom to thank. Moreover, it appeared that the poison he had suffered from had vanished. Lin Shi, thank you. Since meeting you, I feel as though I have continuously owed you a debt of gratitude. Yi Chen gazed earnestly at her. In truth, his mind was swirling with questions. How his injuries healed so swiftly, the disappearance of the poison, and his ascension, which had occurred so shortly after he had reached the 4th tier. Yet, he refrained from asking, knowing that it would likely be inconvenient for Lin Shi to respond. Lin Shi looked at him with a sense of warmth. Just remember this well, and do not forget to repay me. All right. Yi Chen's agreement was heartfelt. Captain, Captain. The door burst open, and Zhou Yi and Zhao Hui, their large frames colliding, rushed into the small room. At long last, you have awakened. Do you realize how close you came to frightening us to death? Captain, from now on, wherever you go, we shall follow, regardless of the circumstances. We will never leave your side again. Captain. Zhou Yi and Zhao Hui grew increasingly anxious last night, as the two who usually fell asleep the moment they hit the bed found themselves unable to do so for quite some time. In the cramped little room filled with so many people, Lin Shi quickly ushered Lin Wu Wu out. Yi Chen, observing Lin Shi's departure, had no time to voice his thoughts before the raucous shouts of the duo filled his head with a buzzing din. He was at a loss for words. Who were these foolish individuals? It seemed it was high time to recruit some new team members. Now that everyone was awake, Lin Shi decided not to linger. Taking Lin Wu Wu with her as she prepared to drive out for a spin, they soon encountered Yu Xiaofeng, who was cheerfully clutching a bag of steamed buns and a bowl of noodles. Sister Shi, the canteen has large meat buns today. You must try them. After slaying so many birds yesterday, we are sure to have some meat to feast on today. Lin Shi declined his offering of buns, saying, Wu Wu and I are heading to the canteen. You should keep those for yourself. Hurry inside. Yi Chen has awakened. Yu Xiaofeng dashed off in an instant. He knew Yi Chen would awaken, but seeing it with his own eyes would bring him true reassurance. Aside from the mutated bats, which were inedible and required incineration, all other mutated birds were fit for consumption. Last night, the base organized personnel to clean up the mutated birds, filling the cold storage to capacity. Those that could not fit were dried by fire elemental ability users to prevent spoilage. After all, such meat was a rare find. Those who participated in the battle yesterday, whether injured or fallen, also required careful handling. Minor wounds could be bandaged, while severe injuries would be treated in the hospital, with the base settling the expenses with the medical facility. The frontline combatants, like Lin Shi and her team, had managed to rest last night, while the medical staff worked tirelessly. Fortunately, Base 39 had been on high alert, preparing for an anticipated siege by mutated creatures, which meant they had sufficient supplies, even if they were running low. Most importantly, Lin Shi and Yi Chen had endured the brunt of the mutated bird swarm, minimizing casualties. As for those who had already fallen, their names would be recorded for prompt burial. After all, temperatures were soaring above 30 degrees. If the mutated birds and human remains were not disposed of swiftly, the risk of an outbreak loomed large. Lin Shi drove around the base, admiring the clean roads, feeling quite satisfied. Though there may still be some bloodstains, it was evident that the area had been hastily covered with dirt, a significant improvement from the chaos of last night. Clearly, the management of the base had been working around the clock. As for Yi Chen, after causing quite the stir with his apparent disappearance, some hearts were inevitably stirred once more. However, after a night of rest, he had not only recovered but had also ascended a level in his abilities. Those who speculated quickly realized he was the first 5th-tier ability user from Hua Country. With Yi Chen, the foremost in combat power, alongside the influential Yi Yuntian, many were compelled to extinguish any rebellious thoughts. In the face of absolute strength, all petty schemes seemed insignificant. As for Lin Shi, a 6th-tier user, many failed to notice her beneath her unassuming demeanor. Chapter 208. Celebration Banquet and Sangyu. The celebration banquet would be held 3 days later, marking a comprehensive victory for Base 39 in this battle. Every resident of the base could present their identity wristband to receive a portion of bird meat and a serving of potatoes, indulging in delightful food to commemorate their triumph. The banquet for the ability user union and military would take place outdoors in the Grand Square. Since Lin Shi was reluctant to appear in public, Only Yi Chun and the others would attend. Naturally, all the spotlight fell upon Yi Chun, whose ears were filled with various accolades, such as being a promising young talent destined for greatness. He had grown weary of the compliments. His smile almost strained, but he could only endure. When he returned to share the tales with Lin Shi, she laughed heartily. Yi Chun regarded Lin Shi as the true unsung hero. Since she refused to join the celebration, he reserved a space at the guest house for a private gathering with her. Accompanying them were Zhou Yi, Zhao Hui, Yu Xiaofeng, and Wu Wei, who had just arrived from Base 32. To Yi Chen's surprise, Wu Wei had brought along Yin Xiaoyu, accompanied by Rogers and Zhao Qianshui. What? I arrived 3 days late. Blame those people for holding me back. Otherwise, I would have been here much sooner. Humph, with me around, the spotlight wouldn't have shone on you. Wu Wei rolled his eyes. Despite his hurried efforts, he still arrived late, which dampened his spirits. Yi Chun found joy in Wu Wei's displeasure, playfully punching his shoulder and saying, "Just you wait. If you were here, the mutated bird swarm would have surely avoided us. They simply do not like you." Wu Wei, sulking, returned the playful punch. Sister Shi, Zhao Qianshui quietly approached Lin Shi, gazing at her with admiration. "I always knew you were the strongest." The conversation among Yi Chen and the others was not hidden from others. Zhao Qianshui perked up her ears at the mention of Lin Shi's name. "Don't listen to them. They ramble on endlessly," Lin Shi chuckled, shaking her head. Yin Xiaoyu remained in a gloomy corner, silently conversing with Rogers. Lin Shi inquired, "How did you end up coming with Wu Wei?" Zhao Qianshui stuck out her tongue. "I'm not entirely sure, but you left for only 2 days, and soon after, people from the central base and the eastern base arrived. They immediately closed the city gates upon their arrival." "What kind of nonsense is this? They learned it all from Luo Qingzhou. Why not just close the gates first?" she continued. The ability user union apprehended quite a few individuals, all from President L's side. He committed numerous wrongdoings and even incited a group to resist the law, all of whom were executed on the spot. Subsequently, Captain Yin was dismissed, supposedly to be taken to the central base. That's the gist of it. Captain is quite worried about him, which is why he requested Wu Captain to take us 2 ability users to join the central base. After Wu Captain assessed our abilities, he agreed. Coincidentally, we also signed up to support Base 39, so he brought us along. L is a fool. If he hadn't resisted and just complied, the military wouldn't have been able to do much to him for the time being. Instead, he stirred up a rebellion, leading to his immediate execution. This method of handling the situation is clearly a case of both sides taking their share of blame while eliminating the unstable factors, far from wise, but pragmatically effective. For a base, the priority is to eliminate opposing sentiments and maintain stability. Anyone who disrupts this rule must be dealt with. Moreover, with the external threats to Base 39 eliminated by Lin Shi, it was now time to tidy up a few disobedient ability users, sparing any emotional turmoil. Lin Shi even suspected that when an bureau sought her assistance, they had already devised a plan to resolve this mess. Thus, Yin Xiaoyu could not remain there. He would become a thorn in the side of the ability users, and Base 32 needed to forget and start anew. However, he held considerable value, having grown into one of the top ability users in the base with his relatively low offensive wood-type abilities. The central base would be reluctant to mistreat him. Yi Chun approached, having noticed Lin Shi glancing at Yin Xiaoyu several times. "Do you know him?" Lin Shi set down the roasted crow wing in her hand. "Yes, we have crossed paths a few times over there. I believe he knows Wu Wei." Yi Chun turned the other skewers of meat over for her. "How do you know that?" "Don't spread it around." "I overheard you when you were talking just now," Lin Shi replied, though she couldn't admit to eavesdropping. Instead, she rolled her eyes and said, "I'm just guessing." Just then, a series of screams erupted from the barbecue stall. Lin Shi looked up to see a towering ice pillar encircling Zhou Yi. Lin Wu Wu was also there, directing a low growl at a hairless bird clad in a vest. Zhao Qianshui stammered in shock. What is that?" Zhou Yi, feeling quite aggrieved, had genuinely tried to care for the bird, even commissioning a finely tailored bright red vest for it, fearing it would feel downcast without feathers. "Why red, you ask?" Because he had heard that birds favored bright colors. He even brought it meat, and though the bird had gone 2 days without food, it still devoured the meat heartily when it finally felt weak from hunger on the 3rd day. Just as everything was progressing positively, the bird suddenly went berserk, and the key point was that it did not attack anyone else. It charged straight at him. Lin Wu Wu rushed over to Lin Shi, chattering excitedly, causing Lin Shi to laugh. Zhou had truly brought this upon himself. Why name the bird Guang Guang, a name so cringeworthy it was bound to infuriate the creature? Zhou Yi, Lin Shi waved him over. Since the eagle had been charred by her flames, she refrained from provoking it further. Sister, what is it? Zhou Yi hurried over, visibly preoccupied. Change its name. Do not call it Guang Guang. It will think you are cursing it. If it's not angry with you, then who will it be angry with? Lin Shi had heard this from Lin Wu Wu. Who cursed it? I simply wished for it to aspire toward the light and not dwell on troubling thoughts. Then what about calling it Xiaoming? Zhou Yi scratched his head at its an eagle. How can you call it Xiaoming? If you don't irritate it, who will? Lin Shi suggested, why not ask it if it likes the name Songyu? If it doesn't, we can change it again, she proposed a name. Ming Yu would work too. Just don't call it Guang Yu. Yi Chen chimed in. Zhou Yi sighed, placing a piece of roasted meat on a plate before approaching his beloved pet. He covered his arm in metal, trembling slightly as he extended the meat toward the creature. Do not be upset. If you are dissatisfied with this name, simply change it. Choose for yourself, perhaps Songyu or Ming Yu. Both are quite melodious. Wouldn't you agree? After much deliberation, this eagle, now named Songyu, finally settled on its identity. With a physique reminiscent of a plump chicken, adorned in a striking crimson vest, it appeared rather garish. Yet, its self-esteem had notably improved compared to its earlier bare state, as evidenced by a significant reduction in its incessant chatter with Zhou Yi. Chapter 209. The high-protein mutant earthworm while frolicking and indulging in roasted meat. The hour slipped away until it was nearly 11. Cece, where do you plan to go next? Under the dim lights, Yi Chen's gaze appeared slightly hazy. For a moment, Lin Shi found herself at a loss for words. She intended to seek out the other 5 elemental treasures. However, Qing Bao had shown no response to the other 3 treasures at all. Where could she possibly search? Might they be near the central base? That area was where she had spent considerable time with the space. Should the treasures possess any sentience, they would likely seek her out there. Observing Lin, she lost in thought. Yi Chen refrained from pressing her, patiently awaiting her response. After a long pause, Lin Shi finally murmured, "There's nowhere else to go. Perhaps I should just return home." Yi Chen's heart skipped a beat. Oh, will you drive back alone? Or would you prefer to wait until we finish our business and leave together? If we go together, I could even drive for you. Initially, Lin Shi had planned to drive back by herself, relishing the freedom of solitude, but Yi Chen's words sparked a realization. Driving alone meant enduring a long journey of over a month. Thus, it seemed wiser to accompany Yi Chen, who conveniently overlooked her little secrets. There existed an unspoken understanding between them. He knew she harbored secrets, and she was aware that he was aware of them. Yet, since he chose to feign ignorance, she too would play along. Therefore, within the bounds of what felt manageable, she was willing to extend him a modicum of trust. She resolved, "Then I shall wait for you to leave together." Upon hearing her declaration, a radiant smile illuminated Yi Chen's features. He suppressed his elation and replied softly, "Yes, together." Seeing him so cheerful lifted Lin Shi's spirits as well. If the treasures remained elusive, returning home would suffice. This outing had already yielded the Li Huizhu and Qin Shuizhu, and her condition had markedly improved. It was certainly not a loss. Lin Wu Wu was equally exhilarated. Having experienced its first all-nighter. It had spent the night playing cards with Wu Wei and Zhou Yi, losing 100 points in the process. The group lingered at base 39 for over 20 days until Yi Chen finally delegated his tasks. Subsequently, a convoy of 5 vehicles discreetly departed. 2 days later, they rendezvoused with 7 vehicles emerging from base 32. The lengthy procession moved together towards the central base. Due to the road conditions, the return journey took a circuitous route. Fortunately, with the drop in temperature, they could travel during the day and rest at night, significantly enhancing their efficiency. As they passed several survival bases, they would typically stay for a day or two, both to restock supplies and to assess any significant issues. More often than not, they would find a spot in the wilderness to pitch tents for the night. In October, the weather hovered around 30 degrees, and now temperatures were almost normal. Those accustomed to the heat found the tents rather comfortable. Staying in the wild inevitably brought encounters with mutant beasts, yet everyone was well equipped to handle them, especially with Lin Shi and Yi Chen leading the charge, often capturing these pesky creatures to enhance their meals. Lin Shi felt a surge of gratitude as the heavens finally opened. bringing rain after a 2-year drought in her previous life. However, Lin Wuwu despised the rain. It made its fur soggy and left its paws muddy. Much to the dismay of its caretaker, it remained inside the tent, reluctant to venture out, yet curiously attentive to any sounds outside. Suddenly, it seemed as though something was stirring beneath the ground. Lin Wuwu crouched low, watching as the mat beneath it began to bulge until it ruptured. A large, dark, segmental flesh worm, devoid of eyes, confronted it. Alwo. Lin Wuwu yelped, startled, its fur standing on end. Lin Shi dashed in, equally alarmed. It's a mutant earthworm, with a diameter of 30 centimeters. Its segmented body writhed and squirmed, glistening and continuously undulating. Its soft, fleshy form was adorned with sparse bristles that danced with every movement, undulating like waves. While the mutant earthworm posed no real threat, its appearance was decidedly repulsive. Lin Shi unleashed a fiery net, ensnaring it, and in no time, it was reduced to jerky. Staring at the dried flesh, her mood lifted slightly as she tugged Lin Wuwu and dashed out of the tent. It was evident that Lin Shi was not the only one to encounter the mutant earthworm. Commotion emanated from the tents of others as well. Lin Shi mounted Lin Wuwu, patting its large head, urging it to proceed slowly and avoid sudden bursts of speed that might toss her off. As more individuals emerged from their tents, Lin Shi noticed that their tents appeared to be pitched atop a worm nest. The mutant earthworms, typically subterranean dwellers, had gone unnoticed until the rain softened the soil, prompting these creatures to surface. Fortunately, their attack power was minimal. The only nuisance they presented was their massive, slimy bodies. Yip, Songyu, from Zhou Yi's tent, emitted a joyful call. No longer slick and bare, Songyu had developed fine hair, indicating that its feathers would soon return. However, it was still unable to fly, resorting to clumsy walking and jumping. Nonetheless, it had no qualms about pecking at the mutant earthworm flesh. Zhou Yi, concerned for his beloved pet, disregarded the unpleasantness, dispatching several large, plump worms to Songyu's side. Good, eat up. It's nutritious. Look at your fluff. It's growing splendidly. Doesn't it look much better than before? Songyu tilted its head, glancing at him, and this time, it refrained from chiding him. We should retreat. Yichin gathered a few individuals to discuss the matter with Lin Shi. While retreat was indeed necessary, the earthworm, despite its off-putting appearance, was after all a high-protein source. I couldn't bear to burn it to ashes. Lin Shi felt conflicted. Though the creature was visually repulsive, it was undeniably a life-saving resource. Why Yichin's eyes brightened. Regardless of how unappealing something might be, if it could sustain life, it was inherently valuable. Zhou Yi was tasked with preparing several boxes, while others were to capture the mutant earthworms, preferably smaller ones. Yu Xiaofeng was responsible for maintaining moisture within the boxes. And Wu Wei, you should consider whether to add some ice to the boxes. I want them lively and kicking upon our return to the central base. He turned to Lin Shi, a smile creeping onto his face. Could you please dry the deceased mutant earthworms? Lin Shi reluctantly nodded. Lin Wuwu, carrying Lin Shi, carefully sought stable ground, occasionally shaking off the mud from its feet. As it maneuvered through the pile of mutant earthworms, Lin Shi released a dense fire net, transforming the surrounding serpentine earthworms into jerky. These mutant earthworms were but a minor distraction on their journey back, ultimately yielding a substantial supply of jerky and 5 pairs of live worms. Once the rain ceased, the convoy continued northward. To preserve the mutant earthworms' freshness, Yichin instructed that the boxes be filled with soil and vegetation, and every 4 hours, Wu Wei would add a few blocks of ice, anxious that they might perish. Yichan even made a special trip to the nearby Base 23, utilizing his points to borrow a truck specifically for transport. However, despite the considerable quantity of dried mutant earthworm meat acquired, no one expressed an interest in consuming it. Only Tsangyu savored a few meals, but even that would grow tiresome with daily repetition. Chapter 210. Illusions or a Labyrinth of Ghosts? After the torrential rain, the skies cleared, creating an illusion that the apocalypse had passed. The flora, rejuvenated by the rain, gleamed with vibrant vitality, enticing all who beheld it. Yet, as the convoy progressed, something felt amiss. They had unknowingly entered a dense forest. Oddly enough, they were not on foot but driving vehicles. How could they have smoothly traversed into such thick woods? Sensing the anomaly, Yichin halted the convoy, instructing everyone to remain alert while he and Lin Shi disembarked to assess the situation. Could it be an illusion? Yichen murmured, having encountered numerous mutant plants before, many of which wielded the power to induce hallucinations. Lin Shi shook her head, unable to ascertain the truth. The trees appeared peculiar, not naturally occurring but rather sculpted. Standing tall and straight, their branches lush and leafy. Looking up, the sky was obscured by layers of foliage, which should have rendered the area dark. Yet, visibility was surprisingly clear. With her eyes closed, she connected with Qing Bao. And upon reopening them, disappointment washed over her. Everything was far too normal, devoid of any energy fluctuations from mutated flora or fauna. Upon further inspection, aside from the trees, a narrow path seemed to have emerged, inviting them deeper into the forest. Lin Shi found the situation peculiar yet felt no fear. After all, she had her space as a fallback. However, deciding to proceed or retreat felt equally unappealing. Yi Chun called everyone over, primarily to rest and discuss their next course of action. Does anyone recall when we entered this place? Wu Wei confidently responded, for hours ago. When I placed ice on the mutant earthworms, we were still on flat grassland. Many who do not drive, including Lin Shi, were dozing off in the vehicle, completely oblivious to when they entered the dense forest. The few drivers also claimed that they were merely following the car in front and had not noticed when the dense woods appeared. Look, Zhao Qianxue exclaimed, pointing towards the rear of the convoy. Everyone turned to gaze in the direction she indicated, and Lin Shi's heart sank. The road behind them had vanished, meaning the path they had taken was gone, as though it had never existed. With no way back, their only option was to press forward. Could it be a ghost wall? Rogers pondered uncertainly. You, a foreigner, believe in ghost walls? Lin Shi found it absurd. Rogers protested earnestly. I am a citizen of Huagua. My roots are in Huagua. Miss Lin, you cannot discriminate against me. Lin Shi dismissed him. At that moment, who had the mental bandwidth to concern themselves with his nationality? Yichen found a tree and carved a prominent triangle into it. Everyone, pay attention. Let us see if we can return here. Lin Shi felt a flicker of inspiration. Rogers, do you think this could be a collective hallucination? If you keep insisting it's a ghost wall, I might just discriminate against you. Rogers shook his head, visibly displeased. He had no way to ascertain the truth at that moment, especially since everyone seemed quite alert. He muttered, So what do we do now? Lin Shi and Yichen exchanged glances and replied in unison, Let us eat first. Regardless of whether it was a hallucination, a fierce battle likely awaited them ahead, so they needed to replenish their energy first. After their meal, feeling the satisfying fullness in her stomach, Lin Shi concluded that it could not be such a vivid hallucination. She asked Rogers, who countered, Hallucinations can be real and vivid. They originate within the brain. The fluctuations in emotions arise because the brain processes the information it receives. Feeling full is also a form of information received by the brain. Thus, the sensation of fullness alone cannot negate the existence of a hallucination. Lin Shi pondered for a moment but maintained her stance. I do not believe it's a hallucination, for in my hallucination, you certainly wouldn't be present, Rogers. After their meal, everyone boarded the vehicle again. With the route behind them lost, they could only continue forward. It soon became evident that it was neither a hallucination nor a ghost wall. The convoy drove on, running out of fuel. What kind of hallucination consumes gas? A ghost wall was even less plausible, as they had not passed by the marked tree again. However, the situation grew dire. They had been trapped for 2 days. What kind of dense forest could simultaneously grow paths ahead while erasing the ones behind, and still not allow them to escape after 2 days? Lin Shi was certain they were going in circles, and this circle was quite sophisticated, not repeating itself. If they did not devise a plan to escape soon, they would all perish in the woods. She said to Yichun, I'll get out to explore and see if anything has changed. Yichun, who had been driving, replied hoarsely, I'll go with you. No. You need to look after the others behind. Don't worry, I'll be fine, Lin Shi said, and with that, she and Lin Wuwu exited the vehicle. Lin Wuwu transformed into a massive figure, obediently saying, Au, I'll carry you. Hop on. Lin Shi kissed its forehead and climbed onto its back. After walking a few steps, Lin Shi turned to look back, and her heart raced. There was nothing behind them. No convoy, no Yichun, as if they had never existed. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation in both her lives. and her heart raced uncontrollably. She forced herself to calm down. Observing the surrounding trees, they appeared to be enveloped in a thin mist. The more she looked, the more familiar they seemed. The scenery bore a striking resemblance to that of the space she had been in. No, it was eerily similar. Her heart raced. Qingbao, can you check if the Xuanmu pearl is here? Surely, luck couldn't be this good. Could she really find 3 treasures on this outing? Linshi could hardly believe it. She spread her mental energy outward, centering on herself. To her disappointment, there was no discovery. Qingbao informed her, the treasure is shy. It likely concealed itself, which is why we cannot sense it. However, the master of the space, being you, can command it to return. Following Qingbao's instructions, Linshi connected with the space and extended her mental energy outward. And indeed, she sensed a powerful yet gentle wave of energy. Without opening her eyes, she pointed in a direction. There, Lin Wuwu slowly moved towards that direction, and after an hour of walking, Linshi's mental energy waned, compelling her to withdraw her focus and drink deeply from a nearby well. Yet, Lin Wuwu seemed to have discerned the direction, quickening its pace. Wait, how could it be the Snow Wolf family of 3? Linshi suspected this hallucination was drawn from her memories. Snowball could no longer contain itself, rushing towards Linshi and expressing its affection with a series of sounds. Of course, she could not comprehend it. She was merely guessing. With caution, she jumped off Lin Wuwu's back and stroked Snowball's silky, warm fur, a tactile sensation so real it felt nothing like a hallucination. Chapter 211. Encounter with the Snow Wolves and the Retrieval of the Xuanmu Pearl. The Snow Wolf couple approached and conversed with Lin Wuwu for a while. "Oh, Snowball's father says we should follow it. Should we go?" Lin Wuwu inquired. Linshi glanced up at the majestic Snow Wolf, smiling as she replied, "Let us go. We must break this deadlock." Snowball dashed back to its parents, leading Lin Wuwu onward. The Snow Wolves led them for less than half an hour before coming to a halt at the edge of a circle formed by the trees. This circle had a diameter of 10 meters, inside which stood no towering trees, only a small, ordinary sapling, less than a meter tall. Lin Wuwu also stopped, stating, "Oh, Wuwu can't go in." Ordinarily, a tiger should not experience hallucinations. Linshi thought as she jumped down, if it were a trap, it wouldn't be so blatant. She cautiously stepped inside, observing from the edge of the circle. The small sapling began to stir, and Linshi tensed. Preparing for combat, the seemingly ordinary sapling joyfully stretched its branches and leaves. Those branches and leaves gradually transformed before her eyes into a brilliant green, as translucent as jade. Simultaneously, it released a tremendous energy that, despite its gentleness, bore a significant oppressive force. Linshi was certain this was the Xuanmu Pearl. She simply hadn't anticipated such a unique form. Qingbao informed Linshi that the Xuanmu Pearl was brimming with vitality, often used as a life-sustaining object in the spiritual realm, which made it inherently timid and adept at concealing itself. Upon arriving in this unfamiliar place, it instinctively caused countless trees to grow, forming a dense forest to protect itself. He vaguely sensed the aura of the space, yet that aura was elusive, compelling its protectors, namely, the trees and the Snow Wolves, to lead Linshi to it. Linshi remained expressionless. Truly, as a treasure, it was wise, cautious, and prudent. She wondered how the Snow Wolves became its guardians and resolved to inquire when time permitted. Qingbao conveyed that the Xuanmu Pearl wished to request Linshi's permission to bring its protectors into the space. Could this mean she could take the Snowball family with her? Linshi joyfully agreed. "All right, I consent. Let it hurry back. There are still many people trapped in the woods." The crystalline sapling leisurely swayed, extracting itself from the soil and fluttering over to Linshi, gently tapping her forehead with a branch. Suddenly, everything before her vanished, the sapling, the towering trees, and the Snow Wolves. The overwhelming surge of energy caused Linshi to lose consciousness momentarily. Just before she fainted, she thought that at least she had been awake when collecting the Kanken water pearl. Could it be that the Xuanmu Pearl had brought too much with it, causing her to faint again? Time passed, and Linshi slowly regained consciousness, opening her eyes to see the top of a tent. She heard Yichun sigh with relief. "You're finally awake." Just then, a small voice exclaimed, "Oh!" Linshi's heart sank as her gaze met a scruffy little tiger cub. "Master, why did it take you so long to wake up?" Lin Wuwu lay on her chest, staring up with big, wet eyes. Lin Shi stroked its head and gently moved it aside. She distinctly remembered collecting the Xuanmu pearl in the woods. How had she suddenly ended up in the tent? She tentatively asked, "What happened? What is going on?" Yichen handed her a bottle of water, saying, "It seems we all experienced hallucinations and then fainted. Wu Wu woke up first and called me, but no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't wake you. And it was so anxious it cried." She had fainted because the space needed to digest the Xuanmu pearl, of course remaining unconscious. But as for the others, their fainting was likely due to the pearl's influence. Nevertheless, seeing that Yi Chun could rationalize everything was quite comforting. She sat up and felt the energy within her body. Everything was as it should be, with no abnormalities. Lin Shi curiously asked, "How did you know it was a hallucination?" Rogers mentioned it. "Perhaps it was some pollen or scent that caused it. We thought we had driven into the forest and couldn't get out. But when we woke up, the convoy was right on the grass." Yichen casually explained. Hallucination was the most reasonable explanation, yet he did not believe their experiences were mere illusions. They had genuinely been trapped in that eerie forest, which had seemingly vanished without a trace. His intuition suggested that everything was likely connected to Lin Shi. However, he did not wish for anyone else to know, nor did he want Lin Shi to worry, so he opted to explain it all as an illusion. "We aren't in the woods at all. Wu Wei was right. We're on the grass." Yi Chun rose to his feet and extended his hand toward Lin Shi. Instinctively, Lin Shi reached out hers, and Yi Chun grasped it firmly, effortlessly pulling her up. Sunlight bathed Yi Chun's face, illuminating his radiant smile. "So, shall we continue our journey?" he inquired. "Of course, let us press on," Lin Shi replied, raising an eyebrow. The convoy headed north, evoking in Lin Shi thoughts of journey to the west. They resembled pilgrims on a quest for scriptures, encountering numerous mutated beasts and plants along the way, akin to the 81 tribulations faced by the legendary figures. Ah Wu, the 81 tribulations, what are they? Are they also mutated beasts? Lin Wu Wu, nestled in Lin Shi's embrace, was brimming with curiosity. Consequently, Lin Shi embarked on recounting the tale of journey to the west. No, that was implausible. Lin Shi would merely retrieve a tablet from her spatial storage and present the downloaded saga for its viewing pleasure. If you find the television insufficient, I could also fetch you the book. Ah Wu, no books? Lin Wu Wu declared solemnly. It had no fondness for books, preferring the allure of television. Lin Wu Wu had watched numerous dramas, yet it had never laid eyes on such classic tales. By November, they were nearing the central base. Along the route, they encountered an odd vehicle, resembling an off-road car, with an exceedingly high chassis, metallic in composition, and its tires adorned with red and white hues. It was undeniably peculiar, yet its speed was impressive. The strange vehicle trailed Lin Shi's off-road vehicle, and as it drew nearer, she caught sight of a face brimming with delight. "Senior sister, you have finally returned. You've been away for several months," Jiang Yongping called out exuberantly. As they approached home, Lin Shi felt buoyant and waved back. Glancing at his unusual vehicle, she asked, "Did you build this yourself?" Jiang Yongping chuckled and shouted, "Indeed, I constructed it. The best part is, it doesn't require fuel." Upon hearing this, the members of the convoy craned their necks to behold the fuel-free vehicle. Seeing the crowd's fascination, Jiang Yongping felt compelled to show off. Activating the accelerator, he sped away in a flash, leaving only his distant silhouette. Everyone was astounded. If Jiang Yongping's claims held true, the days of being frugal with fuel were over. Chapter 212. Research Center Projects. Yi Chun was equally intrigued. But if it doesn't use fuel, what does it run on? It can't be electricity. It must be energy crystals, Lin Shi casually remarked. Energy crystals contain vast amounts of power, yet their availability is currently limited. Following the apocalypse, the most common energy source derives from crystal mines, which only emerged post-earthquake. In Yi Chun's understanding, anything Lin Shi stated was undoubtedly accurate. He glanced at her, a grin spreading across his face. "Then perhaps we should consider raising the price for the energy crystals we've acquired." Not to mention the energy crystals Lin Shi had personally collected, they had also amassed a significant number from the mutated avian flocks and the beasts encountered along their journey. Lin Shi regarded him with surprise. "Does your grandfather know how much you're taking advantage of him?" Upon entering the city, they were still required to verify their identities and inspect their cargo. And everything proceeded smoothly, save for Lin Wu Wu attracting the guard's curiosity. I recall this used to be a full-grown tiger. Why has it shrunk so much? It mutated. It can grow or shrink. What's so unusual about that? There are even talking mutated beasts in the base now. Today's mutated creatures can transform. Woo. What's so special about that? I can perform 72 transformations too, Lin Wu Wu boasted, puffing out its small chest. Thankfully, no one understood its words. Upon entering the base, Yichen had to attend to some tasks, while Lin she headed straight to the small building. Suddenly, she remembered the kindergarten and a plethora of items in her spatial storage. Yichen, Lin she called out to him. Why Yichen turned and approached. What is the matter? To her recollection, Yichen had never inquired about her reasons. Whenever you have the time, could you borrow 4 large trucks? Tomorrow at 2 in the afternoon, head 10 kilometers south of the base and park at that small hill. Half an hour after you leave, come back and retrieve the vehicles. I have something hidden there. Lin Shi's voice dwindled, realizing this excuse was far from clever. Yet, Yichen readily agreed. All right, you rest well. I will take care of it tomorrow. He understood that Lin Shi had certain matters she found inconvenient to handle. So he would take the lead. Seeing his swift agreement eased Lin Shi's mind. Had he begun to pry, it would have caused her much distress. Once back at the small building, she noted a light layer of dust covering the furniture. Confirming that Qin Yuanxi had indeed not returned often, she prepared some dried earthworm meat for Lin Wu Wu to take along to play with the baby and then cleaned both upstairs and downstairs. By afternoon, she filled the refrigerator with food, and just as she was preparing to cook, Qin Yuanxi returned. After hearing from Jiang Yongping about Lin Shi's return, he took an early shift and even bought several dishes from the cafeteria to bring back. Lin Shi promptly accepted the containers from his hands. He kept murmuring, "It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. You won't be going out again, right? The journey is quite arduous. Now that you're home, you should rest well. No need to cook. I've brought food for you." Rarely did she hear her elder's ramblings, and Lin Shi listened intently. During dinner, he inquired if she had encountered any dangers on her journey. Lin Shi naturally shared tales of minor risks intertwined with amusing anecdotes. Nevertheless, he subtly urged her to venture out less, as the world outside remained perilous. The mutated beasts and plants that had emerged were increasingly abundant, and the number of humans perishing at their hands had risen. Each time the central base announced the list of casualties, Qin Yuanxi felt a pang of anxiety for Lin Shi. He preferred to remain at the research center, as work provided a temporary escape from the increasingly terrifying world outside. Lin Shi wished to avoid contradicting him or exacerbating his worries, so she sought ways to divert his attention. She retrieved a sack filled with mutated spider silk from her room. This mutated spider silk? Qin Yuanxi exclaimed, eyes gleaming as he gazed at the silk as thick as a child's arm. Lin Shi produced a small flame from her fingertip, which landed on the silk without causing any damage. See, it doesn't burn. Even ordinary blades cannot sever it. Thankfully, you prepared me with Wu Yu, otherwise. Only then did Qin Yuanxi regain his senses. That sounds perilous. Can the mutated spider truly spare you? No. I must look for better materials tomorrow to create superior weapons for your protection. Weapons could indeed be procured. Lin Shi replied cheerfully, yes, yes. The 5th grade mutated spider and mutated crocodile. Their hides and shells are impervious to bullets. I'll make sure to send them discreetly to the Research Institute tomorrow. You can simply collect them. Qin Yuanxi nodded, understanding that drawing too much attention was unwise, and that maintaining a degree of low profile was essential for survival. He recognized that it was futile to expect Lin Shi to heed his advice and refrain from venturing out, so he resolved to find ways to provide her with more weapons. He looked at the mutated spider silk, reluctant to part with it, yet refrained from rushing to the research center for overtime. Upon encountering Jiang Yongping today, he inquired if his vehicle operated without fuel. Whether it was electric like the vehicles of the pre-apocalypse era, Lin Shi remained curious. Qin Yuanxi explained that Jiang Yongping's vehicle could operate on electricity or energy crystals, but it was only partially effective. Unable to travel more than 20 kilometers. The demands for vehicles before and after the apocalypse differed significantly. Post-apocalypse, vehicles required higher material standards, as suitable roads were virtually non-existent. Substandard quality would lead to quick disintegration. Previous battery technologies were not applicable to the current context, and revamping battery production was hindered by industrial limitations. Thus, their research focus remained on developing new energy sources tailored to the post-apocalyptic environment. Presently, acquiring and transporting fuel had become a substantial challenge, necessitating the search for alternative power sources. Their research had confirmed that energy crystals contain significant energy, and once a new power system is perfected, future vehicles could operate without gasoline, relying solely on energy crystals. Furthermore, research was underway to extract the energy contained within these crystals. If successful, it could expedite the elevation of supernatural abilities in practitioners and enhance the awakening probability for ordinary individuals. Qin Yuan-Si spoke animatedly, and Lin Shi listened with delight. It turned out that the true transformation brought about by technology in this life was monumental in her previous life. Such research only began to emerge after several years into the apocalypse, primarily focusing on weapons and energy sources. Yet in this life, within less than 3 years, the research center's explorations into the apocalypse had already encompassed various aspects of life, food, clothing, and transportation. It was believed that before long, humanity's circumstances in the apocalypse would improve significantly. With thoughts of the mutated spider silk occupying his mind, Qin Yuan-Si hurried to work early in the morning. Lin Shi, meanwhile, slept soundly until nearly noon. Indeed, there was nothing like the comfort of sleeping in one's own home. Sleeping in a tent was far from reassuring. Chapter 213. The truck can barely accommodate the spider. After washing up, Lin Shi was too lazy to prepare a meal and settled for a large bowl of beef and radish soup noodles she had made previously, deeming it an adequate brunch. Lin Wu had yet to stir from its slumber. Having recently adopted the bad habit of staying up late while mingling with the convoy, it stubbornly refused to sleep until the early hours. Lin Shi paid it no mind, preparing fish and cat food for the 6 members of the Mo family. After giving Mo some instructions, she set out, as she had arranged to meet Yi Chen at 2 o'clock. Arriving early at the designated spot, she concealed both herself and her vehicle within her spatial storage. When she emerged, Qing Bao had rendered her invisible. The 4 large trucks came to a halt, and after Yi Chen disembarked, he called for the other 3 to move a kilometer away. Lin Shi began to transfer the items piled in the space onto the trucks. The mutated spiders and crocodiles occupied 2 vehicles, while Lin Shi filled the remaining gaps with various sizes of mutated spiders. She then loaded a truck with strands of mutated spider silk of varying thickness, leaving another truck filled with a dozen plump and robust mutated beast cubs, including Shueqiu. These cubs had suffered abuse, and although they were now round and well-fed, they remained sensitive and timid. Thus, Lin Shi had Shueqiu accompany them to alleviate their fears. She intended to entrust all these little creatures to Yi Chen, allowing him to arrange for their adoption, and she would later retrieve Shueqiu. Strangely, the snow wolf couple showed no desire to leave the space. Unlike Shueqiu, who frequently dashed off to the kindergarten to play, always yearning to come out and frolic with Lin Wu. Fortunately, as long as Lin Shi was present, the snow wolf couple paid Shueqiu no mind. Wu had informed Lin Shi that the snow wolf couple had escaped from a zoo and nearly fell prey to a group of people during a frigid spell. In their frantic escape, they stumbled into a grove and encountered a small sapling. The sapling's energy was vibrant and life-giving. Under its nurturing aura, the snow wolf couple's injuries healed rapidly, and their rank increased, leading them to submit to the sapling as guardian beasts in the dense forest. It was precisely because the Xuanmu Pearl provided them protection that they soon became one of the few 5th-tier mutated beasts. Shueqiu, having spent so long in the dense forest without companions, had taken to sneaking out to play, ultimately falling into a trap and being captured by humans. Half an hour passed before Yi Chen returned with 3 companions. Upon seeing the trucks brimming with cargo, Yi Chen's expression remained unchanged, as if this were entirely expected. Lin Shi did not recognize the other 3, but they appeared to be individuals Yi Chen trusted. The trio showed slight surprise at the contents of the trucks, but exchanged no words. Swiftly securing the tarpaulin and covering the trucks thoroughly, the 4 trucks soon made their way back to the base, and when the guards at the city gate insisted on an inspection, Yi Chen presented a document. The guards saluted and promptly opened the gates, allowing the trucks to pass through. Lin Shi lingered outside for an hour before returning to the base. Upon her arrival at the small building, she found Yi Chen waiting for her. "Come in and speak," Lin Shi said as she opened the door, and Yi Chen settled onto the sofa. Why Yi Chen did not mention how the items had come to be or why they were in that location. He only inquired, "Do you have any plans? How shall we deal with these items?" Lin Shi poured him a glass of honey water. "Let's sell them to the research center under your name. After the transaction, you can take a 20% cut." "No, that's unnecessary. I have no lack of points," Yi Chen gently declined. "Well, that won't do. You still need to seek assistance from others, if that's the case. I won't want to trouble you next time." Lin Shi thought he was being overly accommodating. Wei Chen intended to tell her he could do anything for her but hesitated, fearing it might scare her away. He furrowed his brow slightly. You're right. 10% is sufficient. Moreover, since these items are being handled in my name, I gain some reputation from it. If there's ever a task like this again, you can consider me. Lin Shi hesitantly nodded. Given his status, he would undoubtedly handle matters more efficiently than others. Having one person aware of her little secret was preferable to having a multitude know, Wei Chen pondered. What about those cubs? Have you decided how to handle them? I won't sell the cubs. Instead, I'll find someone to adopt them, ensuring they are good people and that the cubs are willing, Lin Shi replied. Shueqiu is merely there to keep them company and alleviate their fears. In a few days, I intend to bring it back. Lin Shi found the cubs a hassle and was passing them off to him. In truth, she believed she was asking for too much. Wei Chen reflected, these cubs are quite promising. I've placed them in the military dog training center. I think it best to observe their temperament and potential before determining a suitable placement. What do you think? That made sense. Lin Shi felt Yi Chen was a tad more considerate than herself. She could afford to raise these little creatures, but confining them in the space seemed unfair. Like Bao Bao, Songyu, and Lin Wuwu, they deserved loving owners or companions. Understanding Lin Shi's sentiments, Yi Chen prepared to take his leave. He stood. Then I'll go attend to my duties. Don't forget to invite me to dinner. Of course, Lin Shi replied readily. However, on further reflection, she wondered when she had promised to treat him to a meal. But never mind. It was a trivial matter. Yi Chen was indeed quite busy. Having just returned yesterday, he still needed to organize and report on matters regarding Base 39, including internal conditions and the skirmish with the mutated bird group, all of which needed to be compiled to alert other bases. Other mundane tasks, like the routes taken, road conditions, potential encounters with mutated beasts, and the mutated earthworms brought back, as well as the general conditions at each base along the way, he delegated to others for coordination. He intended to find time to deal with the 4 trucks that had just returned. Concerned for Lin Shi, he did not want others to know what was inside the vehicles, so he had procured a special pass from his grandfather the day before, which proved to be a wise decision. When he saw the group of cubs huddled together in the truck, his heart softened unexpectedly. It was remarkable how that little girl had managed to bring them back from such a distance, ensuring they were all plump and well-fed, unwilling to part with them for points, and determined to find them a good home. The remaining 3 trucks were filled with spiders, crocodiles, and spider silk, which he had sent to his father. Leaving him merely to await the accumulation of points, he was quite adept at offloading burdens. Unfortunately, his idealistic notions were dashed when he arrived home that night to face a thorough inquiry. When Yiming was called out to receive the goods, he nearly had a heart attack. The truck could barely hold the spiders, not to mention the crocodiles that had to be partially dismantled to fit, alongside a truck overflowing with mutated spider silk and various sizes of spiders slipping around. Each item was a treasure coveted by researchers, yet it was carelessly piled as if it were refuse. He felt a pang of regret. He immediately arranged for personnel to unload the cargo and store it in a cold storage facility to maintain its freshness, unsure of where Chen Chun had sourced such goods. They appear to have just died recently, retaining considerable vitality. Qin Yuanxi, lurking by the window on the 2nd floor, finally spotted the 3 large trucks arriving. He recalled Lin Shi mentioning an abundance of mutated spider silk to be delivered. As Yiming watched Qin Yuanxi rush past him toward the trucks, he swiftly grabbed him. What are you doing? Qin Yuanxi stood on tiptoe, peering. What is that? Yiming chuckled. Research materials. What else could it be? Ah, if only it were spider silk. Dinyi, you have no idea. I've recently discovered a type of mutated spider silk that is fire-resistant and impervious to ordinary cutting tools. Just imagine, if it could be made into bulletproof vests or soft armor for combat personnel like Yi Chen. Typically, Qin Yuanxi disdained playing tricks, but today he was intent on snatching research materials. Just as he worried for Lin Shi, Yiming was even more anxious for Yi Chen. Thus, Yiming understood and glanced at him. Whispering, you go up first. I'll have someone help you move it. How much can you carry of that heavy stuff anyway? It seemed Qin Yuanxi had known what was in the truck all along. After sending Qin Yuanxi on his way, Old Zheng poked his head around the corner of the storage area. Yiming cleared his throat. Professor Zheng, your little darling has broken something in Professor Ma's research room. Have you thought about how to compensate for it? Old Zheng stiffened and quietly slipped away. Yiming chuckled to himself, thinking if Old Zheng were to find out about the 5th-tier mutated beasts in the area, It would be a significant matter. Chapter 214. No longer united as before with many matters weighing on his mind, Yiming returned home that evening and encountered his father sitting in the living room. Dad, you're still awake. It's getting late. You should take care to sleep early and rise early at your age. Yi Yuntian glanced at him disdainfully. Humph, what use is it for you, young and useless, if you can't shoulder any responsibility? Well, that's where you're mistaken. Our research institute is quite useful. Would you like to know what materials can be used to create armor impervious to blades and bullets? Yiming replied with a hint of pride. Such materials exist? Yi Yuntian responded skeptically. I see you all are at a dead end, dabbling in metaphysics instead of science. He adjusted his reading glasses and shook the report in his hand. Yiming felt a surge of triumph and moved closer to his father. Hee, not at all. You're just short-sighted. Did you know that when subjected to shooting tests, the spider shells and crocodile skins suffered no damage whatsoever? Imagine if this had happened before the apocalypse. Would you have believed such things existed? Yi Yuntian raised an eyebrow. There truly are such materials. Where did they come from? You never mentioned it before. Yiming's smile faltered, realizing he might have revealed too much. Why Yi Yuntian, knowing better, didn't require an answer. It was given by Chun Chun this afternoon. Did you have someone follow him again? Dad, how can you do that? You promised to give him space, Yiming complained. Why Yi Yuntian didn't even bother to look at him. Oh please, who would want to meddle in your affairs? That special pass was approved by me yesterday. And it was returned this afternoon. I know everything. Those are his treasures. Why else would he go to such lengths? He was actually more informed than Yiming realized. The report from Base 32 had mentioned these two mutated beasts. Just then, the door chimed, and Yichen finally returned. Grandpa, Dad. He flopped down onto the sofa, exhausted. Why is no one sleeping? Yi Yuntian removed his glasses and scrutinized him from head to toe, coldly stating, I'm waiting for you. What if Captain Yi goes missing or gets injured again? Yichen was startled, exclaiming, Who are you? Spouting nonsense every day. Grandfather, do you believe everything anyone says? That is simply not the case. Concerned for his son's safety, Yiming's expression grew stern. Chun Chun, what exactly is happening? Speak clearly. Is it related to the mutated beast you sent over? With no other option, Yichen reluctantly recounted the events at Base 39 in detail. It was merely a minor injury, a result of exhaustion and upgrading. How could Wu Wei spread rumors so quickly without being present? Yi Yuntian remained silent. This time, it truly wasn't Wu Wei's fault. It was Luo Qingzhou who had contacted Zhou Yi and the others to inquire about the situation at Base 39. Zhou Yi and the others were genuinely startled by Yichen's apparent disappearance. Although they eventually realized it was a misunderstanding, what if something really happened next time? Coupled with their own guilt, they spilled everything. Luo Qingzhou considered it a good thing. This incident served as a wake-up call for everyone. Thus, when reporting to Yi Yuntian, he casually mentioned it. Why Yi Yuntian had never thought along these lines before. He was concerned but not frightened when Yichen faced opponents openly. However, if someone was plotting against Yichen behind his back, or even beside him, it was hard not to be afraid when he pondered it. He had not been in his study today, but was waiting in the living room for Yichen to return, also intending to provide a warning. Faced with the worries of his grandfather and father, Yichen could only pat his chest in assurance that he would be doubly cautious in the future and would no longer send his teammates around carelessly. Even in urgent situations, since his son had said so, Yiming had no choice but to acquiesce, though he couldn't help but offer a few reminders. In the future, if you encounter mutated beasts, there's no need to be so reckless. Those two 5th-level mutated beasts were impervious to blades and bullets. I can't even imagine how you managed to defeat them. You must think twice before acting. Avoid reckless actions and do not sacrifice unnecessarily. Understood? Yichen yawned, feeling extremely drowsy. Wai Yiming glanced at the time, realizing that his father and son still had much to discuss, so he excused himself and went upstairs. Once Yiming had left, Yi Yuntian leisurely remarked, Wait a moment, those two 5th-level mutated beasts, weren't they from Base 39? Wasn't it Lin Shi who defeated them? What does this have to do with you? Why did you make such a vague promise? Also, how did you bring them back? Yichen yawned widely, his eyes brimming with tears. The two bases aren't far apart. I just made a quick trip and brought them back along the way. Oh, I'm so sleepy. Good night, grandfather. I'm heading upstairs now. Yi Yuntian watched his grandson flee in a panic. his heart clear as day. It must be for that child named Lin Shi. He had noticed how Yi Chen defended her, but he would not interfere. Moreover, Yi Chen had always had his own opinions. He knew what he was doing, and as far as he knew, that child had also been protecting Yi Chen all along, for which he was grateful. Although Yi Chen wished to conceal matters from his grandfather and father, it seemed there was no way to do so. Fortunately, as long as he was unwilling, his grandfather would not press him. His biological father was even less of a concern, having always allowed him the freedom to grow. As these research materials were distributed across various laboratories, Yi Chen's reputation spread widely within a limited circle. Just as he had told Lin Shi, he bore this hollow fame. Moreover, rumors vaguely emerged that Yi Chen was the strongest individual in the Flower Nation. Though Yi Chen felt he was not at all, he did not refute it. If standing at the forefront could shield Lin Shi from unnecessary gossip, it would be a good thing. In fact, Lin Shi was quite pleased with this rumor. She had no desire to expose herself to the scrutiny of too many people. Even so, numerous factions sought to befriend her, but she either remained at the research center or went on missions, inadvertently deflecting much trouble. Meanwhile, Yi Chen's reputation bolstered Elder Ye's standing. The greater his renown, the more stable the central base would become. Unfortunately, ambition never waned, and as the Yi family grew stronger, their hearts would only become more tormented. With the central base's situation stabilizing and accumulating achievements in the face of natural disasters, it was inevitable that some would wish to disrupt this balance. After all, only in chaos could the ambitious benefit from the turmoil, which disappointed Yi Yuntian. The central base was no longer the united front it had been at the outset of the apocalypse. Divisions and hindrances began to surface gradually. Perhaps the Yi family's dominance was now a thorn in many people's sides. Yi Yuntian sensed this vaguely, but had yet to resolve how to act. Chapter 215. Yi Yuntian falls into a coma from poisoning. Meanwhile, Lin Shi had been enjoying a leisurely few days, and no need to travel, no need to sleep in tents. She could eat whatever she desired at home, even indulging in several lobsters. Her daily companions included Lin Wuwu and the 6 cats from the Mo family, and she would periodically visit the training center to check on the cubs and Lightning. Each time she visited, she encountered numerous ability users, both from the military and the Ability User Guild, who often brought snacks, eager for the cubs' approval. Snowball's training results were particularly impressive. As a snow wolf, it could become an excellent combat partner for ability users. The little fox was the smartest, with exceptional comprehension and speed, even capable of breathing fire. The little gray bear appeared somewhat clumsy but possessed tremendous strength. The little black panther was aloof and uninterested in interaction but was agile and wielded lightning abilities, with many crawling at its feet. Each time Lin Shi visited, those ability users regarded her with vigilant eyes. After all, regardless of whether the cubs were aloof or adorable, they would swarm towards her the moment they spotted her. This incited intense jealousy among those who could never capture the cubs' affection. Yi Chen had also told her that if the cubs did not wish to leave, they could stay with the military and join them on missions after graduation. He had noticed that these cubs were utterly devoted to Lin Shi. Lin Shi also felt this was a viable fallback option and often provided some rations for the cubs. Whenever she grew bored at the base, she would take on various tasks to pass the time, such as collaborating with the research center to gather various research materials or hunting alongside the Decepticon team, although she would not easily engage unless facing mutated beasts below the 5th level. She also participated in military encirclement operations outside the base. However, she particularly enjoyed the practical missions with the cubs. The difficulty of the tasks was minimal, and the points earned were few. Oftentimes, she even incurred a small loss. But watching the previously timid cubs team up to battle mutated plants was simply adorable. After 2 leisurely months, when she once again returned from completing a mission with the Research Institute, Lin Shi sensed something was amiss. The atmosphere at the base had clearly grown tense. She had only been away for 2 weeks, yet the soldiers at the city gate had doubled. Based on Lin Shi's limited experience, unusual activity at the city gate usually indicated something was amiss. After submitting her mission report, she took Lin Wuwu toward the research center. Upon entering the living area of the research center, the usual 3 checks were still in place, but none of the familiar faces were present. Her heart sank. Had something happened at the research center? She hoped Uncle Qin was all right. Back at her small building, she messaged Qin Yuanxi, and only upon receiving his reply did Lin Shi's heart settle somewhat. However, that evening, Yi Chen came to find her, having scaled the wall from the other side. "You're back? Did you find anything good this time?" Yi Chen's feigned nonchalance was evident. The dark circles under his eyes and the bloodshot scara made Lin Shi's previously calmed heart sink once more. She also pretended to be carefree, replying, "Of course. You know what it means to return with a full load, right? I can show you first, but I can't afford to lose points." Once inside the living room, Yi Chen seemed to deflate like a punctured balloon. He was uncertain if anyone was watching him, so he could only wait until nightfall to seek Lin Shi under the cover of darkness. In recent days, Yi Chen had maintained a brave front, revealing no signs of weakness, but before Lin Shi, he had no desire to keep up the facade. Lin Shi enveloped the small building with her mental energy. What happened? Grandfather has been unconscious for 5 or 6 days. Yi Chen rubbed his face wearily. Lin Shi's first reaction was that things could only be worse than he had said. Her intuition was correct. Yi Yuntian had fallen into a coma just before preparing to take action against the other factions within the base. After Yi Yuntian fell unconscious, numerous undercurrents surged within the base, but Yi Chen and Luo Qingzhou, leading the military, had forcefully suppressed the chaos for the time being. However, the news of grandfather's coma was likely already spreading. Regardless of its truth, it would only incite turmoil among the subordinates in various bases. If Yi Yuntian failed to awaken, the power dynamics within the Flower Nation could be reshuffled. Even if Yi Chen, with the support of Yi Ming and Luo Qingzhou, managed to stabilize the situation, it would certainly come with a price. Other elder factions could still carve out a piece for themselves. They would not lose out on this opportunity. Yet, the stability that the Flower Nation had painstakingly maintained was likely to be short-lived. Lin Shi softly inquired, "What did the doctor say?" Yi Chen remained silent for a moment, his eyes reddening as he replied, "It was poison. Only a few people could have poisoned grandfather," he scoffed. According to the doctor, the poison could have taken his life on the spot, yet grandfather somehow endured. That doctor died suddenly the next day. Ha! Their actions were so overt, it was clearly an attempt to establish their authority. Grandfather never intended to eradicate completely, yet these individuals seemed unwilling to allow him a moment's respite. He was acutely aware that, were it not for the water provided by Lin Shi, he would have been unable to endure. Exhaling the pent-up frustration within him, he softly spoke. "Lin Shi, you should accompany Uncle Qin to another base to clear your mind." He did not wish to embroil her in this turmoil. However, Lin Shi interrupted him, asserting, "No, I have just returned and will not go anywhere. Moreover, you should return and immerse Grandpa in the bathtub. Ensure that no one remains in the room for an hour." Yi Chen stared blankly at Lin Shi, having lost hope after the ineffective attempts with the water. All he desired was for his grandfather not to leave him so soon. He could not bear the thought. Yet now, Lin Shi assured him she possessed a solution. Without daring to linger, Yi Chen grasped a piece of mutated beast meat as a guise and hurried home. On the second floor of the Yi family residence, numerous soldiers were bustling about, while Luo Qingzhou gathered various intelligence and relayed commands to subordinate bases. Wei Yiming's face was etched with sorrow. The passage of merely a few days had rendered him visibly aged. In the old patriarch's bedroom, he silently watched the four drip, his mind heavy with his son's request, causing his brow to furrow even deeper, his voice hoarse. "Why?" Yi Chen whispered. "I can awaken Grandpa. But I cannot let anyone else know. Father, please help me keep this secret." Yiming turned to face his son, his complexion pale, dark circles under his eyes, and stubble adorning his chin. During these days, he had single-handedly thwarted numerous overt and covert schemes. For the first time, Yiming regretted not having enlisted in the military, but rather pursuing a career as a researcher. He felt ineffectual, unable to assist either his father or his son. Yi Chen urged, "Father, trust me, I truly can. We cannot afford to waste any more time." Yiming complied, stepping outside, claiming he was feeling unwell and requested Yi Chen to keep the old patriarch company. Could he trust his son's words? The instant the old patriarch fell into a coma, he had begun investigating the poison, hoping to find an antidote, but regrettably, the composition of this toxin was unlike anything he had encountered before. After 3 sleepless days of attempts, he collapsed, unable to concoct an antidote in such a short time. Luo Qingzhou sensed something was amiss. Countless matters took precedence over Yi Chen's companionship with the old patriarch. And he was not a doctor. What use was his presence? Instinctively, he approached, only to be halted by Yi Ming. "You two have worked hard. Sit for a moment." Lin Shi, having concealed her presence, easily slipped into Yi Yuntian's room. For Yi Chun had already informed her of the precise location. In the bathroom, she beheld the elderly man, once vibrant and sharp-eyed, now with his eyes tightly shut, his cheeks sunken and pallid, appearing frail and aged. Contemplating the uproar that would ensue upon his demise, reflecting on his tireless efforts for the stability of the base, and considering Yi Chun, Linshi resolved to save him. She possessed the capability to rescue him and to bear the consequences of doing so. Chapter 216. Yi Yuntian awakens Linxi's sole concern was whether he could withstand the immense energy of the well water. She added a few drops of well water to the bathtub to first restore his body, then dripped a drop into his mouth, patiently waiting to observe any changes in his heartbeat. After witnessing no significant alterations, Linshi proceeded to add 5 more drops to both the bathtub and his mouth. The well water now contained energies from 3 precious elements, particularly the Xuanmu pearl, which brimmed with vitality. After using a total of 30 drops, Linshi noticed the old elder's finger twitch. Tea worked. Linshi gently knocked on the bathroom door. Aware that Yi Chun awaited outside, and then quietly retreated. Upon hearing the sound of the door, Yi Chun instinctively halted his intention to enter, tentatively knocking to confirm the occupant had departed before stepping inside. He saw his grandfather's hand moving and was instantly overwhelmed with joy. Although Yi Ming had pulled Luo Qingzhou aside to sit, his mind was elsewhere, ears attuned to the sounds from the room. It seemed he genuinely heard something and rushed in. Oh dear, how foolish. Not that item, but the other one. Upon awakening, Yi Yuntian found his clothes drenched and directed Yi Chun to fetch him some attire. Grandpa! Yi Chun exclaimed, nearly moved to tears at the sight of his grandfather, who had returned to life with vigor. What clothing? Where can I find clothes? What are you even saying? He was momentarily at a loss for words. Yi Ming, dumbfounded, couldn't believe his son possessed such prowess. The formidable poison had been resolved, and the old patriarch had indeed awakened. Not only had he regained consciousness, but his complexion was vibrant, his voice full of strength, stronger than both Yi Ming and Yi Chun combined. Luo Qingzhou followed closely behind Yi Ming and was taken aback upon entering to see the old leader so full of life. He quickly regained composure, shutting the door decisively. With a twinkle in his eye, he smiled. "Shu, old leader, keep your voice down. We must not let anyone overhear." The 3 generations of the Yi family understood that this was an opportune moment to ensnare their adversaries. Yi Yuntian, now clad in clean clothing, felt a surge of energy within him, though he lamented that he could not venture out for a stroll during these days. Meanwhile, the 4 in the bedroom had settled into a calm. Yi Ming and Luo Qingzhou exchanged knowing glances towards Yi Chun. Yi Chun deliberately avoided eye contact with the other 2, alternating between gazing at the ceiling and the floor, ultimately closing his eyes. Yi Yuntian began to piece together the peculiarities. It was illogical for him to have been poisoned and to awaken feeling as though he had consumed an elixir, brimming with vitality. The situation reeked of strangeness, and with a mere glance, he deduced it was related to Yi Chun. After some contemplation, he remarked, "This entire affair was a ruse we orchestrated. From the outset, I was never poisoned. Feigning such was merely bait to lure them in. Understand?" The 3 nodded in agreement, with Yi Chun particularly pleased, as this would prevent Linshi from being implicated. Luo Qingzhou had intended to speak but, upon meeting Yi Chun's gaze, chose to remain silent. Yi Yuntian requested Luo Qingzhou to retrieve the documents for review, only to discover he could read them clearly without his reading glasses. Astonishingly, the heads of several critical departments, the Material Center, Military Supply Center, and Administrative Center, had all engaged in illegal activities. In just a few days, their crimes had been established, targets identified, and actions executed with remarkable swiftness. They cared not for their reputation, as if desperate for others to uncover their sordid intentions. Had this been a previous time, Yi Yuntian would have been infuriated. However, having faced death and returned, his mind was considerably clearer. He was aware of the machinations of these families. Out of respect for their past connections before the apocalypse, he had refrained from taking action, but now he realized he had been nurturing a viper. They truly dared to strike? Luo Qingzhou looked up at him. Driven by greed, they view the base merely as a tool for power. What do they have to fear? Do you still intend to show leniency? His recommendation had always been to strike first, yet the old leader had always been mindful of the elder council's sentiments. However, this time, regardless of the old leader's stance, he would not spare those individuals. Wei Yuntian fell silent for a long while before stating, "Let's observe for a few more days to see who else surfaces. We'll handle them all at once." As a soldier, he had always looked down upon so-called political maneuvers. Yet this time, what if he had not awakened? Such tactics, though simple and underhanded, proved exceptionally effective. Observing the relentless strategies employed against him during his unconsciousness, he recognized that allowing these individuals to remain would only plunge Huagua into chaos. They must all be eliminated. For now, he held the reins of power. Yet, he felt no joy, nor could he discern where the light lay. While it was reasonable for them to wish him dead, their intent to sow discord within Huagua was intolerable. The elder had once proclaimed that, at all costs, stability must be maintained. Thus, Xiao Luo, prepare the list. Qianxin, you must handle this matter. Remember, leave no future troubles. Understood. Yi Qin and Luo Qingzhou replied in unison. Wei Yuntian regarded the two with satisfaction. All right, look at your faces. Go rest for a bit. The two young men had been thoroughly exhausted these past few days, their minds burdened with worries about the old patriarch's health. At last, with the tension easing, they departed, linking arms as they exited. After their departure, Yiming sat at the bedside, his head bowed. Fathered in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Yi Yuntian had recognized the significance of the research institute and had once advocated for Yiming to become its director. However, to avoid suspicion and maintain a semblance of literary dignity, he had steadfastly declined. It was only after his father's incident that the unfolding events revealed how those individuals had infiltrated the research institute through the directorship, targeting research related to military equipment. He even suspected that the new toxin had originated from the research institute. No one knew how deeply he felt regret during these days. How shameful at your age, shedding tears like Qianxin. The old patriarch glared disdainfully at him. Yiming's tears were swiftly quelled by that glare in the interplay of fortune and misfortune. This situation was not entirely negative. The emergence of these individuals made things more manageable. The situation had not reached an irretrievable state. Otherwise, as mentioned in the emails, the apocalypse would indeed devolve into chaos. Moreover, this incident had solidified his resolve. A thorough cleansing of the base was imperative. Yi Yuntian mused. Luo Qingzhou, opting not to join Yi Chun in his room, believed it too contrived. With the old patriarch in a coma, it would be unseemly for them to brazenly retreat to sleep, immediately exposing them to prying eyes. Instead, he went to the study, resting amidst the pile of documents. Yet his thoughts lingered on Linshi. Chapter 217. The aggrieved Qin Yuanxi. Today, he took a moment to sort through the events. After Yi Qian stepped out for a brief while, he returned and headed straight to the old leader's bedroom. Yishu emerged, appearing disheveled, and grasped him, preventing him from entering the room. As soon as the old leader awoke, Yishu rushed inside. This indicated that Yishu was aware the old leader would regain consciousness. Who had informed him? Yi Chun. If Yi Chun possessed a method to rouse the old leader, he certainly would not have waited until today. This implies that it was only today that Yi Chun discovered the means to awaken the old leader. What was so special about today? The Research Institute had buzzed with activity for a while. As the researchers returned from their missions, he recalled that the guardian for this mission was the Ba Tianhu team. Luo Qingzhou sat up. Yi Chen's absence had been brief. Where could he have gone? That time frame was just sufficient to visit Lin Shi, exchange a few words, and return. He knew Lin Shi's strength surpassed that of Yi Chen. She had ceded the limelight to him, which greatly enhanced his impression of her. After the incident, Luo Qingzhou had considered seeking her assistance, but regrettably, she was unavailable. Moreover, Yi Chen and he were as close as brothers. And Yi Chen had repeatedly attempted to conceal matters regarding Lin Shi from him. It was peculiar. What exactly could be so significant about Lin Shi that he must remain oblivious? Initially, he had speculated that it might be due to their opposing stances. But over time, he had learned, even without investigation, that Lin Shi was shielding Yi Chen. There was also the old leader, who had been comatose for several days but awoke with more vigor than either he or Yi Chen. Surely, he could not have consumed an elixir of immortality. An elixir? Or perhaps a miracle drug. This reminded him of the extraordinary medication that remained unreplicable to this day. Yet, he dismissed this notion, for the old leader had utilized it at the moment of his collapse. And it seemed to serve little purpose beyond prolonging life. But what if it were an upgraded version of that miraculous drug? Could it restore the old leader to his former self? Could that person be her? Previously, when he learned of the existence of spatial abilities, he had deduced that the individual in question should possess spatial powers. However, the old leader had explicitly forbidden him from investigating, so he had refrained from doing so. Yet, if Yi Chen had indeed taken such precautions against him for this reason, it would all make sense. It was to protect Chen Shun that the old leader wished to prevent him from probing further. And because of Chen Shun, the upgraded miraculous drug had been administered to the old leader, thus explaining his inexplicable recovery. He knew that if he could deduce this, others could as well. He never underestimated anyone. To safeguard Yi Chen, he must also protect Lin Shi and ensure that no one linked the old leader's awakening to her. This required tampering with two records. First, the entries for city gate traffic must be pushed back by a day. Second, the registration of research materials should also be delayed by a day. Human memory is prone to inaccuracies. Only meticulous records serve as vital evidence during investigations. Once all timestamps were adjusted, no one would recall precisely when Lin Shi had returned. After coming to this realization, Luo Qingzhou lay back down, closed his eyes, and gradually drifted into sleep as he mentally replayed the events of the past few days. The evidence was clear. Luo Qingzhou, despite his youth, had risen to the helm of the Inen Bureau not merely through connections. Poor Lin Shi remained oblivious. Even with Yi Chen's diligent protection, Luo Qingzhou had pieced together her background with relative accuracy based solely on a few interconnected incidents. Upon confirming that Yi Chen's grandfather had awakened, she ceased her concerns and accompanied Lin Wuwu to watch television. When it struck 9 o'clock, Qin Yuanxi returned, and Lin Shi surmised he would once again endure a sleepless night over new research materials. She ventured downstairs to find Qin Yuanxi furiously gulping down a large cup of water. "What is the matter? Who has upset you?" This was the first time she had witnessed him in such a state of anger. The mere mention of the topic escalated Qin Yuanxi's irate was utterly absurd. He could not even dictate the course of his own research. That insufferable dean claimed that his work had not undergone review and that he must await approval before proceeding. When had such a regulation come into effect? He was entirely in the dark and had even seen his materials removed. Infuriated, Qin Yuanxi gulped down more water, unable to articulate his frustration through words. In matters of research, whether domestically or internationally, he had never faced such indignities. In the post-apocalyptic world, the base's revered researchers, ensuring they were never left to starve or thirst during the most dire times. Lin Shi began to grasp the situation. Did you perhaps offend him? Does he harbor a dislike for Dini? Qin Yuanxi burped from the water, unable to drink any more. I have not offended him. I merely informed him that the individuals he brought in lacked sufficient competency and genuine expertise. That is the truth. How could that be considered an offense? He may dislike Yi Ming, but what does that have to do with me? There is a connection, for they believe you are aligned with Dean Yi. Furthermore, even if you speak the truth, you have still offended him. At that moment, Lin Shi genuinely felt that rescuing Elder Yi was a complex undertaking. The research institute should be guided by merit and capability rather than connections and factions. Observing Qin Yuanxi, it was evident that he neither flattered nor aligned himself with any faction. How naive it was of Yi Ming to have fostered such a simplistic academic environment. And that insipid Dean Gue, who had previously been inconspicuous, suddenly emerged to trouble Qin Yuanxi amidst such sensitive times. What a foolish move! Could he not wait a few more days? Uncle Qin, do not let it get to you. Consider it a brief respite. Rest assured, I will ensure your research returns to you. If you let your anger harm your health, that insufferable dean will only become more pleased. Logically, this made sense, yet Qin Yuanxi remained indignant. Heading to work early the next day, Lin Shi was astonished. Haven't your materials been removed? Why are you still going? What of it? He cannot obstruct my research. I have my ways. Qin Yuanxi was resolute. Concerned for his well-being, Lin Shi hired Lin Wuwu to accompany him to work for a few days. After negotiating a series of inequitable agreements, Lin Wuwu reluctantly consented. She accompanied Qin Yuanxi for 3 days. And after that period, everything returned to normal. Qin Yuanxi joyfully informed Lin Shi that the insufferable dean had been reassigned, and Dean Yi was now the head of the research center. Lin Shi understood. The Yi family had suffered a significant loss and immediately learned their lesson. Elder Yi had awakened that very night, silently observing for 3 days before taking action. Simultaneously, she noticed that Yi Chen and his team were fully armed, exuding an impressive aura of vigor. This was as it should be. Managing such a vast base required a firm hand to maintain order amidst the chaos. Lin she ceased to worry about the Yi family. Why should she concern herself with matters that did not pertain to her role as base leader? She continued to indulge in leisure, enjoying food and petting cats, recently even taking to petting snow wolves. She balanced her time between resting and accepting tasks, a harmonious blend of work and relaxation. However, the atmosphere within the base had grown considerably tense. Elder Yi, reluctant as he might be, had to commence a thorough cleansing that he had long wished to avoid. Chapter 218. The military training camp for ability users Yi Qian and Luo Qingzhou were equally busy, and even amidst this chaos, Luo Qingzhou did not forget to seek permission from Yi Yuntian to modify the data center's backend records. Yi Yuntian needed no inquiry. He understood his intent. He was perplexed as to how that child managed it, but he shared Luo Qingzhou's desire to keep Lin Shi out of this matter. The weather gradually returned to normal, yet looming over them was the specter of a major earthquake. Luo Qingzhou detected a discrepancy. Look, according to the email, there will be a major earthquake within a year. But could this be inaccurate? The email stated extreme heat lasting nearly 2 years, yet it has not even been a year. Could it be that it concluded prematurely? Yi Yuntian did not share this view. It's merely a matter of butterfly wings. As the email suggested, we should have long ceased to exist. Changes are to be expected. We must not harbor any illusions regarding the earthquake. Preparations are essential to minimize casualties, particularly for the research institute, which cannot afford any losses. This impending cleansing would also impact the strength of Huagua. Just the thought of it made him sigh. What a troublesome position to be in, awakening to a multitude of concerns and incessant conflicts. Instead of striving for collective unity, they seemed intent on sabotaging one another. The recent spate of killings had left him seething with anger. Indeed, we must prepare to the utmost extent. Luo Qingzhou felt that following the cleansing, many constraints would be lifted, making matters considerably easier to manage. One day, Lin Shi received a notification from Zhao Zhiyong, who informed her that the Research Institute had summoned the 9 presidents of the Ability Users Union for a meeting. Through his words, he sought to discern the Institute's intentions. After all, the military's ruthless cleansing had unsettled many, and the Ability Users Union was rife with uncertainty. With Lin Shi's assistance, Zhao Zhiyong had now reached the 5th tier of abilities. Previously, she had cautioned him that any unusual movements from the Ability Users Union must be suppressed decisively. Therefore, during this cleansing, the Union had suffered minimal losses. It was not that Lin Shi was soft-hearted. Rather, her actions had always aimed at preserving the strength of Huagua's ability users. These individuals represented Huagua's military might, and she was unwilling to see them squandered in internal strife. Moreover, it would not be long before invaders set their sights on Huagua's resources, and these ability users would have ample opportunities to prove their worth. Yet, based on the Union's performance during this cleansing, several presidents had begun to show implicit respect for Zhao Zhiyong. They were wary that the research center's meeting might be a pretext for ulterior motives, prompting them to seek his insights. Thus, Zhao Zhiyong was compelled to consult her. Lin Shi found their speculations to be rather excessive. Clearing her throat, she remarked, "What nonsense, do they fancy themselves as Peigong? As if it's some grand performance. They are merely being overly sentimental. Let them proceed with the meeting. It should merely involve discussions on the eradication of 5th-tier mutated beasts. The strength of the ability users is steadily increasing. And so too are the mutated birds, beasts, and plants. Reports from various bases indicate that the number of 5th-tier mutated beasts has doubled compared to before, and the central base cannot afford to remain indifferent. It is within the simple confines of the meeting room on the 2nd floor of the Research Institute that this discussion unfolds. With fewer than 30 participants, the assembly comprises 9 presidents from the Ability Users Guild, military personnel such as Yi Qian and Wu Wei, along with 5 experts and 3 young individuals from the Research Institute. The meeting is presided over by Yi Ming, who forgoes any pleasantries or atmospheric embellishments and directly addresses the issue of the 5th-tier mutated beasts. He states that the reason for convening is the increased presence of 5th-tier mutated beasts, which pose a significant threat to the survival bases, an understanding that is evidently shared by all. The bases have requested the Research Institute's cooperation in forming a high-tier mutated beast hunting team. Thus he seeks the opinions of those present. The members of the Ability Users Guild collectively turn their gaze towards Zhao Zhiyong, who, feeling the pressure, reluctantly meets Lin Shi's eyes. Under the intensity of her gaze, Lin Shi speaks. To establish a hunting team, the ability users must at least be of the 4th to 5th tier, primarily relying on their abilities with firearms as a supplementary measure. This necessitates that participants are proficient in weaponry, a realm in which the Ability Users Guild does not hold an advantage. Wu Wei interjects with a cheerful demeanor. President Lin is correct. The military's ability users indeed possess the upper hand. However, such a splendid combat opportunity also serves as a chance for elevation in rank. Surely, the Ability Users Guild does not intend to forfeit it? He proposes the establishment of a training camp aimed at providing military training to ability users up to military standards, and inquires how the other presidents feel about this initiative. The expressions of the other presidents turn somewhat grim. It is indeed a pity to relinquish such a favorable opportunity, even though engaging in high-tier combat may entail sacrifices. Yet, those who survive will undoubtedly emerge as strong individuals. A prime moment for breakthroughs lies between life and death. The rapid advancement of military ability users is closely related to their years of combat experience, particularly at the central base, where the surrounding high-tier mutated beasts have already been eradicated by Lin Shi and Yi Chen. The Ability Users Guild, while also undertaking missions, faces significantly less danger compared to other bases, resulting in their combat capabilities remaining underdeveloped. As time passes, they risk being overshadowed by the military. The military's proposal for training ability users could indeed be advantageous. Yet the potential shift of more ability users towards the military is something they would prefer to avoid. Lin Shi comprehends this concern, as does the military. Ideally, such meetings would be held at the military center. But to avoid misunderstandings or to convey a certain stance, they opted for the research center, thus preserving face for both parties. Lin Shi appears unfazed. That sounds promising. However, how will the training camp select its participants? Of course, it will be voluntary. Wu Wei, despite his smile, exudes an air of hidden malice. That is unacceptable. The ability users of the guild are also a part of Huagua's military strength. If we fail to train them, should war arise, would we not be at a disadvantage? Lin Shi responds with a similar smile. The other presidents exchange glances, silently lamenting. President Lin seems intent on merging the Ability Users Guild with the military. Wu Wei, taken aback, questions Lin Shi's intentions. Are you suggesting, Lin Shi, with a cordial demeanor, clarifies, indeed, all ability users must undergo military training. The military will provide the training equipment, while we will offer the venue. Naturally, we cannot ask you to work for free. We will compensate you with points at a reasonable rate for hiring or leasing your services. The only stipulation is that if any member of the Ability Users Guild wishes to join the military post-training, they must not do so without the unanimous consent of the 9 presidents. Otherwise, it will be deemed a provocation, necessitating public accountability for the responsible parties, and such ability users will be permanently expelled from the military. Chapter 219. President Lin's determination. The military's recent aggressive purge has made Lin Shi acutely aware of the frailty of the Ability Users Guild. While the guild may submit to the military's dominance, it should not lack the means to retaliate. The guild can abstain from obstructing the military but must possess the capacity to restrain it. Currently, the Yi family controls the central base without issue. But what if circumstances were to change? What if, after the apocalypse, someone were to exploit the military to massacre ability users? Ability users represent the future of humanity, evolving in ways that surpass others. The other presidents have finally settled their thoughts. Although President Lin typically refrains from meddling, she is unafraid to take decisive action when it matters. Wu Wei, chuckling, leans back in his chair. Oh dear. I'm afraid I don't quite grasp President Lin's intent. Lin Shi, feigning surprise, responds, Oh, you don't understand? That's quite all right. I can wait. Whenever you come to comprehend, we shall reconvene. In the previous era, ability users only emerged once the higher-ranking military personnel had fallen in battle. While she wishes to safeguard the military's ability users, she must also ensure a path remains open for others. Wu Wei, despite his ignorance, knows that Yi Chen is fully aware of this reasoning. Frustrated, Wu Wei nudges Yi Chen beneath the table, but receives no response. Instead, he can only glare at Lin Shi, whose demeanor suggests she regards him as inconsequential. With a sigh, he finally speaks. This matter is not solely mine to decide. I must report to my superiors. He seeks to bypass the inconsequential higher-ups. Lin Shi, ever accommodating, replies, I shall await your report. Yiming observes their exchange with amusement. Oh dear, we seem to have digressed. Returning to the main issue, there likely aren't too many hunting teams capable of taking down 5th-tier mutated beasts at present, yet transportation remains a significant challenge. You have all experienced it. Traveling overland can take 1 or 2 months at best. Considering the number of fifth-tier mutated beasts, it is certain that we would be stretched too thin. If conditions worsen, we may find ourselves unable to respond in time. Thus, aerial transportation must be considered. Zhao Ziyang, his expression solemn, responds, aerial transportation? While encountering a swarm of mutated birds on the ground may be manageable, facing them in the air complicates matters significantly. Even parachuting becomes problematic. Why Yiming's expression grows serious in response to this statement. You are correct. Hence, the Research Institute has been tirelessly working on developing a disruptor, an instrument designed to repel birds using ultrasonic waves. However, the current challenge lies in the production and efficacy of the disruptor, which is based on theoretical knowledge and cannot replicate real-life scenarios for testing. We need to validate its effectiveness against various types of mutated bird swarms and ascertain whether flight speed will be impacted, all of which can only be confirmed through practical application. Therefore, we hope that the hunting team can collaborate with our researchers, traveling by aircraft to conduct missions while simultaneously fine-tuning the instrument. While the mood among the others is somewhat somber, Lin Shi feels quite the opposite. If safe aerial travel becomes a reality, her operational radius could expand exponentially, freeing her from the confines of traversing the Earth daily. Furthermore, she could venture far and wide in search of the remaining 2 pearls. I understand your intention. I too hope for the prompt development of the disruptor so that life can improve for everyone involved. How about this? Initially, we won't need too many team members. I can represent the Ability Users Guild. Once the disruptor stabilizes, we can involve other teams. Lin Shi is not overly concerned about potential mishaps. She possesses her spatial abilities. Wu Wei, sensing trouble, realizes he must act quickly to silence Yi Chun. But before he can, Yi Chun's resolute voice rings out. The military has me. Naturally, he cannot act against Yi Chun in front of an audience. Wu Wei can only watch in frustration as Yiming appears oblivious to the tension. The research center will dispatch 2 researchers to ensure the successful completion of the calibration work. The presidents had previously understood Zhao Ziyong to be Lin Shi's representative, yet through this encounter, they have come to genuinely respect her. She is willing to take risks herself and will never regard others as expendable. Ultimately, it is decided that Lin Shi and Yi Chun will lead the researchers in testing while simultaneously hunting down the mutated beasts. Once the test results are available, other teams will be permitted to take to the skies. Lin Shi's proposal is swiftly relayed to Yi Yuntian. Wu Wei grumbles, and they say we need the signatures of all 9 of us. 9, now, with ability users unsure of when they will return from their tasks. Should I wish to recruit someone? No. If someone genuinely wishes to join the military, how on earth am I to gather 9 presidents? It's not like I'm summoning a divine dragon. He glares at Yi Chun, who offers no assistance, his own position seemingly compromised. Luo Qingzhou smiles slightly, having intended to trip someone else but inadvertently stumbled himself. It's hardly a challenge. The regulations of the Ability Users Guild were originally designed to impose constraints, so relaxing them now is quite reasonable. However, Lin Shi's proposal takes him by surprise. Did she state her reasoning? Wu Wei, though seemingly carefree, is quite astute and possesses a remarkable memory, which is why he was able to take Yi Chun's previous position. Her original words were, the ability users of the guild are also a part of Huagua's military strength. If we do not train them, should war arise, would we not be at a disadvantage? Yi Yuntian and Luo Qingzhou feel a weight in their hearts. After some reflection, Yi Yuntian concedes. What she says is indeed correct. These individuals represent Huagua's strength. Let us agree to her proposal. Dispatch the finest instructors and allocate additional resources to ensure these individuals are thoroughly trained. In addition to the collaboration between both parties, what measures should be taken to achieve maximum efficiency with minimal effort? Please devise a plan. Yi Chun, you are in charge of this matter. He cast a glance at Yi Chun beside him, as Yi Yuntian had assigned him to directly oversee this task. Understood. Yi Chun responded promptly. He notified Lin Shi even more swiftly, and within half an hour, she was already informed. How is it that your grandfather is so agreeable? The approval from Elder Yi was anticipated, but the provision of both resources and personnel was beyond her expectations. Of course, he will wholeheartedly support you, as your actions are justified. Yi Chun remarked with a sense of inevitability. He chuckled, adding, if you require assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I will take full responsibility for this matter. Lin Shi smirked slightly. This matter does not fall under my purview. It should be Zhao Ziyong who seeks you out when needed. Yi Chun. Lin Shi had indeed played no part in the proceedings. She merely pointed out the direction, leaving the rest to Zhao Ziyong. Zhao Ziyong, realizing the task at hand was too much for one person, enlisted the help of Su Guangqing, Wu Lingshu, and Yin Xiaoyu to tackle the issue together. Although Wu Lingshu was not an ability user, she had meticulously revised many of the regulations governing the Ability Users Union. With the establishment of the Ability Users Union at the central base, it could also serve as a model for its subordinate bases. Previously, the Ability Users Union had consisted of scattered individuals. From this point forward, it would begin to operate as a legitimate organization. The subsidies, benefits, and medical care for ability users were meticulously arranged, with varying levels of treatment based on rank. The welfare and benefits for ability users who sacrificed in combat would align more closely with those of the military. Additionally, an ability users inspection team was established to eradicate corrupt practices. The atmosphere became lively, with even Lin Wuwu and the baby often venturing out to observe the excitement. The Ability Users Union also sought to recruit mutated beasts, though there were few individuals skilled in taming animals. Consequently, they covertly approached the military dog training center to recruit personnel, which infuriated Wu Wei, prompting him to rush over to Lin Shi to discuss the matter. Unable to endure his incessant complaints, Lin Shi could only respond, "It's just a part-time job, just part-time. Let him bring a few people along. You can't just hoard everything for yourselves." At this juncture, the Ability Users Union began to engage in healthy competition with the military. Chapter 220. Achievements of the Research Institute. The Research Center worked tirelessly to complete the assembly of the disruptor and dispatched young researchers Jiang Yongping and Qi Ming to assist with installation and adjustments. Lin Shi, accompanied by Lin Wuwu, boarded the helicopter. Lin Wuwu curiously sniffed around, intrigued by the idea that this contraption could carry them into the skies. Wei Chan and Zhou were also fully equipped, with Zhou piloting the aircraft, accompanied by Tsangyu, who could at least fly, providing an extra layer of support in case of emergencies. It wasn't that Zhou had tamed Tsangyu. Rather, Tsangyu had acknowledged him as a subordinate. During one occasion when he was besieged by mutated beasts, unable to lift his head from behind a steel plate, Tsangyu flew over, enraged, and with a flurry of ice arrows and its steel claws, rescued Zhou. This act moved Zhou profoundly, bringing him to tears, while Tsangyu disdainfully waved him off with a wing. Lin Wuwu once told her, "Ah Wu, Tsangyu considers Zhou a subordinate. It can be bullied by him, but not by others." This could be seen as a form of semi-domestication, as long as it could be utilized to their advantage. The group prepared their parachutes and, amid the eager anticipation of the crowd, took off towards Base 26. The helicopter was set to fly for 3 hours, whereas driving on the ground would take at least 20 days. However, each minute spent in the helicopter posed the risk of an attack from mutated birds, which could lead to a complete disaster. Even Lin Shi did not dare to be complacent. Her mental energy was constantly attuned to the surroundings of the aircraft. At high altitudes, the arrival of a mutated bird like Tsangyu could potentially compromise the integrity of the helicopter's steel frame. As she pondered this, she voiced her concerns. That shouldn't be an issue. These steel plates have been reforged using the abilities of metal-type users. That's precisely why we brought Zhou along. Even if they do breach, he can repair it, Yichin assured her. "Sister, I can help too. I'm also a metal-type user." Jiang Yongping raised his hand enthusiastically. Having been confined to the base daily, he relished the opportunity to stretch his wings, so to speak. "Aren't you busy constructing vehicles? Why the sudden shift to aircraft?" Lin Shi groaned. "Not just that. I can even create components on the fly." Jiang Yongping proudly gestured towards the disruptor, and a rough prototype materialized in his hands. Lin Shi's expression darkened further. It was astonishing that the research center would even part with such a precious item. Qi Ming, considerably more reserved than Jiang Yongping, silently manipulated a control panel, displaying an impressive level of skill, undoubtedly marking him as a future star of the research center, which only intensified Lin Shi's pressure. She certainly did not wish to be burdened with these two prodigies each time they ventured out. "Is this contraption difficult to operate? If so, perhaps you could instruct us on the adjustments. Next time, you need not accompany us." Qi Ming paused for a moment before unleashing a torrent of specialized terminology upon Lin Shi. Lin Wuwu listened intently, but comprehended not a single word. Clutching her furry face and exclaiming, "Ah Wu, what's this shoveling shit about? Is he reciting a spell?" Observing the confusion of both the girl and the tiger, Jiang Yongping burst into laughter. Overwhelmed by the barrage of technical jargon, Lin Shi felt less inclined to engage in conversation. "All right, I understand now. I want to be able to shake off these two geniuses anytime soon, Yi Chun suggested. I believe we should consider bringing Su Guangqing or Rogers next time. Their mental abilities offer a broader range of detection than ours. Lin Shi remained non-committal. With her present, this concern was moot, but indeed, such arrangements could be beneficial for other teams in the future. Fortunately, they managed to land at Base 26 without encountering any mutated bird flocks, leaving them to wonder whether it was sheer luck or the disruptor that had proven effective. More trials would be needed to confirm its efficacy. This time, they encountered two 6-meter-tall mutated macaques, both at rank 5, with Yi Chen, Zhou Yi, and Song Yu taking the lead in the assault, while Lin Shi and Lin Wuwu provided support. After 3 hours, Lin Shi delivered the final blow. Not bad. Let's see how long we can hold out next time, she observed with satisfaction as the two men trembled from exertion, handing them a bottle of water. Lin Shi beckoned Song Yu. Song Yu remained wary of her, clearly remembering how she had incinerated all its feathers in a prior encounter, causing it to take a long time to grow back. Although she only mixed a touch of well water, Song Yu could not resist the allure of energy, cautiously flying to Lin Shi's side. She praised it. You performed exceptionally today. Here is your reward. Given that it had shielded Zhou Yi from several fatal attacks, it certainly deserved some acknowledgement. Once tamed, a hawk would remain fiercely loyal to its master, never recognizing another. Zhou Yi, in his navette, indeed possessed a stroke of luck. When Song Yu was at its lowest, he did not resort to taming methods, but rather treated it as a partner, preserving its dignity. Though somewhat clumsy, his sincerity earned Song Yu's heartfelt recognition, albeit with some reluctance. Song Yu displayed a certain elegance while drinking, tilting its neck after each sip. After resting for a night at Base 26, they swiftly set off for Base 17. This flight was relatively short, as it was merely a preliminary test, with flight durations kept within 4 hours. As for bases located further than 4 hours away, they would have to wait until the disruptor's technology matured further before venturing there. Having departed from the central base 5 days prior, they had consecutively eliminated mutated beasts near 3 different bases. By chance, they stumbled upon a mutated plant just as they disembarked from the aircraft, nearly having the helicopter dragged away. During their aerial flights over these past days, they had encountered several attacks from mutated bird flocks, though the numbers were not as overwhelming as those encountered near Base 39. Qi Ming and Jiang Yongping whispered among themselves for quite some time before approaching Yi Chun to report that the initial adjustments of their disruptor had been completed, requiring them to return to the research center for further calibration. Naturally, Lin Shi had no objections. Resolving the high-ranking mutated beasts for 3 survival bases within 5 days was a remarkable achievement. Everything was progressing in a positive direction, except for Qing Bao, who sensed not even the faintest trace of the Gen Earth Pearl. Lin Shi had discussed this with Qing Bao, theorizing that the earthquake was not instigated by the Gen Earth Pearl. Rather, it was likely a consequence of an overwhelming energy impact on the world, resulting in alterations within the Earth's core, thereby triggering the earthquake. However, the exact influence of the Gen Earth Pearl on the earthquake remained uncertain. The Research Institute had also begun yielding results. Just as everyone believed the disruptor was the pinnacle of their achievements, they unveiled the ability enhancement liquid. Extracted from energy crystals, this liquid was dissolved and stored in transparent vials, each containing 20 milliliters. When consumed during moments of energy depletion, it could swiftly restore nearly 80% of one's abilities. However, it could not be taken continuously. A minimum interval of 4 hours was required between doses to avoid irreversible harm to the body. Despite this, the ability enhancement liquid was a groundbreaking product. With just one vial, every ability user essentially gained an additional lease on life. Only Lin Shi knew that the emergence of the ability enhancement liquid had arrived 2 years early. Furthermore, this was merely the first generation of enhancement liquid. As technology advanced, second and third generations would soon follow, with improved efficacy and shorter intervals between doses. Chapter 221. The Golden Tiger Saddle. The Research Institute also introduced new edible species, with the mutated earthworm prominently featured. Due to its meatiness, docility, and ease of cultivation, mass farming of mutated earthworms commenced within the base. Accompanying the cultivation efforts are the lower-tier mutated spiders. While these creatures may not be edible, their silk possesses remarkable utility. Capable of being fashioned into temperature-regulating garments, with higher-tier spider silk exhibiting superior quality. Take, for instance, the high-tier spider silk brought back by Lin Shi. It is impervious to fire and bullets, lightweight, breathable, and provides insulation. The Research Institute plans to develop protective combat suits from it, pricing them at 20,000 points. Additionally, weapons and daggers crafted from the scales and claws of various mutated birds and beasts have also appeared on the points exchange list in the task hall, with prices ranging from several thousand to tens of thousands. The Institute has also compiled a guide featuring the mutated birds, beasts, and plants discovered thus far, marking their biological characteristics and fatal weaknesses to help ability users respond adeptly. With accessible weaponry, along with ability-enhancing fluids and mutation guides, the willingness of ability users to venture out for hunting has surged, resulting in a bustling atmosphere in the task hall. Generally, tasks to exterminate higher-tier creatures are undertaken by individuals such as Lin Shi, Yi Qin, and Zhao Zhiyong, while those below Tier 5 are managed by other teams, often collaborating in groups. The authorities have also issued numerous escort missions, such as safeguarding a convoy to a base and then from that base to another, which ability users humorously refer to as delivering goods. The frequent interactions between bases have allowed newly developed items from the central base to flow to various subordinate bases. Though ability users tend to be more financially comfortable than ordinary individuals, they are constrained by purchasing regulations, leaving them with little opportunity for additional expenditures. However, from this moment onward, all ability users have been galvanized, eager to exchange points for life-saving items, then hunt to earn more points and enhance their abilities. Since their first helicopter trip, Lin Shi and Yi Chun have traversed the nearby bases extensively, engaging in multiple encounters with various flocks of birds, thus providing invaluable data support to the Research Institute. As for bases further afield, their exploration will depend on the Institute's overall arrangements. Following the incident involving Elder Yi, the management of the research center has become more stringent, and Lin Shi feels as if she resides in a secluded paradise, isolated from the commotion of the base. The disturbances within the base do not affect her in the slightest. She exhibits little interest in the weapons displayed in the task hall, as none can compare to those custom-made for her by Qin Yuanxi. One day, following a note from Yi Chun, she sought out a skilled craftsman. The craftsman, appearing robust and under 60, with a slightly tan complexion, wore a blue-gray apron. Yi Chun had helped Lin Shi find this craftsman, who, before the apocalypse, specialized in handmade saddles and has since created saddles for various mutated creatures. Upon seeing Lin Shi, he recalled her cautious demeanor while riding on the back of a giant tiger. Lin Wu Wu, now of considerable size, is well suited to carry Lin Shi, yet riding on the tiger's back can be quite uncomfortable. At times, the tiger forgets its strength, causing Lin Shi to be jostled. Otherwise, it suffers from Lin Shi's grip on its nape. Thus, he suggested that Lin Shi customize a saddle, ensuring comfort for both rider and mount. Upon hearing this, Lin Shi was intrigued and wasted no time in pursuing the idea. Hold still, we need to take measurements. Downstairs in a residential building, the enormous orange-gold tiger stood pitifully in front of the craftsman, who measured its chest and back, drawing curious glances from passers-by. Lin Wu Wu's size made it impossible for him to fit inside the small workshop, necessitating the measurements to be taken outdoors. All right, please head upstairs to see what style you like, and whether you want any carvings or what color of leather you prefer. The craftsman, accustomed to dealing with mutated beasts, remained composed in the presence of the giant tiger. Moreover, with Lin Shi putting down a deposit of 500 points, the craftsman felt reassured, knowing that Lin Shi's investment would afford her a good deal of sustenance for the next several months. Hearing the craftsman's words, Lin Wu Wu eagerly followed him. After a few steps, however, they found the staircase too narrow, prompting Lin Shi to remember to revert him back to his smaller form. After taking the measurements, the craftsman would need to handcraft the saddle, which would likely take some time. Lin Shi chose a low-key black-gray leather from the pile, yet Lin Wu Wu unearthed a roll of golden leather from some hidden corner. The craftsman, seeing this long-neglected leather suddenly coveted by the large tiger, felt a wave of delight. This color is splendid. Only the finest steeds could be adorned with such a hue, while ordinary horses simply cannot handle it. He dusted off the leather and laid it out, boldly measuring it against the already diminished form of the tiger. Just look at that. It's no wonder that Wu Xiaoyi is the king of tigers. This color suits him perfectly, while a more ordinary tiger would be overshadowed by such brilliance. Lin Wu Wu, upon hearing this, was even more delighted, frequently glancing back at the leather draped over him. Lin Shi wiped her face, contemplating that the craftsman must have previously worked in sales, as such words seemed far-fetched. This gleaming gold looks like a fortune. Who would want such a thing on their mount? It would blind anyone who saw it. The craftsman, finally sensing Lin Xi's discontent, felt regret for a moment. He had no choice but to produce a piece of black-brown leather instead, which significantly improved Lin Xi's expression. Smack! Lin Wu sent the black-brown leather flying with a gust of wind. The hefty paw unceremoniously landed on the golden leather, exclaiming, "Oh, I want this one. This one is unattractive and gaudy." Lin Xi attempted to sway its aesthetic preferences. "Oh, I don't want it. I want this." The little tiger stood its ground, eyes wide and resolute. "Rebellious child," Lin Xi sighed, conceding that if it didn't he find it ugly, why should she care? So what if it was a bit flashy? It mattered not. She would see who dared to ridicule her. For the overly ostentatious tiger saddle, Lin Xi selected the plainest design, prioritizing durability and functionality over ornamentation. Life within the base was neither too hot nor too cold. A sensation Lin Xi cherished. However, this feeling was destined to be short-lived, as the time remaining until the catastrophic earthquake of her previous life was merely a month. The base had also initiated earthquake warnings, disseminating knowledge on survival in the event of seismic activity. Yi Chun was busily occupied, and his grandfather had made it abundantly clear that since there was no escaping the earthquake, their focus must shift to post-disaster reconstruction. From the onset of the base's construction, seismic resistance requirements had been integrated, which is why the buildings were not permitted to rise too high, as a precaution against earthquakes. Theoretically, if the earthquake did not exceed magnitude 8, the structures would remain largely intact. However, should it reach 9 or 10, they would be at the mercy of fate. Furthermore, precautions against plagues and famines were necessary. The limited supply of traditional Chinese medicine, Western medicine, medical equipment, drinking water, and food had to be stored in a dispersed manner to safeguard at least a portion of them. Would the announcement of an impending earthquake lead to upheaval within the base? Certainly, but the extent of the disturbance would not be significant, as people had grown accustomed to it. After all, where else could they go? The survivors within the base, after glancing around in confusion, resumed their daily routines, returning to work or home. Over the years, they had endured numerous natural disasters, and the base was the sole entity capable of providing them with protection, since escaping to the outside world would not guarantee safety. It was far better to remain within the base, which had become humanity's last sanctuary following the apocalypse. Chapter 222. The earthquake has finally arrived. Another 2 weeks passed, and a batch of spherical lifeboats arrived at the Research Institute's basement, with crucial research materials gradually being transferred inside. In response to Lin Xi's inquiries, Qin Yuanxi expressed little concern for his safety. These are lifeboats preserved with the collective effort of the nation before the apocalypse. Unfortunately, the quantity is still far too limited. We will place essential materials inside. In time, someone will surely be able to research them. Is that not enough? Lin Xi's voice dipped in tone. Even 10 or 100 times more would not suffice. It is what it is, Qin Yuanxi replied with a gentle smile, his eyes clear and bright. Lin Xi realized that she had 10 lifeboats in her own space, and for the first time, she felt that her reserves were insufficient. In the past, she had thought that 10 lifeboats would be ample. Lin Xi ventured into the planting area and informed Qingbao that the moment the earthquake struck, all medicinal herbs must be collected into her space. As time progressed, the date of the earthquake warning drew ever closer. In recent days, many individuals chose to sleep outdoors, feeling a greater sense of security in the open air. The base began to take a break, and most people opted to stay with their families. That night, Lin Xi noticed something peculiar about Lin Wu. He was restless and unable to remain still. He conveyed to Lin Xi that there was a cacophony underground, agitating him. Lin Xi immediately brought the cats into her space and, after soothing Lin Wu, prepared to head outside. The sounds of chaos had already begun to permeate the air, with numerous mutated beasts running amok in the streets. Upon reaching the ground floor, Lin Xi placed a lifeboat in the courtyard and knocked on Qin Yuanxi's door. Upon seeing the lifeboat in the courtyard, Qin Yuanxi paused. That is, he glanced at Lin Xi but refrained from speaking further. "Uncle Qin, please go inside. There are 7 days' worth of supplies in there. This lifeboat can accommodate 6 individuals." "And you?" Qin Yuanxi noticed Lin Xi's reluctance to enter. "I have very important matters to attend to. Don't worry, I will survive, and you must too," Lin Xi asserted earnestly. Qingbao had told her that the moment the Earth's crust fractures was the prime opportunity to find the Jin Earth Pearl. Qin Yuanxi was at a loss for words. He understood he could not dissuade her and could only echo his usual farewell. Come back early. I will wait for you at home. Lin Shi smiled and nodded, then set out with Lin Wu Wu. She arrived near the Yi residence, where Yi Yun Tian was absent, as he and Yi Chun were stationed at the command center. This was Lin Shi's first visit to the Yi family, and their courtyard was significantly larger than hers. She placed another lifeboat in the courtyard and set 5 more outside, hoping that the research center could preserve as many sparks of hope as possible. The dazzlingly golden harness of the great tiger, Wu Wu, had been donned, and Lin Shi leaped gracefully to secure herself upon the formidable beast's back. This harness proved to be remarkably effective. She leaned down to whisper in Wu Wu's ear, urging, "Seek out lightning." With a flick of its tail, Wu Wu took off with elongated strides. They soon noticed that the research center had dispatched additional troops, their faces set in grim determination, pledging to protect humanity's most invaluable assets at all costs. Upon exiting the research center, Lin Shi encountered a multitude of mutated beasts, now rampant and unmanageable. She instructed Qing Bao to confine these aberrations within her spatial realm, designating a temporary sanctuary for them. Upon reaching the military dog training center, the atmosphere was equally tumultuous, and Qing Bao efficiently contained the chaotic creatures there as well. Lin Shi hesitated to transport humans into her space. Human nature was inscrutable, a lesson she had learned well in her previous life. However, she felt no trepidation regarding the military dogs, their pups, and the mutated beasts. At this moment, though the sun had yet to rise, the sky was alight with dawn. And Wu Wu led her toward the city gate. As they traversed the grand square, Lin Shi discerned that the command center had relocated there, sensing that Yi Chen was also present. The ground beneath them began to tremble, resonating with ominous rumblings from the depths below. Gritting her teeth, Lin Shi instructed Qing Bao to place 2 life pods in their tent before turning to depart. The sudden appearance of the life pods startled Luo Qingzhou, who exclaimed, "What is this familiar sensation?" Upon entering the tent, Yi Yuntian's visage darkened as he bellowed, "Did I not command you to send everything to the research center? Why are there still pods here?" Luo Qingzhou replied softly, "We did not leave a single one behind. They were all delivered." This appeared out of nowhere. Yi Yuntian immediately fell silent, realizing that this was the child again employing some unknown means to deliver them. "I sent them. Is there an issue?" Yi Chen burst into the tent, swiftly taking responsibility for the situation. Moments ago, he had felt a sudden weight in his backpack, discovering 2 extra bottles of water during his inspection, which had led him to this realization. Yi Yuntian, weary of Yi Chen's nonsensical claims, turned his attention to a message from his son, stating that 6 additional life pods had appeared at the research center, prompting them to send someone to retrieve one. A bitter smile crept across Yi Yuntian's face. Despite all their preparations, they still found themselves relying on that child's efforts. Lin Shi retained a single life pod, confident in her spatial abilities and Wu Wu's assistance. One was sufficient as a precaution. The ground continued to quake, as if an unstoppable force were poised to erupt from below. For reasons unknown, Lin Shi felt an instinctive assurance that locating the Gen 2 pearl, even if it could not prevent the impending earthquake, might at least mitigate the current turmoil. She swiftly inquired of Qing Bao, "Do you sense anything?" "Not yet," Qing Bao responded, scanning the surroundings. Lin Shi began to survey the area as well, her gaze settling on the towering city walls. She patted Wu Wu and gestured toward that direction. "Wu Wu, look there, at the highest point of the city wall. Can you reach it?" Wu Wu, without answering, lifted its head and stomped its front paws before charging toward the wall with all its might. Just before colliding with the structure, it leaped upward, using the wall to gain leverage, its legs unleashing a surge of power that propelled it upward, racing along the vertical surface as if riding on clouds. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the city wall, the resplendent golden harness gleamed brightly, capturing the attention of all in the square. After Wu Wu ascended, it let out a triumphant roar, proclaiming its identity alongside Lin Shi. Yi Chen fixed his gaze intently on the figures atop the wall. Suddenly, a violent tremor surged through the ground, causing it to shake uncontrollably until it cracked open, eliciting terrified screams from the masses. Lin Shi too felt the wall sway, while the terrain outside the base undulated like a frenzied ocean. Qing Bao swooped down, exclaiming, "Found it!" Lin Shi immediately commanded, "Tell it to remain still and wait. We will go to find it. Do not move." Trusting her instincts, She feared that allowing it to roam freely underground would exacerbate the already catastrophic earthquake. Chapter 223. The retrieval of the Gen 2 pearl before Lin she could utter a word. Wu Wu, unusually in sync with her thoughts, dashed forward. The massive tiger took several steps back before sprinting from the top of the wall, a gust of wind roaring beneath its feet to ensure a steady landing. The earth continued to tremble, deep fissures appearing like scars across the terrain. In such dire circumstances, no vehicles could traverse, leaving only Wu Wu to assist in their search for stable ground. This earthquake persisted for 5 minutes, and Lin she wondered about the situation within the base. Glancing back, she saw that the formidable city walls remained upright, albeit shedding bricks and stones. The ground ceased its violent shaking, allowing Wu Wu to regain some speed, though the rapid pace risked straying near the perilously soft edges of the cracks. While leaping over one such fissure, Wu Wu miscalculated its step, leaving its hind legs dangling precariously. It could only cling to the edge with its front paws. As Lin she gasped in alarm, preparing to draw it into her space. Yet Wu Wu unleashed a gust of wind, hoisting itself back up. The great tiger huffed, shaken but unscathed, eager to prove its mettle. It had almost stumbled at a critical moment, but its quick reflexes had saved it. Lin she affectionately stroked its neck, reassured. Despite Wu Wu's imposing stature, it was still her little one. Oh, not worry. We can still enter the space. You are truly remarkable, Wu Wu. She prepared a large basin of well water for it to replenish its energy. Qingbao, how much further? Lin she also drank from the well water. Qingbao gestured animatedly. It seems to be about 100 Qingbao distances away. Qingbao can stray 3,000 meters from her, so 100 equated to 300 kilometers, much closer than Lin she had anticipated. She felt an increasing urgency to locate the Gen 2 pearl, as Wu Wu's speed was insufficient in her spatial storage. She rummaged for a sandy-colored H-6 Little Bird helicopter. Compact and swift, it could operate without a jammer. Although she had not piloted this model before, she meticulously studied it and, after 20 minutes, deciphered how to take off. This earthquake was significantly less intense than in her previous life, yet Lin she could not ascertain whether this was related to the Gen 2 pearl's presence. With Wu Wu secured in her space, she boarded the helicopter, donned her headset, and gently pushed the control stick, following Qingbao southward. She ordered Qingbao to capture any mutated birds they encountered, as she could not afford to be distracted while piloting. The AH-6 Little Bird helicopter boasted a maximum speed of 280 kilometers per hour, though Lin she did not push it to that limit. After nearly 2 hours of flying, she finally landed at the location Qingbao indicated. The solid ground beneath her offered a sigh of relief as she caught up with Qingbao. They arrived at a grassy expanse, devoid of trees or flowers, only rich soil spread before them. Following Qingbao's instructions, Lin she connected her consciousness to the space and extended her mental energy into the ground below. Shortly, she noticed a patch of soil loosening, a small figure emerging from within. More accurately, it was a tiny, featureless clay figure, so small. How disappointing, Lin she thought, fearing she had misjudged. After becoming accustomed to the larger fire and water pearls, this diminutive clay figure seemed almost comically tiny. Even smaller than Qingbao, barely fitting in her palm. As she extended her hand, the animated little figure quickly climbed onto her palm, reaching out as if to touch Lin she's forehead. She swiftly averted her head. Recalling that these elemental treasures could communicate, Lin she scrutinized it closely. You are the Gen 2 pearl? The little figure nodded vigorously. I do not know how you arrived in this world, but a great earthquake is occurring. Do you possess any means to reduce its severity? The little figure remained silent, seemingly unable to respond. Qingbao floated closer, their exchange unclear. Finally, the little figure nodded, leaping from Lin she's hand and disappearing into the earth, leaving her uncertain of its intentions. After a brief wait, the little figure resurfaced, stamping its feet and stirring up a cloud of dust. Lin she looked around, feeling nothing amiss. She glanced at Qingbao, who chirped, "It has gone to reprimand the soil. Some obey, but others do not listen, and it cannot do much. Well, it has done its best." Lin she mused, realizing she could not rely solely on this minuscule creature to alleviate the global earthquake. Perhaps it was her own folly to expect such a small entity to wield that kind of power. With no other options, she placed the little figure on her forehead, where it seemed to knock gently. Before vanishing, Wu Wu emerged from the space, proclaiming its desire to protect her, greatly comforting Lin. This time, she did not feel faint from retrieving the Jin 2 pearl. Instead, she felt slightly fatigued, choosing to lie down on the dusty ground. Wu Wu nestled beside her, offering its soft, ample belly for support. She stroked it, noting that its texture was rougher than that of the little milk tiger. 3 hours later, Lin had fully regained her strength. The first thing she did was draw well water from the space, attempting to take a hearty sip. The water flowed through her internal organs. A surge of energy collided with every part of her body, producing a resounding thud from within. Her extraordinary abilities ascended to the 7th tier. Lin was not taken aback. She had already reached the 6th tier when she collected the fire pearl. Currently, having retrieved 4 out of 5 treasures, her elevation to the 7th tier was not considered rapid. She recalled Lin Wu Wu into the space, urging Qingbao to allow it to drink more well water. She piloted the helicopter towards the base, feeling a twinge of anxiety, uncertain of the situation at the base. While she concentrated on flying, she was oblivious to the tremors below, which seemed to have diminished considerably, no longer resembling the catastrophic upheaval of before. She did not return directly to the base. Instead, she landed the helicopter some distance away and switched to riding Lin Wu Wu, now at the 6th tier. Lin Wu Wu galloped forth like a gust of wind. In mere moments, they arrived at the city wall, which was eerily quiet, with no one entering or exiting, only 4 guards lingering anxiously at the gate. Observing from afar, she noted the wall had sustained damage but bore no significant cracks, far better than she had anticipated. "President Lin, when did you go out?" one guard exclaimed, astonished. She smiled without answering. "You all are unharmed, I trust?" "We're fine. It was manageable beneath the wall," the guard reassured, having regained composure. Lin Wu Wu carried Lin into the base. The grand square was also fractured, with severe damage to the pavement, and many buildings adjacent to the cracks had collapsed, yet at least half still stood. Sounds of weeping and groans filled the air, as many individuals and soldiers were engaged in rescue efforts. Lin Wu Wu paused, gazing intently in one direction, hesitating to move forward. To the left, a building had toppled into a crevice, where several bloodied individuals were attempting to pull others from the edge. Lin Wu Wu unleashed a small gust, lifting those at the brink to safety. Once they emerged, they embraced one another, weeping uncontrollably, their tears mingling with blood. She dismounted, looking into Lin Wu Wu's clear eyes and gently patting its head. "Go on. My dear, I am at the small building. Do whatever you wish. To this day, what could possibly remain beyond Lin's protection?" Chapter 224. The survivors. Lin Wu Wu affectionately nudged her before heading in another direction. Per Lin's instructions, Qingbao released the other mutated beasts and military dogs to seek their respective owners, while the cubs would remain in the space nursery for now. Even if the devastation was not absolute, the vast base was still left in disarray. Injured, missing, and crushed, countless casualties lay strewn across the ground. Though temporary hospitals had set up tents, it was woefully insufficient. She surveyed the scene, her heart swelling with gratitude. It was a marked improvement from her previous life. A young nurse, barely 18 or 19, was stained with black grime and blood, her face and hair encrusted with dirt, as she tended to the injured while weeping. The air was thick with cries and wails. The older nurses moved with astonishing speed, their faces devoid of expression. Their voices were hoarse. "We have no anesthetics left. If you wish to live, endure." She recalled the stockpiled medical supplies she had amassed. What was the purpose of hoarding them? Even animals retained a semblance of compassion. Surely, she could not be less than that. She selected various external and commonly used medications, filling 2 containers, along with some dried sweet potatoes, dried potatoes, and even dried corn. She had no idea when they had been planted. Finding a secluded spot, she set up the 3 largest tents, placing the urgently needed medications inside, while the other 2 tents were filled with the dried food. This would suffice. The number of containers was limited, and Qingbao would need to tidy up the space, which she could not bear to relinquish. She sketched a route map to send to Yichen via Imo. She then headed towards the research center, only to discover that the 3 identity verification checkpoints still stood. Despite their dust-covered appearances and thick bandages stained with blood, she entered the living area, where small groups of people sat silently on the ground. The earth and debris scattered about. The research center, as anticipated, remained the most structurally sound. The building had not collapsed, though large fissures marred the ground, revealing numerous bodies in deep green uniforms alongside boulders. Lin Shi observed the trails of blood in silence. Senior sister, Jiang Yongping rushed towards her, his eyes red and swollen, stifling sobs. A sense of dread washed over her. This could not be. She had meticulously arranged everything before her departure. "Where is your master?" she inquired urgently. Did he? Jiang Yongping's lips quivered. He was injured. Lin Shi's heart, which had been hanging by a thread, finally eased. An injury was manageable. She frowned. "What's the matter?" "It's just an injury. He will recover." "Why are you crying like this?" "But wait, didn't he enter the escape pod?" "Take me to him." Jiang Yongping quickly led her to a tent, explaining that Qin Yuanxi had not entered the escape pod at all. Inside were him, Qi Ming, Mu Xiaolin, Huang Baoying, Tian Yu, and Fang Xiaoqi. Just before dawn, as the earthquake commenced, Yiming and Qin Yuanxi had ushered their group of young researchers into the escape pods. There were 7 pods in total, occupied by them and the children. When the ground split open, several older professors had fallen, but the guards had risked their lives to pull them back up. Sadly, some guards had been killed by falling debris, with several still unconscious. Old Zheng had a broken leg, Qin Yuanxi an injured arm, and Yiming bore a long gash across his back. As Jiang Yongping spoke, tears streamed down his cheeks, and he hastily wiped them, only smearing more dirt across his face. Choking on his words, he felt utterly useless. He often boasted of being an extraordinary individual, yet when danger struck, it was their teachers, devoid of any powers, who had shielded them. Overwhelmed with guilt and sorrow, he could do nothing but weep for those who had sacrificed their lives for their survival. Lin Shi understood his feelings deeply, having experienced them in her previous life. She gently patted his back, offering silent comfort. At that moment, she oddly thought of Rogers. Perhaps many survivors in the aftermath of the earthquake would need his guidance, and she wondered if he had survived. Upon entering the sole remaining tent, she found it filled with the injured, some severely wounded lying on beds, while others rested on the ground. Qin Yuanxi sat dazedly, dust coating his hair, his forehead bruised. His arm in a sling and bloodstains marking half his face. He looked pitiful yet remarkably alive. "Shi, you're back," he exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Lin Shi. She felt a surge of anger. It was not right for him to risk himself to save others. Could he not have allowed one of the 6 positions to remain unoccupied? The usually oblivious Qin Yuanxi suddenly sensed her discontent. He quickly produced a compressed biscuit and a bottle of water. "Are you hungry? Eat up." Seeing his chapped lips, Lin Shi felt deflated. What was the point of being angry with him? She obediently took them. "Yes, I'm famished." Qin Yuanxi beamed, relieved that Lin Shi was not upset with his recklessness. Old Zheng lay on a makeshift bed, his broken leg propped up with branches. He shielded the upper half of his face with an arm, leaving Lin Shi to see only tufts of dirty white hair and hear the occasional sniffling, as though he too were weeping. Qin Yuanxi noticed as well. Those lives were far too young, and their passing far too swift. Yet, was it truly worth sacrificing so many vibrant lives for their group of old-timers? He pondered this question repeatedly, his eyes reflecting confusion. Several young girls, with red, swollen eyes, rushed in and out, assisting the nurses. A young soldier burst in with a bundle of medicine, exclaiming, "Medicine! We have medicine!" The doctor leaped with excitement. Quickly. Lin Shi stepped out of the tent. It was too crowded, and she did not wish to hinder the medical staff. Qin Yuanxi followed, asserting that while his arm was broken, it had been set, and it would merely require time to heal. He felt uncomfortable being inside. Lin Shi hurried to the small building, retrieving a single sofa from his room for him to sit on, hoping it would provide some comfort. Just as she turned around, she brushed past a soldier. Lin Shi swiftly seized his arm, spinning him around. "Is it you?" Chapter 225. A marked improvement from the previous life. Lin Shi stared in disbelief, her eyes wide open. This was the once slender, dark-haired soldier, Xiao Liu. In her previous life, she had journeyed alongside him for an extended period until he had perished during the earthquake, shielding her from a falling boulder. Though she had often wished to find him, her path had diverged drastically from her past life, and all she knew was his name. He remained lean, but not in the malnourished, skeletal sense of yore. He appeared far healthier than during their last encounter. Lin Shi gazed at him, her mind momentarily blank until his features began to blur. Startled by her grip, Xiao Lu recognized her as the President Lin, who was often accompanied by a large tiger. Lin Shi's gaze bore into him, her silence thick with emotion, tears streaming down her cheeks. He was startled, waving his hand in front of Lin Shi for an extended moment. "President Lin, are you all right?" "Oh no, has she been hit on the head?" In that fleeting instant, Lin Shi seemed to hear nothing, see nothing. It felt as though she had returned to that earthquake. She grasped him tightly. She had him. He was alive. How wonderful! Yet, she could hear many voices calling her name. Shi. Are you okay? What is wrong? President Lin. President Lin. What was wrong with Lin Shi? Was she injured? She had seemed fine just moments ago. Was there a hematoma in her brain? Finally, Lin Shi snapped back to reality, noticing the small Lu she had been clutching, and quickly released her grip. Lu, concerned, said, "President Lin, are you all right? You should go see a doctor for a checkup." Lin Shi forced a smile. "You don't know me? Of course, we all know you. And we also know Wu Xiaoya." With that, Lu displayed a bright smile, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. "I'm sorry. I mistook you for someone else and scared you. I apologize." Lin Shi took a bottle of water, removed the cap, and handed it to him, blocking his path and urging him to drink. Lu, holding the water, was at a loss. He wanted it and was reluctant to drink. But the bottle was capless, and he had matters to attend to. Lin Shi watched as he gulped it down before finally stepping aside. She then met Qin Yuanxi's concerned gaze and smiled. "I am fine, just mistook someone." She handed another bottle of the same water to Qin Yuanxi, but dared not give it to others, fearing their recovery might be too swift. As she turned, she spotted a figure clad in military attire. He stood tall and straight, with a resolute expression, his eyes filled with understanding. When Luo Qingzhou saw Lin Shi holding onto the small Lu, he was already 100% certain that it was indeed Lin Shi. Doubt was one thing, but confirmation was an entirely different matter. Lin Shi gazed at him from a distance, her eyes calm. He understood that it was himself in question, yet she did not instigate trouble nor feared it. To his surprise, Luo Qingzhou offered her a military salute, silently mouthing two words, "Thank you." After the earthquake, there were still some aftershocks, but their impact was minimal. The majority of casualties occurred in the initial wave, with Research Center monitoring data indicating that the earthquake was nearly at a magnitude of 9. Even with some aftershocks, Lin Shi felt a sense of relief. They had survived the earthquake, at least most people had lived through it, and even the acid rain that followed could be countered. After 2 days of camping outdoors, the earthquake alert in the base was temporarily lifted. Lin Shi returned to the small building, replacing the furniture and supplies damaged during the earthquake. Wu Wu had been busy outside for 2 days, accompanying lightning to rescue several trapped individuals. Upon returning, it looked utterly exhausted, like a lump of clay, and flopped into her arms. "Au, au, au." It said nothing, merely twisting itself into a pretzel in her embrace. Fine, this rebellious child acted like a hero outside but returned home to cling desperately. However, while the people in the base had previously teased it as Wu Xiaoya, now this name was called with genuine sincerity. Lin Shi first let it drink well water slowly, then washed off several large basins of mud as she cleaned. Its eyes became glued shut, and it flopped into the basin, falling into a deep slumber. Watching it struggle to keep its eyes open, Lin Shi couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy, but since it was happy, she had no choice. After finally getting it clean and drying it off with the scent of shower gel, she planted a few kisses on it before tossing it onto its grand 800-meter bed. Truly, it was a treasured spirit favored by the heavens, magnificent and kind-hearted, proving itself worth the care. In these 2 days, Yi Yuntian had only managed to catch a brief nap. There was too much to handle. After tallying the toll, it was discovered that the central base had suffered the least casualties, only 1/5. In contrast, other bases had casualties reaching 1/3, with some even losing contact entirely. Yi Yuntian sighed deeply. They had done their utmost, yet so many lives were lost. He covered his face, realizing the difficulty of opposing natural disasters with mere human effort. "Grandpa?" Yi Chen entered, thinking his grandfather was asleep, and quietly prepared to leave. Yi Yuntian's fatigue and helplessness dissipated in an instant as he reverted to his authoritative demeanor. "How is the situation?" "Rest assured. Everything has been arranged, and we had already prepared numerous contingency plans. Just follow the established protocols." Moreover, there are people who have greatly aided us. Luo Qingzhou entered. Looking worn out, Wei Yichan was displeased and immediately shut his mouth. Glaring at him, Luo Qingzhou sat beside him, saying, regardless, the batch of medicines was immensely helpful, and they came in large packages before being repackaged, even more than we anticipated. The food supplies are substantial, quite palatable, and can serve as patient meals, especially with some dried earthworm meat for added nutrition. Having survived the earthquake, Luo Qingzhou felt a sense of lightness. He didn't even glance at Yichen. Continuing, additionally, the base's mutated battle beasts and military dogs have all been located, and the medicinal herbs in the planting center are in excellent condition. Not only were they not crushed, but there are also many dried herbs of good quality, ready for immediate use. Yi Yuntian exhaled, feeling much of the gloom in his heart lift. This was good news. The heavens had favored their flower country, and finally, after so many days, there was a glimmer of hope. Only then did Luo Qingzhou turn to Yichun. Indeed, the heavens bless our flower country. We will cherish this fortune, so you can rest easy. At this point, Yichun had lost the desire to maintain a facade. Since the heavens have favored our flower country, did you manage to clean up the aftermath? This matter must not be spread further. The more who know, the greater the risk. Yi Yuntian tapped the table. Understood. Those who have bestowed us with such great kindness are etched in our hearts. It's just you, always burying your head in the sand. What use are you? Useless little brat. Yichun had not heard his grandfather scold him in ages, and being reprimanded now felt oddly comforting. After a pause, Yi Yuntian resumed discussing serious matters. Currently, the focus of our work is twofold. First, to expedite post-disaster reconstruction. Second, to continue the eradication of high-level mutated beasts and plants. Third, to re-establish contact with the bases that have gone dark, especially those near the border. Wei Yichan and Luo Qingzhou exchanged glances. Several base leaders on the border had close ties to the elders who had been eliminated. If they intended to stir trouble, the earthquake would provide an excellent pretext and opportunity. Chapter 226. New energy after the apocalypse. Compared to Yichan and the others, Lin Shi enjoyed a rare moment of leisure. As a fire element user with exceptional offensive capabilities, she was not as adept at infrastructure as those of metal, wood, earth, or water elements. Thus, she remained at home to assist Qin Yuanxi in recovering his health. Wu Wu was now reveling in freedom, playing with Snowball and the cubs daily and often running off to help Yichun and Wu Wei. Was noteworthy that now, Wu Xiaoya had numerous admirers within the base. Half a month later, everything returned to normal. The ominous clouds that had loomed over the base dissipated somewhat. After morning, everyone rallied. This round of calamity had passed, and the survivors needed to continue their lives. The base gradually became vibrant again. The pace of construction intensified, and the honeycomb structure had performed exceptionally well during the earthquake, leading to the uniform adoption of honeycomb designs for new buildings. The base recruited a considerable number of metal and earth element users for construction projects and reinforced the damaged city walls. Lin Shi, Yichun, and Zhou resumed their airborne campaigns against mutated beasts and plants. However, when they ventured out together, Jiang Yongping was no longer the cheerful person he once was. Facing natural disasters had matured him rapidly, and the base's expectations weighed heavily upon him, leaving no room for complacency. After Lin Shi, Yichun, and Zhou eradicated a 6th-tier mutated willow tree, the group rested by the riverbank. Zhou held a glowing energy crystal up to the light, exclaiming, "Wow, this mutated plant has reached 6th tier? Is it trying to leave no room for humans?" Song Yu caught a mutated fish in the river and flew into the air, but the fish struggled and fell from the sky, splashing water all over Zhou head and face. "Song Yu, you did that on purpose," Zhou shouted in anger. Song Yu chirped happily, flapping its wings and disappearing from sight. Lin Shi sat nearby, initially playing in the water with Wu Wu and catching fish, but nearly got splashed herself. Thankfully, Yichun quickly shielded her with his body. In truth, Lin Shi felt this was somewhat unnecessary. However, it did bring them closer together. Yichun's back was soaked, and a few droplets of water clung to his face. In his starry eyes, Lin Shi's reflection shimmered. The water droplets caught the sunlight, appearing crystal clear. Wei Yichun looked particularly radiant. And complemented by his prominent nose and well-defined features, Lin Shi couldn't help but acknowledge his striking handsomeness. Wei Yichun was not only handsome but also treated her exceptionally well. She wasn't naive. She instinctively resisted romantic feelings, which made her slower to recognize them, but she wasn't completely oblivious. She had long contemplated that when Yi-chan finally expressed his feelings, she would simply refuse to spare him any heartache. Yet, after their long acquaintance, Yi-chan's kindness was always measured, never excessive, never irritating, allowing her to comfortably feign ignorance. She also pondered whether she should clarify her thoughts, making it clear to him to retreat. However, she was not adept at navigating matters of the heart, nor could she seek counsel from Rogers. Moreover, she was deeply concerned about Yi-chan accusing her of being overly sentimental, which left her in a perpetual state of indecision. Another reason for her hesitance was the uncertainty surrounding his survival in the aftermath of the earthquake. Should he perish, wouldn't that resolve her troubles effortlessly? Such thoughts inevitably left Lin Shi feeling somewhat guilty. Yet it must be noted that she had never treated Yi-chan poorly. Now that the earthquake had passed and Yi-chan was safe and sound before her eyes, perhaps it was time for her to express her true feelings. Lin Shi cleared her throat nervously, directing a serious gaze toward the handsome Yi-chan. Why, Yi-chan? There is something I need to. Just then, a projectile struck her in the arms. The projectile was still clutching a mutated fish that was longer than its own small body. Thrashing wildly in her embrace. Enraged, Lin Shi exclaimed, Lin Wu, do you believe I won't smack you? You ungrateful child. The construction efforts at the base were in full swing, and those involved in the building projects enjoyed priority leasing rights, leading both abilities users and ordinary individuals to be highly proactive. Soon, while working on-site, particularly around the fissures left by the earthquake, they discovered pale blue crystal ore, following confirmation from the research center. It was found that these crystals contained a significant amount of energy, capable of replacing the energy crystals obtained from mutated beasts and plants. The energy within the crystal ore bore a striking resemblance to that found in the dense fog during the initial stages of the apocalypse. Perhaps due to sedimentation, as the fog seeped into the ground with the rain, forming this crystal ore. Furthermore, the energy in the crystals lacked some of the brutal elements present in the fog, closely resembling the composition of the water Lin Shi had initially provided. Thus, it did not take long for the research center to replicate the special effects medicine from the early days of the apocalypse, officially naming this new drug the Ability Enhancement Liquid. The mining of crystal ore posed little difficulty. The extracted crystals served as raw materials for the Ability Enhancement Liquid and provided energy for vehicles and weapons. Consequently, the most prestigious missions in various base task halls swiftly transformed into the extraction of crystal ore. The formulas for the Ability Enhancement Liquid and the Supplement Liquid were firmly held within the Central Base's Research Institute, as they represented a different kind of military armament. Possessing the formulas meant firmly grasping the abilities users across various bases. No abilities user wished to stagnate while watching others from different bases benefit from the enhancement and supplement liquids, falling behind in strength. This sentiment extended to the military's abilities users as well. When others utilized enhancement and supplement liquids while they did not, the military's overall combat effectiveness was inevitably diminished. No military or survival bases abilities users could tolerate such a situation, prompting several bases that had lost contact after the earthquake to gradually restore normal communication. The central base did not demand supplies or points. Instead, it required other bases to mine the crystal ore nearby and supply it to the central base in exchange for the Ability Enhancement Liquid and Supplement Liquid. While some bases attempted to concoct the liquids independently, the Central Research Institute had been studying the special effects medicine provided by Lin Shi since the beginning of the apocalypse and had gathered a wealth of scientific talent and equipment prior to the apocalypse. Even so, it was not until now that the first generation of products was produced. Other bases, from their inception, had been deliberately weakened in terms of scientific capabilities. Years had passed since the apocalypse, and in the absence of personnel, equipment, and technology, attempting to replicate the Ability Enhancement Liquid and Supplement Liquid was nothing short of a pipe dream. Moreover, even if one were to produce the first generation, by that time, the central base would likely have already released the second and third generations, rendering any replication pointless. Chapter 227. Thank you for your trust. After work, Yi Yuntian was still studying the map on the table. As he gazed, he encountered a pair of round, expressive eyes, distinctly black and white. Lin Wu, tilting its head, squatted atop Yi Yuntian's desk, mimicking his behavior as it examined the map. It wrinkled its nose, muttering to itself, what a delightful old man. No, wait, the one who scoops my poop said I should call him Grandpa. Yi Yuntian, maintaining a serious demeanor, questioned, "Whose child are you? And what brings you to our home?" Lin Wuwu scratched its ear. Feigning ignorance, it could hardly admit to being scolded and running away from home. Snorting in frustration, Lin Wuwu's anger grew. It had merely accidentally harmed a cub, and it was well aware that it was wrong. Yet, to be scolded in front of so many people was utterly humiliating. Its dignity was in tatters. It had decided to run away. Thus, it had come to Yi Qin's home, where Yi Mama treated it kindly and even offered it snacks. What vexed it most was that the one who scoops its poop had yet to come looking for it, leaving it to wander aimlessly in boredom. "Grandpa," upon receiving a message from his mother. Yi Qin greeted Lin Shi, assuring her not to worry before returning home with Luo Qingzhou. "Awu? Awu?" Lin Wuwu perked up at the mention of Yi Qin's arrival, feeling aggrieved that the one who scoops its poop had not come. "I went to check. Yonggu just want to find Lin Shi. After their discussion, he will surely come to fetch you. Don't be upset. Be good." Yi Qin lifted it from the map and placed it on his lap. Unaware of Lin Wuwu's thoughts, Yi Qin was oblivious, but Lin Shi understood well. When Yi Qin messaged her, she was momentarily occupied but could easily imagine Lin Wuwu's mix of anger and impatience, prompting her to have Yi Qin relay the message first. With a burden on its mind, Lin Wuwu lay listlessly on Yi Qin's lap. Luo Qingzhou glanced at the dejected Lin Wuwu and spoke leisurely. "It has been 2 months since the earthquake, and most bases have re-established contact. Through new products and technologies, as well as new edible species, our control over each base has strengthened. Out of a total of 106 official bases, 96 are functioning without issue, while 10 remain uncontacted. 5 of these bases are situated near the border. If we wish to reach them, even by helicopter, it will take considerable time. Should we deploy a transport aircraft?" Yi Qin tapped on the map a few times. These 10 bases could not be neglected. The other 90 bases were watching closely, and neglecting them could lead to dire consequences. These 10 chickens had to be dealt with, whether through force or negotiation. "What is the situation on your end?" Yi Yuntian's tone was casual as he directed the question to Luo Qingzhou. "A 10% instability factor is already significantly better than I had anticipated." Luo Qingzhou's expression grew serious. "As you know, we have assigned 2 groups, Group A and Group B, to each base for communication, but we have not received any news from these 10 bases. I suspect complete annihilation or a full-scale rebellion." Yi Yuntian furrowed his brow. Luo Qingzhou stated with conviction, "It is unlikely that a full rebellion has occurred. It is far more probable that something has gone awry, preventing information from being communicated." He hesitated to use the term complete annihilation, as those individuals were personally selected and dispatched by him. Among these 10 bases were over 100 elite members of the Yan'an Bureau. And if they fell victim to internal strife, it would be a tremendous loss. Yi Yuntian nodded, acknowledging, "As long as you are aware." He then turned to Yi Qin, "We will depart no later than a month from now. Decide who will accompany you and what equipment will be necessary. Discuss it thoroughly before consulting your father." Yi Qin nodded in agreement. Luo Qingzhou contemplated for a moment before speaking. "Old Commander, I would like to accompany you this time." Noticing Yi Yuntian's disapproval, he quickly elaborated. "I understand that I may hinder combat effectiveness, but Old Commander, consider this. These are bases belonging to Huagua. Even if a few individuals wish to instigate independence, will the rest and the base's populace be willing? I wish to ascertain what the issue is and see if we can gain the local population's support. Besides, these are our territories. Engaging in large-scale conflict would be a loss for all of Huagua. Even if we win," Luo Qingzhou spoke earnestly, "you desire to achieve victory without bloodshed. That is no easy feat." Yi Yuntian had contemplated this as well. At least half of the 10 bases had armed support, a lingering hazard from before the apocalypse. Even if they brought personnel, those individuals would not remain idle. They had the advantage of terrain and could wait for an opportunity to strike. Regrettably, the soldiers in those bases would become sacrificial pawns in the struggle for power and profit. "Shall we negotiate?" Yi Yuntian's heart held no such option. With so many bases, expecting each one to come to the negotiating table was impractical. The only solution this time was to eradicate them completely. This would serve as a warning to others, ensuring that the remaining bases would behave, thereby reducing casualties. "Grandpa, let Luo Gu accompany me. We do not yet know what we will encounter," Yi Qin insisted. "2 heads are better than 1. Do not worry about his safety. I will be there." He made a promise, secretly calculating that having Luo Gu around would alleviate much of his burden. Wei Yuntian studied him, recognizing his ulterior motives, and with a hum of disapproval, tacitly consented. The three began discussing the allocation of personnel once more. At that moment, Yichen's mother knocked on the door. Chun Chun, Shishi has arrived. She says she is here to take Wu Wu home. Is Wu Wu inside? Upon hearing that Lin Shi had come to fetch it, Lin Wu Wu perked up, standing atop Yichen's legs, proudly raising its head, exuding an air of confidence that could be felt for 10 miles. Wei Yuntian couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. This little milk tiger, not only plump but also cunning, was truly spirited. After finishing her conversation with Zhao Zhiyong, Lin Shi hurried to the Yi residence to retrieve the ungrateful child. Upon seeing her, Yi Mama warmly welcomed her, offering her a seat and pouring her water before heading upstairs to find Lin Wu Wu. Who would have thought that Lin Wu Wu would be carried down by Yi Yuntian? Lin Shi observed the little milk tiger's expression, which was truly one for the ages. I apologize. I did not mean to disturb you. Lin Shi politely accepted Lin Wu Wu from him, discreetly shooting it a glare when no one was watching. Lin Wu Wu exhibited no fear whatsoever, even daring to glare back. Lin Shi inwardly cursed the ungrateful child. Knowing that it was inconvenient to discipline her in someone else's home, after expressing her gratitude, she intended to take her leave, only to be personally urged by Yi Yuntian to stay for a meal. Had Yi Chun been the one to invite her, she would have certainly turned on her heel and departed. However, it was Elder Yi, a man of considerable age, and Lin Shi felt too embarrassed to decline. Elder Yi was quite affable, lacking any airs, and he had no inclination to lecture others. Rather, he enjoyed listening to her tales of hunting expeditions. Lin Shi, naturally generous, resolved to stay for the meal and partook with great gusto. Feeling no sense of restraint, to her astonishment, it was Elder Yi who personally escorted her to the door afterward, leaving her quite flattered. He merely inquired, "Child, have we disappointed you?" Lin Shi was taken aback for a couple of seconds, gazing at the elderly man's cautious inquiry, and she quickly grasped the essence of his question. "No. I mean, not at all. You are wonderful, truly wonderful. Thank you for your trust." Caught off guard by the suddenness of it all, her thoughts momentarily short-circuited, and she could think of no better way to express herself, repeatedly exclaiming how wonderful everything was. Wei Yuntian smiled. Sensing her genuine sincerity, he gently nodded. "It should be us thanking you. Thank you for your trust." In her previous life, countless individuals had berated them for their inaction, herself included. Lin Shi mused that perhaps, during that time, they truly had no choice. Chapter 228. Departing for the border base the following day, Lin Shi learned of their impending trip to the border base. They were to test whether the disruptors aboard the transport aircraft were effective, as well as to ascertain the impact of the aircraft's speed on the disruptors. With the transport aircraft, they could cover greater distances in just a few short hours. Lin Shi was envious and rummaged through the arsenal in her space, discovering that there was indeed a transport aircraft among the supplies at the Shanfu base. Unfortunately, she could not operate it. During the testing, a problem was indeed uncovered. The exterior of the transport aircraft was not sufficiently sturdy. Due to its increased speed, it collided with a flock of mutated birds before they were affected by the disruptors. Fortunately, Lin Shi acted swiftly, incinerating most of the mutated birds, leaving only a few stragglers. Otherwise, the aircraft would have been irreparable. The lack of sturdiness in the aircraft's exterior stemmed from the insufficient rank of the metal-type ability users who had modified the steel plates. Yi Chun had no choice but to summon several fourth-rank metal-type ability users from various bases. Lin Shi stealthily swapped the well water for the ability-enhancing liquid, hastening their maturation. She reasoned that whether it was one or a group, the effect would be similar. In light of Elder Yi's favor, Lin Shi discreetly exchanged a considerable amount of ability-enhancing liquid, resulting in the central base gaining a new batch of fifth-rank ability users. This only served to elevate the reputation of the ability-enhancing liquid further. Some claimed that consuming the liquid would result in immediate rank advancement, while others argued that the effects were not so instantaneous. Ultimately, the conclusion was that each individual's innate talent and physique varied significantly. Nonetheless, the metal-type ability users were ultimately sufficient, and after the modifications by several fifth-rank metal-type ability users, the new transport aircraft took shape. Yi Chen was fully aware of Lin Shi's little antics. He had already been pushed to the 6th rank by her, as they had to contend with 10 bases, and given the uncertainty regarding the reliability of the military base on the other side. How many people could the central base transport using the aircraft? The most dependable strategy remained overpowering them with higher ability ranks. Thus, the participants in this mission were predominantly high-rank ability users. Quality was favored over quantity, with a minimum requirement of 4th rank. Additionally, Yi Chen and Luo Qingzhou did not intend to take all the high-rank ability users with them. They understood the wisdom of not putting all their eggs in one basket. Wu Wei and Zhao Hui were left behind, having just reached the 5th rank, as the central base needed their oversight. Zhao Zhiyong had also reached the 6th rank, while Su Guangqing, Yin Xiaoyu, and Zhou Limin were all 5th rank. They would participate in this mission as well. Tio Lin Shi's Surprise, Rogers, and Zhao Qianxue were also part of this mission, having just attained the 4th rank. Yi Chan selected 200 ability users of 4th rank and above, along with 200 well-trained special forces, to be dispatched in 2 groups via 2 transport aircraft to the vicinity of the southern base. On the day of departure, Qin Yuanxi sighed, repeatedly urging her to return early. Once aboard the plane, the tremendous roar filled her ears. Lin Shi had grown accustomed to it, but most ability users, particularly those from the Ability Users Guild, struggled to adapt during their first flight on a transport aircraft. Several individuals accompanied Yi Chun, some of whom Lin Shi had never seen before. Though not entirely unfamiliar, she recalled that when Yi Chun had helped her bring in supplies in 4 vehicles. The other 3 drivers were indeed his companions. Among them was an expressionless man, who seemed to shadow Yi Chun closely. Even when he approached Lin Shi to speak, the man was right on his heels. Lin Shi couldn't help but chuckle. A bodyguard? Yi Chun glanced back, shaking his head in exasperation. Yes, but not in the way you think. Lin Shi sensed his 4th rank status. Not in the way I think? He isn't your bodyguard, is he? Surely you're not his? Yi Chun's brows relaxed, and the corners of his mouth curled upward. What can I say? She is quite clever. Her guesses are often spot on. Lin Shi eyed the stoic man curiously. His features were strong, his eyes narrow, and there was nothing particularly special about him. Her curiosity got the better of her. Is he following you because you need to protect him? What makes him so special? Worthy of points? Yi Chun fastened his seatbelt and chuckled, refusing to elaborate. Lin Shi replayed the departure scene in her mind. She had noticed that among the many people, not much equipment was brought. She hadn't seen any heavy weaponry either. Zhao Zhiyong had informed her that the 200 trained special forces were adept at operating various types of artillery. During departure, she had kept an eye out, intending to compare their artillery with what she had in her arsenal, but all she had seen were a few firearms, leading her to believe that military supplies were arriving later. Her eyes brightened, and she whispered, "Space?" The stoic man's eyes twitched, clearly having heard her, and his expression darkened further. Yi Chun also replied in a hushed tone, "Yes. His name is Xiao Fong. He brought all the weapons and supplies with him. So, not just me, but you too must ensure Xiao Fong's safety." He turned to the stoic man. "Xiao Fong, this is President Lin. The one earlier is Brother Yong. At all times, one of us 3 must be by your side. Even if we fall behind, you must catch up, understood?" Xiao Fong swallowed hard, his voice trembling slightly as he firmly replied, "Yes." Lin Shi realized that Xiao Fong's lack of expression was not an act of coolness, but rather a sign of his immense tension and pressure. She mischievously whispered, "Xiao Fong, you need to be careful. Do you realize the heavy responsibility resting on your shoulders? The lives of hundreds of people depend on you." Yi Chun found her teasing amusing but felt compelled to intervene. "Stop messing around." Xiao Fong's face twitched, casting her a resentful glare before quickly averting his gaze. He understood the gravity of the situation. And who wouldn't he feel anxious? Why did he have to bear such an ability? It was truly a heavy burden. After 3 hours, the aircraft finally located a flat area to land. It was a day's journey from the southern base. And nearby was a patch of woodland that provided adequate cover. A team of special forces and Luo Qingzhou had already entered the first tent they set up, where they were setting up a ticking machine. The others began erecting their own tents. It was evident that military training was effective. Their tents were assembled swiftly, neatly, and efficiently. The ability users, however, showed a bit more variability. Zhao Zhiyong and Yin Xiaoyu, who had come from the military, did quite well, while Lin Shi, Zhao Qianxue, and another young girl were somewhat lackadaisical in their efforts. The crux of the matter was that Lin Wuwu, not only unhelpful, created chaos. Before they had even secured their tent, it had already been blown over by the wind. A woo! 3 little pigs. It merrily rolled about on the ground. Lin Shi was at a loss for words. even if it considered itself the wolf among the three little pigs. She couldn't fathom what was so amusing about that. "Senior sister, I'm here to help." Zhang Yongping had also come along. Technical personnel were still quite important. After Lin, she had encouraged Rogers to speak with him a few times. His mood had improved significantly. Of course, each chat cost 100 points, all of which Lin she had to cover, as Rogers ultimately reverted to being that money-hungry fat man. "Just take that little rascal away from me. Toss it to Yi Chen or Zhou Yi." Lin she hesitated to truly punish it, feeling utterly helpless. "All right," Zhang Yongping agreed readily. "Wu, shall we go find Song Yu to play?" Having heard of Lin Wuwu's heroic deeds, Zhang Yongping was quite enamored with it and had become afa and I in front of its admirer. Lin Wuwu was still somewhat modest, adopting a well-behaved demeanor as it followed Zhang Yongping away. Chapter 229. The mental ability user's unexpected utility. The technical personnel's tent was centrally located, with the special forces in the middle and the ability users forming the outer circle. The mental users had more acute senses. Surrounding them were a ring of electronic surveillance devices, and the temporary camp was successfully established. Yi Chen and Luo Qingzhou's primary objective was the southern base. On the surface, the connection between the southern base and the central base appeared normal. Yet the 7 subordinate survival bases had all gone dark, casting suspicion upon them. Even if Yi Chen intended to take action against those survival bases, he could not bypass the southern base. It was better to ascertain the situation first. The reality was that while there were indeed individuals scheming, the current state of Hua country was far from desperate, and those harboring ulterior motives were unlikely to be numerous. Rather than suggesting that the entire base was problematic, it was more accurate to say that many had simply lacked the opportunity to choose. This time, Yi Chen was offering that very opportunity. Thus, the individuals they needed to contend with were merely a select few who wielded authority over the base. Lin Shi was summoned to the tent of the temporary command center, where Luo Qingzhou, Zhou Yi, Zhao Zhiyong, Yin Xiaoyu, and Zhou Limin were present. Apart from Luo Qingzhou, an ordinary person without any abilities, the rest were all endowed with powers. "What do you plan to do?" Lin Shi inquired directly. Forgoing any pleasantries. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Qingzhou responded, "The situation inside is unclear. It would be unwise to rush in. We should first send someone to gather intelligence, but the number should be limited to avoid drawing attention." He raised his head. "I, Zhou Yi, and President Lin can manage." The telegraph was temporarily out of service, but Zhou Yi possessed Song Yu and could relay messages outside. "I trust President Lin's combat capabilities. It will be troublesome otherwise." Just as Yi Chen was about to speak, he was interrupted. "You must go, but not at this moment. Merely gathering information does not necessitate your direct involvement. Otherwise, it would imply that the central base lacks capable personnel." Yi Chen disagreed vehemently. "Is now the time to concern ourselves with such trivialities?" "Certainly it is." Surprisingly, Lin Shi and Luo Qingzhou responded in unison. Lin Shi shot a glance at Luo Qingzhou and promptly fell silent. Luo Qingzhou continued, "You must understand, whether you wish to or not, you do not solely represent yourself." Hearing this, Yi Chen, feeling somewhat disheartened, chose not to speak further. Lin Shi coughed lightly. "I suggest we bring along 2 individuals. Su Guangqing and Rogers." "What's the reasoning behind that?" Luo Qingzhou inquired. "To empathize with others. With my abilities, even if I wished to silently control a military base, it would be impossible unless—" Lin Shi smiled. While lacking in political acumen, she had experience from her previous life. Unless a psychic ability user were to manipulate key personnel, for instance, the communications center. The communications center of the southern base had indeed encountered issues. And for some time, contact with the central base had been evasive. Could it truly be that a psychic ability user was exerting control? Luo Qingzhou was somewhat astonished. He had not realized that psychic ability users could be utilized in such a manner. It was not that he was overly naive. After all, the time when psychic ability users truly shone would be 2 years hence. The awakening probability of psychic abilities was inherently low, and only those of the 4th tier could be of significant use. Most psychic ability users below the 4th tier were fragile, lacking self-defense capabilities, and reliant on others for protection. This made them susceptible to attacks that could lead to their demise. Surviving was an arduous task, and striving for advancement necessitated countless life and death battles. Considering their fragile nature, participating in such fights could easily cost them their lives. Thus, the psychic ability users who awakened under such low probabilities were exceedingly rare, with only a few managing to reach the 3rd tier. Lin Shi had only encountered Rogers in this regard, who had benefited from his knowledge of psychology to perform simple mental manipulations. Su Guangqing, on the other hand, had grown under Lin Shi's protection. His psychic abilities were more akin to radar, capable of gathering information and concealing himself. After grasping the situation, Luo Qingzhou was genuinely impressed. The Ability User Guild is indeed teeming with talent. He privately mused that such abilities would be exceptionally suited for the Inen Bureau, and upon returning, he would ensure that all psychic ability users in the military were carefully selected for focus training. As the highest-tier ability user in Hua Country, Lin Shi never sought power for herself and was agreeable in certain aspects. However, he was aware that she was playing a balancing act, something he had recognized since Yi Qian reached the 5th tier. Shortly after Yi Qian attained the 5th tier, a 5th-tier Zhao Zhiyong emerged from the Ability User Guild. When the military produced Yi Qian, a 6th tier, Zhao Zhiyong soon followed suit, achieving the same rank. The comprehensive strength of Hua Country had notably increased, which was not a cause for concern for Luo Qingzhou. If it had been anyone else, he would have worried about Lin Shi's ambition. But he felt no such apprehension regarding her. They had intertwined lives before the apocalypse, and had Lin Shi harbored any ambition, she would not have gone out of her way to send messages to the Inen Bureau. Rather, she would have hoarded resources, seizing opportunities amidst chaos, akin to those who sought to exploit the situation. Yet, the pre-apocalyptic Lin Shi hoarded supplies abroad and even sent them gold and resources. After the apocalypse, she promptly provided effective medicines that saved countless ability users, actions that consistently reflected her pursuit of stability. She could not achieve this alone, which is why she chose to collaborate with the state to seek stability for all of Hua Country. Yi Qian, as the highest commander of this mission, approved the proposal. Very well, let us bring them along and depart swiftly. The advance party consisted of Luo Qingzhou, Lin Shi, Zhou Yi, Su Guangqing, and Rogers. Technicians were busy crafting new identity wristbands for them. Their identities needed to be concealed. Otherwise, scanning the wristbands would instantly expose them. Base 85 was a subordinate base of the western base and was not far from the southern base, with the ability users of both bases having interactions. Thus, the new identities for the 5 were that of the Tomorrow Squad from Base 85. Luo Qingzhou's notoriety was too pronounced, so they decided to change his name to Lin Qing, positing him as Lin Shi's older brother. Lin Shi became Lin Shi, and Zhou was renamed Zhou Yi. Similar sounding yet different characters were chosen to avoid any slip-ups during conversation. As for Su Guangqing and Rogers, their low profiles did not necessitate name changes. Chapter 230. Entering the southern base that very night, the 5 set off at a hurried pace. Rogers expressed profound confusion and concern about being a mere 4th tier among the 6th tier and 5th tier elite. He instinctively felt that this assignment was not a favorable one. Miss Lin, what do you perceive as my strengths? Inform me, and I shall amend them. Lin Shi, seated in the passenger seat, stifled a yawn. Her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Your greatest strength is that you owe me a life. How do you propose to repay that? By dying and returning it to me? Life in the central base had allowed him to gain considerable weight. His physique was indeed robust. The same food consumed made him bulkier than others. By his own words, when famine struck, his superior constitution would ensure that he was among the last to starve. Rogers gasped, am I to repay my life now? Can you not take it easy? I'm diligently earning points. I can buy my life back. Have some shame. The points you earn are all mine. Put in some effort on this mission, or I shall abandon you. Let us hope your bulk can endure until I return with reinforcements. Lin Shi pondered whether to drink coffee for alertness. Her impeccable biological clock made her eyelids heavy. Rogers recalled the days of captivity and let out a deep sigh. Luo Qingzhou spoke leisurely. Mr. Rogers, have you considered working for the Inen Bureau? We offer top-tier benefits for exceptional talents like yourself. There are travel allowances, living expenses, housing subsidies, and of course, free medical care in case of work-related injuries. I hear you were an excellent psychologist. Many of our members require psychological assistance, and if you're willing, we can arrange for batch settlements. Rogers' eyes brightened. Could he actually become a civil servant in the apocalypse? The benefits sounded quite enticing. He naively inquired, what does top-tier benefits entail? Luo Qingzhou, with just the right touch of difficulty, replied, it concerns confidential matters, so I cannot disclose further. Please understand, moreover, we will need to conduct some assessments. Rogers rubbed his hands together, that's only fair. He realized he needed to seize this opportunity to perform well. Whether or not he joined was another matter. He had to ascertain just how good the benefits were. Lin, she cast a sidelong glance, marveling at how much the apocalypse had changed the once arrogant psychologist. After a night of travel, by dawn, Lin Shi and her companions found themselves queuing beneath the walls of the southern base, awaiting entry. Compared to the northern and eastern bases, the southern base was rather unremarkable. After scanning their identity wristbands and inspecting their vehicle, Lin Shi's group swiftly entered the base. "Let us head to the mission hall," Luo Qingzhou suggested. Since they were an ability user squad here for survival, it was only reasonable to first visit the mission hall. Subsequently, they booked 3 rooms at the guest house. Lin Shi, as the sole female, occupied 1 room, while the other 4 shared 2 rooms. Curfew. What is the rationale behind that? Lin Shi asked, puzzled. She let her hair down, appearing several years younger. Perhaps due to the well water, her face bore no trace of hardship. The guest house manager, a 20-year-old youth, impatiently replied, "What rationale? This is a central mandate. Just comply. Let me tell you, if you go out at night and something happens, don't expect anyone to care." "Oh," Lin Shi feigned shock, her long eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings. Shortly after, they convened in Luo Qingzhou's room. How could able-bodied young men be assigned to a guest house? Zhou wondered aloud. Such easy tasks wouldn't yield high points. Policies typically prioritize care for injured soldiers. Able-bodied individuals were generally assigned to construction sites, where they could earn substantial points, as every base required extensive post-disaster reconstruction work. Curfew. Since when did the central base have such requirements? Su Guangqing also found it strange. Nowadays, survivors were striving for survival, and there were no entertainment activities at the base after dark. Most who had worked all day would retire early to rest. Those who ventured out at midnight were few, and thus, what significance did a curfew hold? Rogers was preoccupied with another piece of information. Would venturing out at night lead to trouble? What sort of trouble could it be? Luo Qingzhou nodded, saying, in other words, something will transpire at night that is inappropriate for public observation, which is precisely why a curfew is imposed. Those who witness such events are likely to be silenced. This is probably what trouble entails. Zhou immediately suggested, "Then shall we venture out tonight to investigate?" Luo Qingzhou shook his head. "We have only just arrived. It would appear overly deliberate to run out at night. Let us instead take a stroll during the day. Rogers and Zhou, you should inquire about any issues that have arisen during the curfew, while Su Guangqing and I will wander around to see if we can encounter any acquaintances." Su Guangqing possessed a mental prowess that spanned 5 square kilometers, making him adept at discreetly locating others. Luo Qingzhou had to admit that the individuals brought out by Lin Shi were indeed quite resourceful. Lin Shi herself was resting comfortably at the guest house, intending to stealthily venture out later that night, coincidentally aligning with Luo Qingzhou's own plans. Prior to the apocalypse, she had been able to enter his office without leaving a trace, and now, post-apocalypse, such matters were trivial in comparison. Rogers and Zhou headed to the cafeteria for a meal, spending 50 points to procure 5 exceedingly unpalatable buns. Here, one could purchase only one of the cheapest dry biscuits for a single point, a basic necessity for survival, whereas other bases would allow 3 for the same amount. Rogers and Zhou exchanged glances, remaining silent. They feigned curiosity, quietly discussing the curfew. Zhou took a bite of his bun and mused, "If we are tasked with a mission and return late, would that still count as a violation of the curfew?" Rogers replied with certainty, "That would certainly not be considered a violation. It's exhausting to go out for even a short while. Even if there is a curfew, they cannot possibly deny us entry." He casually glanced at 2 individuals seated at another table. Luo Qingzhou and Su Guangqing had visited several supply points within the base, acquiring local specialties under the pretext of bringing them back to Base 85. As they passed a 3-story building, Su Guangqing closed his eyes, carefully surveying the area with his mental energy. It was empty, devoid of any presence. Luo Qingzhou said nothing. This address had been provided to him by a member of the Inn Bureau during the early days of the apocalypse. The absence of people suggested that either the entire staff had relocated or something had gone awry. He pondered for a moment before turning the steering wheel and heading toward the mission center. The mission center often held tasks for locating missing persons or items, and Luo Qingzhou issued a request for assistance in locating individuals under the name of Lin Qing. The task included coded language that those still associated with the Inn Bureau in the southern base would likely comprehend. They had entered the base early in the morning, dined out at noon, and had not ventured outside again that afternoon. Chapter 231. The pure treasure of the Pishio. Upon waking, Lin Shi joined the others in sorting through the collected information. The curfew had been instituted following the Great Earthquake. There were instances where individuals inadvertently violated the curfew, such as returning from missions too late. Those individuals, along with the gate guards, had been imprisoned, with no one ever seeing them again. The leader of this base was named Shan Juanrong, while the deputy leader was Qin Yongqing. During the earthquake, Shan Juanrong had sustained injuries while rescuing others and had been recuperating ever since, with military matters in the southern base being handled by Qin Yongqing, who was the nephew of a purged elder from the central base. Both outposts of the Inen Bureau in the southern base were deserted, leaving Luo Qingzhou with no choice but to risk sending out a communication signal from the mission hall. Lin Shi immediately sensed something was amiss. Isn't it necessary to report that the base leader is injured and unable to manage the base? Luo Qingzhou replied with a sardonic smile. According to protocol, it certainly should be reported. He could claim to have done so, yet the central base has evidently received nothing. Alternatively, the central base may have received the reports but, having been severely weakened post-earthquake, lacked the capacity to oversee the various bases. Isn't their family still at the central base? How dare they? Zhou could not fathom it. Lin Shi scoffed. What is there to fear? You all pride yourselves on being righteous warriors. Yet you dare to annihilate entire clans? Luo Qingzhou smiled wryly. The central base can only keep them in check at best. They are family, not criminals. Are you suggesting they should all be imprisoned? Besides, family members are merely that. Family, as long as one wishes. They can always have family. Of course. Those who could abandon their family members so easily would have no qualms about disposing of them. For ultimately, one cannot guard against the cunning of the unscrupulous. The central base's failure to receive their reports. Could it be that the communication center had been compromised? Su Guangqing began to piece together the logic. Lin Shi shook her head. It's not just that. I remember the Inen Bureau had a separate communication channel. Even if the base doesn't report upwards, individuals from the Inen Bureau should still take action. Unless they have all been subdued. Based on her previous experiences, the Inen Bureau had always been quite well informed. The coded communication I sent out to the mission hall today will reveal if anyone contacts me or if there is a trap laid for me. Luo Qingzhou spoke nonchalantly. Zhou Yi and Rogers inhaled sharply, astonished that someone without any abilities would dare to leap into a trap. It was truly audacious. Su Guangqing admired his courage, exclaiming, Director Luo's trust in President Lin's capabilities is indeed unparalleled. Lin Shi was quite impressed, pondering the recklessness of such a high-stakes gamble. Luo Qingzhou, however, seemed unfazed. Tonight, I will be troubling President Lin, of course. Lin Shi replied courteously. As night fell, darkness enveloped the surroundings, with the streetlights casting only a faint glow, barely illuminating the immediate vicinity. Lin Shi donned a black riding outfit, securely tying back her hair. Her objectives for the night were twofold. First, to locate Shan Juanrong, and second, to uncover what clandestine matters transpired under the cover of night. Armed with a photograph of Shan Juanrong, she had also shown it to Qingbao. Lin Shi concealed her presence and made her way to the base's command center. Under normal circumstances, both the base leader and the deputy leader should be present there. After circling the building, she checked the time. Almost 10 o'clock, and found the command center completely deserted. The command center, being the core institution of a base, should have personnel on duty around the clock. Yet this place appeared abandoned. Lin Shi then ventured to the base hospital. If Shan Juanrong was indeed injured, he might be receiving treatment there. Qingbao released a mist to search the area, reporting back that the individual was not present. 2 locations ruled out. Lin Shi, now riding her motorcycle while cloaked, navigated past the station soldiers and into the very heart of the base. Qingbao too dispersed its mist to scout around. Such an array of weapons. Lin Shi heard Qingbao exclaim with excitement. No, we cannot take anything. There are shells. We must not take them. There are aircraft. We must not take them. There is food. We must not take it. Suddenly, Lin Shi realized that Qingbao exhibited some attributes akin to a Pishio. It was not merely energy, but a desire to hoard everything it encountered. To the north of the central area of the base stood a 3-story building devoid of any light, capturing Lin Shi's attention. It was peculiar. Typically, even if a place lacked illumination, there would be some semblance of light. Unlike the abandoned command center, which still bore a few lit lamps, this building was engulfed in complete darkness. Using her mental energy, Lin Shi followed Qingbao to the site, a detention facility. There were at least 200 individuals within. As she attempted to infiltrate, she discovered that the building was riddled with hidden sentries. Lin Shi chuckled. This was a classic case of the more one tries to conceal, the more conspicuous it becomes. Externally, it appeared to be merely an abandoned structure, yet it was heavily fortified within. The individuals being detained were quite fortunate. Had they encountered extreme cold or heat, their lives would have been forfeit long ago. Regardless of the number of guards, Lin Shi was confident in her ability to enter. The small building had a simple design, with individual rooms lining either side of a long corridor, both the corridor and rooms fortified with steel bars, reminiscent of a prison. Upon inspection, Lin Shi noted that the structure had even been reinforced by a fourth-tier ability user. Clearly, a deliberate effort. Qing Bao led Lin Shi into the corridor, where the individuals confined within were lying on the ground. Fully clothed. 6 soldiers occupied a 20-square-meter room, intent on gathering information without revealing her own ability to become invisible. Lin Shi, though her tail had nearly been exposed, resolved to keep some cards close to her chest. There was, however, a solution. Lin Shi summoned Mo from her spatial realm in the past, when Mo Xiaoyi had sought identity tags for her younger siblings. Lin Shi had crafted 6 small and lightweight tags, which she affixed to their necks. These tags bore the emblem of the central base. She folded a piece of paper into a small square, took a pencil, broke it in half, and placed it in a small pouch attached to Mo's collar. Now at the 5th tier, Mo could teleport 100 meters without issue. Lin Shi approached the innermost room, which measured only 10 square meters and housed 2 individuals. Regrettably not Shen Junrong. Mo teleported inside. Upon hearing the commotion, the 2 individuals quickly sat up. One voice, hoarse, inquired, "Is that a cat? How did it get in here?" Mo edged closer, raising its neck. Another voice, speaking in a hushed tone, remarked, "Is it a mutated beast? Someone must be taming it. Look here." They spotted Mo's identity tag and received the paper and pencil. The hoarse voice struggled to contain its excitement. Central base. They finally sent someone. Finally. Quickly. The mutated beast cannot speak. Hurry and report our situation. The fervor in their voices gradually diminished. Lin Shi retracted the flame at her fingertips, wary of it being a trap. She had prepared for Mo's escape, but now it seemed unnecessary. 15 minutes later, Mo emerged, and Lin Shi promptly stored it away in her space. She would simply take that piece of paper back to show Luo Qingzhou, sparing her from further worry. Chapter 232. Do not fear, we are all here. After Lin Shi exited her confinement, she pondered where to search for Shan Juanrong. This base was not small, and she felt like a headless fly, aimlessly wandering. How long would it take to find him? She glanced at the sky and decided to bring Rogers along tomorrow to capture a few people for interrogation. However, fate had other plans for Lin Shi. Just as she was about to return to the guest house, 3 vehicles zoomed past her on the road. With a single glance, she recognized them as not the usual military SUVs, but rather American heavy-duty off-road vehicles, strikingly similar to those from the beautiful nation's mountainous base. How could such vehicles possibly appear in the southern base? Lin Shi's expression darkened as she swiftly followed them. In a wonder, there was no one at the command center. She watched as the 3 vehicles entered an underground entrance. She instructed Qing Bao to release a mist and connected her mental energy with it for an initial observation. It appeared to be an underground command center. Assessing the thickness of the building's walls, Lin Shi was unable to determine whether they could withstand a bombardment, so she merely noted the general structure. The underground facility had 2 levels, with a 3rd still under construction. Could the imposition of a curfew be a cover for such a significant operation? Yet, that reasoning seemed rather far-fetched, and besides, the structure bore an uncanny resemblance to the mountainous base. Suddenly, Lin Shi recalled what Qing Bao had mentioned before, that there were many weapons it desired. Qing Bao, the weapons you referred to earlier, artillery shells, aircraft, do they resemble those from our central base, or are they akin to those from your previous collection? The master has stated that the items from the central base are off-limits. And Qing Bao remembers. Those items just now were indeed similar to Qing Bao's. She felt a tinge of grievance. The master had clearly said that as long as Qing Bao liked them, they could be hers. Lin Shi felt a heaviness in her heart. How splendid! The southern base actually possessed American equipment, suggesting collusion with outsiders. Damn it! So many people have perished in this apocalypse, yet the traitors still roam free. What a remarkable phenomenon. Though she was angry, she still recalled Qing Bao's grievance. Those items were destined to be moved to the central base. However, once this matter was resolved, I will take you to select a few that you fancy. All right. Yes, yes. Qingbao perked up, declaring that those were indeed her possessions. Lin Shi surveyed the entrance, hesitating whether to venture inside, fearing that making a move might alert someone and cause them to flee, especially since the city gates were still open. It was now 3 in the morning, and suppressing her myriad of doubts, Lin Shi rode her motorcycle back to the guest house. Luo Qingzhou was awake. When Lin Shi knocked on his door, he opened it swiftly. Zhou was sound asleep, snoring peacefully. Lin Shi first informed him about discovering American military supplies at the southern base and the establishment of an American-style underground command center. Based on the structural notes she had taken, Luo Qingzhou was certain that the building was designed to withstand artillery strikes. This was a clear indication of preparations for war. Excellent indeed. Luo Qingzhou pinched the bridge of his nose, pleasantly surprised by this unexpected development. You did well. Your decision to avoid alarming the enemy was commendable. He first affirmed Lin Shi's actions before advising her, stating that if she intended to search for these threats, she must not frighten them away. Lin Shi handed him the paper that Mo had brought back, and soon Rogers and Su Guangqing joined them, with Zhou Yi waking up. After reviewing the paper, they discovered that most of those detained were technical personnel, primarily from the communications center. The communications center was responsible for liaising with various bases, and they were the first to notice the anomalies at the southern base. Their superiors had instructed them to send information that did not align with the reality, especially after the earthquake. They compiled their concerns into a report that bypassed their superiors, but before they could receive a response, they were detained and isolated. A couple of days later, 10 more individuals were brought in and imprisoned alongside them. Until now, they had attempted an escape once, but it failed, resulting in casualties, including several ability users who were administered a certain injection that suppressed their powers. What did you say? Lin Shi's voice turned sharp and piercing. She snatched the paper back and scrutinized it closely. Indeed, the injection described on the paper caused abilities to roam within the body until they vanished. It was an ability suppressant. It was the same kind of ability suppressant that had been injected into her during her previous life. In both her past and present lives, she had always believed that such suppressants were developed by a major base to control ability users. Yet, it was not the case at all. She had observed that the Central Research Institute had never developed such a thing. Where did the southern base acquire this? Did they develop it themselves? Or was it provided by the beautiful nation? Could it be that in her previous life, Han Ziyi and Lin Yuan had sold the people and resources of Huagua to the beautiful nation? Did they inject her with the ability suppressant to sell her off as well? Those 2 dogs truly deserved to die. Lin Shi was filled with hatred, wishing she could kill them again. Rogers, noticing her lost in thought, interrupted her with concern. He waved his hands. Miss Lin, what are you thinking? Are you all right? Lin Shi then closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and when she opened them again, she had regained her usual composure. Ability suppressants. Lin Shi uttered those words softly, causing everyone's expressions to shift dramatically. She continued in a hushed tone. We are researching how to enhance abilities, while those outside are focused on how to destroy others' abilities. It is truly, as always, a thieving mentality. Luo Qingzhou spoke solemnly. Applying such things in Huagua undermines its very foundation. How could there still be fools collaborating with them? For a mere pittance, they would engage in self-destructive actions. How greedy, ignorant, and foolish. Lin Shi's expression remained grim as she handed the crumpled paper to Luo Qingzhou. Seeing her rare anger, he understood that the ability suppressants were a significant threat. He tapped the table. Huagua possesses the best resources and survivors. Those outside will inevitably seek war. This is precisely why we are here. Fortunately, we have the opportunity to eliminate internal instability, to trace the origins of these items and eradicate them at the source. Furthermore, all stockpiles must be destroyed, and any individuals involved in this matter, including those who remain silent, should be executed on the spot. He looked at Lin Shi, whose expression was still troubled, and offered a reassuring smile. Do not fear. We are all here. Lin Shi understood his unspoken intentions. This time, with their presence, they were prepared. A sense of strange calm washed over her. Indeed, in this life, she was no longer alone. She had not shielded those ungrateful beings. Nor had she fallen victim to their schemes. In this life, she had her space, had Wu Wu, had friends, and her strength remained formidable. The individual she chose to protect stood by her side, vowing to oppose those thieves. Was this not the very goal she had always pursued? to help more people survive, to strengthen Huagua's combat capabilities, and then, together, defend their homeland from being taken away. Lin, she felt a weight lifted from her shoulders. All along, she had been somewhat pessimistic, always fearing the final outcome. She was afraid that her struggles, along with the struggles of so many, would ultimately amount to nothing. This fear reached its peak the moment she witnessed the emergence of the ability suppressants. Yet, the words "do not fear. We are all here," surprisingly restored her inner tranquility. Luo Qingzhou checked the time and casually remarked, "It's getting late. Everyone should rest. We will discuss this further tomorrow." "It's only the first day. There is no need to rush." His calm demeanor reassured everyone, and Lin, she returned to her room. Chapter 233. The Foolish and Toxic Chen Yongqing. Who would have thought that Rogers would follow her? "What are you doing? Aren't you going to sleep?" Lin, she said irritably. Rogers pulled out a chair, plopped down, and crossed one leg over the other, displaying an air reminiscent of a once great psychological genius. He said earnestly, "Miss Lin, would you like to chat? 100 points per session? Come on, let us start by swiping points." He even had the audacity to extend his identity wristband towards her. Lin, she smacked it back. "The identity wristband is fake. What are you swiping for?" "Oh, right." Rogers winced at the thought of losing points. Keeping a tab wouldn't be too bad. Lin, she, unwilling to engage in conversation, shot him a fierce glare, hoping he would take the hint and leave. Rogers flashed a toothy grin. "Can you sleep? Your glare won't work. You're clearly too agitated to rest. Come on, let us chat." Lin, she sneered, thinking that agitation was no big deal. A couple of shots of white liquor could easily lull her to sleep until dawn. However, on second thought, it had indeed been a while since she had a conversation with him. "Wow, Miss Lin, you even have beer hidden away. Want some? 100 points a bottle. How much?" As the esteemed president, how can you shamelessly extort like this? Rogers, you truly are at your most endearing when you were the skeleton knight. "Ah, Miss Lin, you have no idea how much I have suffered since the apocalypse began. I don't want to know. Nor do I care to know. Do you have any idea how miserable I am? Do you know how many times I've nearly been beaten to death? Have you ever heard the sound of your own bones breaking?" Alas, Lin, she found herself utterly perplexed. She had paid for a consultation with a psychologist only to become the target of their emotional outpouring. After much effort, she managed to dismiss them and collapsed onto the bed in the villa, succumbing to sleep. Remarkably, she dreamt not a single dream that night, awakening to a sense of clarity that surprised even herself. Pondering over it, she wondered if her expenditure of 100 points the previous day had not been in vain. After freshening up and enjoying breakfast, Lin, she sought out Luo Qingzhou to report in. Upon entering, she noticed the anxious expressions of Zhou Yi and Rogers. Zhou Yi, with a mournful countenance, lamented, "Sister, why did you arrive so late?" The small room was swiftly surveyed by Lin, she's discerning gaze. She inquired, perplexed, "Where is Luo Qingzhou?" "Minister Luo has thrown himself into a trap," Rogers replied, his expression a mixture of concern and fear. Lin, she felt a throbbing pulse in her forehead upon hearing this. "Where did he go? Speak clearly." As she spoke, she pulled the two of them toward the exit. Following yesterday's events, Luo Qingzhou had deduced that most personnel from the Unan Bureau were likely detained. Thus, the signals he sent would either go unnoticed or lead him into a snare. He was confident in his team. Even if captured, they would not divulge all their secrets, unless the adversary possessed someone like Rogers, adept in mental manipulation, which would lead to the total exposure of the Unan Bureau's trump cards. He had to ascertain the situation. "I asked to accompany him, but he said I would frighten others away. I suggested letting Songyu follow, and he dispatched him. I proposed Rogers, but that fellow is too frightened. I even offered to go myself, yet he insisted I needed rest." Zhou Yi sighed wearily. Previously, following the captain had been troublesome, but now, being under Luo Qingzhou's leadership proved to be even more taxing. Lin, she felt slightly choked. She indeed required rest, but not to such an extent. What if something happened to Luo Qingzhou? How could she explain it to Yi Chun? Those messes he left behind could easily be pinned on her. She glared daggers at Rogers, exclaiming, "What use are you?" Rogers protested, "I'm only a level 4. If they discover my mental abilities, do you think they 1T drag me off for experimentation?" Lin, she maintained her stern demeanor. Conceding that perhaps he had a point, after careful consideration, she concluded that Luo Qingzhou was unlikely to be in danger. His identity was advantageous. Being an ordinary person made it exceedingly convenient for him to negotiate with the central base while under mental control. A living Luo Qingzhou held far more value than a deceased one. No one would wish to eliminate him. Was Su Guangqing accompanying him? Once she reached this understanding, her concern lessened, yet she still needed to locate him. Su Guangqing would never leap into a trap alongside Luo Qingzhou. He was his backup. Releasing her mental energy, Lin Shi, alongside Qingbao, sought out Su Guangqing. Where could he be? Su Guangqing sat by the roadside, feigning a twisted ankle, unable to move. His mental presence followed Luo Qingzhou, who had entered a canteen at a nearby intersection. Luo Qingzhou sat at the left side of the second row from the east. Nibbling slowly on the cheapest dry biscuit, accompanied by water, Su Guangqing couldn't help but admire him. After all, he was a high-ranking official, yet he could still relish such unpalatable fare, and no sooner had Luo Qingzhou settled than a squad of soldiers surrounded the canteen. Su Guangqing frowned, his attention drawn to the individual seated opposite Luo Qingzhou. Chun Yongqing, in a corner, sat a masked figure, emanating waves of mental energy, prompting Su Guangqing to heighten his vigilance. Mental attacks were elusive and silent, akin to how he himself would strike. Qin Yongqing appeared unremarkable yet exuded an air of unwavering resolve. How could he betray his own? Luo Qingzhou found it incomprehensible why this individual would act thus. While vying for power could be understood, his current actions amounted to inviting enemies into one's own home, an act that would undoubtedly incite public outrage. Qin Yongqing, however, surveyed him with a smile, secretly reveling in his fortune. This was a card sent by heaven. What a coincidence, Minister Luo! Luo Qingzhou stretched his neck and swallowed the final morsel of his biscuit before replying, what a coincidence indeed. Qin Yongqing leaned back, a pleased demeanor about him. You're eating this? Quite rough on the throat. Isn't it? We have a unique breed of sheep here. The soup is absolutely extraordinary. Care to try? Luo Qingzhou brushed off the crumbs from his clothing and then responded with gravity. Qin Yongqing, you are narrow-minded and overly ambitious. Were it not for your uncle, do you believe you would occupy this position today? Luo Qingzhou observed the immediate change in Qin Yongqing's expression, satisfied with his words. Now that your uncle is gone, if you do not conduct yourself with humility, daring to threaten my people, that is sheer folly. Have you tasted these dry biscuits? They are made with inferior ingredients, and prices have soared. This is the most basic guarantee for the survival of the populace. They may be unpalatable, but they must not be fabricated or inflated. Have you forgotten your roots so quickly? Only concerned with power and profit, disregarding the lives of others. This is poison. Luo Qingzhou continued to berate him, striking at his vulnerabilities. You, a foolish and venomous creature, ought to keep your distance. Spare me your ridiculous displays. Qin Yongqing's face turned a mottled hue, his earlier confidence shattered. He had intended to showcase his magnanimity but found himself thoroughly insulted by Luo Qingzhou's tirade. In the realm of verbal dueling, Qin Yongqing had spent considerable time in the military and was not one to easily back down. His pent-up frustrations erupted as he spat. What are you? Not even a worthy successor of the Yi family, you still rely on them. Without their support, do you think you would have reached your current standing? Luo Qingzhou, having once been in the military himself, knew all too well that he had always garnered more favor from superiors than Qin Yongqing, who harbored resentment. And so what? Your envy and jealousy amount to nothing. You are ultimately at a dead end. Do you think you can escape? Do you believe the central base will let you go? Ha, ha ha ha. Qin Yongqing laughed heartily, almost forgetting that he was currently reveling in his triumph. As of now, he was no longer a subordinate but a lord in his own right. The Luo Qingzhou before him was no longer a formidable minister. He was merely a prisoner, akin to an ant within his grasp, easily crushed with a flick of his hand. Relaxing, he propped his arms on the table. Leaning in closer, Minister Luo, you can't be so naive as to think you can walk free. The elders praise your cunning, but perhaps you've regressed since the apocalypse. It stands to reason. Without an awakened ability, how could you extend your reach so far? Surely, the Yi family has deemed you a nuisance and cast you here to fend for yourself. Luo Qingzhou cast him a sidelong glance. Those with faulty reasoning should not project their inadequacies onto others. It is quite distasteful. This time, Qin Yongqing was not angered. As the victor, he felt no need to demean a prisoner further, and the spirit of old comradeship, I shan't make it difficult for you. If you wish to retrieve your people, it is possible. Oh, when did you become so generous? Luo Qingzhou observed him with a bemused smile. Chen Yongqing feigned sincerity. Times have changed. We are in an apocalyptic era. Why must you remain a dog to the Yi family, forever looking up to them? With Yi Chen around, when will you ever rise? Let us collaborate. My forces combined with your informants across various bases can secure a substantial share of power. If not the entire nation, this fool, to think he would equate himself with such a dimwit. Luo Qingzhou felt profoundly insulted, yet they had finally broached the main topic. His brow furrowed. You must be out of your mind. Where will you source supplies and resources? Where will the ability-enhancing liquids come from? Even if you set aside the central base, there are still 5 military bases. Do you think your weaponry is of any consequence? Are you truly unafraid of them banding together to take you down? If you can secure even one ally, I might consider your sanity intact. Luo Qingzhou was probing for Chen Yongqing's true intentions, eager to discover if any military bases were in league with him. Chen Yongqing chuckled knowingly. Ah, Qingzhou, your thinking is still confined to pre-apocalyptic limitations. Weaponry is indeed important, but what holds greater significance now is manpower. Particularly those with abilities. Of course, someone like you, an ordinary person, could never comprehend this. There's no need for you to concern yourself. Just know that everything is in place. All that is lacking is the right opportunity. I possess ample equipment and resources. The other military bases are no threat. Once the central base is secured, what can't we obtain? It appeared that, beyond equipment and supplies, he also had high-level ability users in his ranks. Luo Qingzhou was well aware of the implications. He just wondered if the abilities wielded by Chen Yongqing's allies would suffice for Lin Xie. He sighed. Your plans are rather comprehensive, but what relevance do they hold for me? Return my people to me, and I assure you, I will lead them to safety. Chen Yongqing perceived Luo Qingzhou's true motives, swelling with self-satisfaction. Very well, but only under one condition. Luo Qingzhou pressed his temples. What condition? Chen Yongqing fixed his gaze intently upon him. Tell me, who is that person? Where can I find him? A jolt ran through Luo Qingzhou's heart, yet his expression remained one of feigned confusion. What person? You seek someone. You must provide a name if you wish to find them. Chen Yongqing sprang to his feet, his cold laughter echoing. Luo Qingzhou, I am aiding you. Think carefully before you respond. Otherwise, I cannot assist you. Do not feign ignorance with me. That person. The one who wrote the emails, the one who contacted you before the apocalypse. Who are they, and where can I find them? I want that person. A heavy feeling settled in Luo Qingzhou's heart as he realized that this matter had already been leaked. Judging by his tone, it seemed that those behind him were very concerned about this issue, to the extent that it might be their true objective. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant, yet his face betrayed none of them. With a resigned gesture, Luo Qingzhou spread his hands. How would I know? I swear I have never investigated this matter. It was explicitly stated in the Elder Council that such inquiries are prohibited. You must be aware of this as well. Chen Yongqing discerned no flaws in his expression, and the words Luo Qingzhou spoke aligned with what his uncle had informed him. He turned to glance at the individual seated in the corner before resuming his seat. If I recall correctly, you have eyes and ears in every base. You are the swiftest at relaying messages. Not anymore. Look, hasn't this already backfired? Luo Qingzhou replied with a humble smile. Chen Yongqing was particularly attentive to the person sitting in the corner, which bolstered his suspicions. Thirsty from the dry crackers, Luo Qingzhou picked up his cup and took a sip of water. Although Chen Yongqing was somewhat foolish, his basic judgments remained intact. I know that Minister Luo is no ordinary person. I cannot discern the truth of your words. After finishing the last sip of water, Luo Qingzhou sighed. Then there is nothing more to be done. Whether you choose to believe it is up to you. Chen Yongqing laughed recklessly. Well, while I may not discern it, someone else certainly can. The individual seated in the corner stood up and approached Luo Qingzhou. Luo Qingzhou lifted his gaze and observed that the person was clad in military attire, tall and imposing, with only 2 eyes visible, characterized by prominent brows and deep-set sockets, their irises of a very light hue. This must be the individual capable of utilizing mental manipulation. Chen Yongqing, or perhaps those behind him, intended to employ psychic control to ascertain whether Luo Qingzhou was aware of that person's secrets. He had never anticipated that this matter would leak, necessitating an adjustment to his plans. Luo Qingzhou placed the cup back on the table, seemingly losing his grip, causing it to crash to the ground and shatter into pieces. Simultaneously, The person approaching from the corner collapsed limply. Matthew! Qin Yongqing exclaimed in shock and anger, drawing his gun and aiming it at Luo Qingzhou. The cup's fall served as a prearranged signal he had discussed with Su Guangqing. Given his worth, if Qin Yongqing had access to a psychic like Matthew, he would certainly turn against him to draw out that individual. Luo Qingzhou had not intended to act so swiftly. He had planned to be captured by Qin Yongqing to see if he would be imprisoned alongside Shan Juanrou. Yet they had somehow become aware of that person's existence, inciting both shock and fury within him. The plan had become irrelevant. Circumstances had shifted, and he needed to adjust his next course of action. Matthew? It sounded like a foreign name. It seemed that Qin Yongqing's uncle had informed him of the events at the Elder Council, and he had used these secrets, which should have remained buried, as leverage in dealings with those behind him. Qin Yongqing felt as if his head had been violently stabbed with a knife. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "Psychic type. This is merely a threat." Luo Qingzhou did not wish for Su Guangqing to eliminate him. Qin Yongqing should not meet his end through assassination. He ought to be exposed for all his crimes before the eyes of the public, slowly perishing amidst the scorn of all, including the soldiers. Chapter 235. The operation divided into 3 paths. Luo Qingzhou maintained a calm demeanor, exuding an air of superiority. "Do you truly believe I would leap into a pit without any preparation?" Qin Yongqing, having encountered psychic abilities before, was well aware of their potency. He decisively ordered Matthew to leave the cafeteria. Coldly, he commanded, "Surround this place. Send people to keep watch on him. Search for suspicious psychics within a 5-mile radius." He hastily departed in his vehicle, unwilling to expose himself to potential attack. Psychic abilities might be formidable, but so what? He had dealt with Matthew for some time and knew that the powers of psychics were limited, while his troops were plentiful. Once the ambushers exhausted their abilities, he could still capture Luo Qingzhou. With Matthew now unconscious, he required the assistance of a doctor. Unbeknownst to Qin Yongqing, Su Guangqing's psychic force had been trailing him and, as Luo Qingzhou had indicated, attacked Matthew's mind again, rendering him unable to awaken, yet leaving him with a semblance of life. Su Guangqing was somewhat troubled. If he lingered any longer, he would attract the attention of the soldiers. However, Luo Qingzhou was still surrounded in the cafeteria. In his moment of dilemma, he finally spotted Lin Shi. He relayed the situation to her at breakneck speed, visibly relieved. Lin Shi, however, was vexed. Did she intend to eliminate all these soldiers? Even if they were merely following orders from above and unaware of their actions? She handed each of Su Guangqing and Rogers a vial of psychic energy replenishment liquid. "You should let these soldiers take a nap." Su Guangqing and Rogers exchanged glances and proceeded towards the cafeteria. As they approached the soldiers, they raised their hands, and when the soldiers drew near, they promptly collapsed. Before long, Luo Qingzhou followed them, and the 3 swiftly made their exit. Lin Shi furrowed her brow. It was unlike him to provoke Qin Yongqing so quickly. It seemed Qin Yongqing had underestimated him, only bringing a squad of 30. If he had dispatched 300 or 3,000, Lin Shi would have definitely turned back. As for the reason, she soon discovered it. The situation was dire. Luo Qingzhou dared not conceal anything from her and revealed that the email-related matters had been leaked. It turned out that those behind it were targeting her. Lin Shi cast a reproachful glance at him, incredulous at the chaos they had caused. Luo Qingzhou, feeling rarely guilty yet somewhat awkward, found it difficult to comment on the matter. After clearing his throat, he said, "Circumstances change. However, only I, the old chief, and Yi Chun are privy to the deeper layers of information. Rest assured, no 4th person will learn of it from us." Lin Shi finally understood why he had acted prematurely and retorted, "You must take great care of yourselves. Do not fall victim to mental manipulation and disclose things you should not." Luo Qingzhou nodded, reassuring her before beginning to strategize. Not long after, a familiar eagle's cry echoed in the air. Song Yu had returned, with a small tiger cub nestled on its back. Lin Shi recalled that Zhou had mentioned Song Yu had been dispatched early in the morning to deliver a message to Yi Chen. How had it returned so quickly, and with Lin Wuwu? The small tiger cub spotted Lin Shi and, unable to contain itself, leapt from a height, using wind to cushion its descent and landing gently in Lin Shi's embrace. Song Yu also landed, a small pouch hanging from its neck, containing the reply. Zhou removed the pouch and handed the note to Luo Qingzhou. "What brings you here?" Lin Shi affectionately ruffled the small tiger cub's fur. Song Yu was engaged in serious business, relaying messages between both parties. Why had it come? When Lin Shi arrived at the southern base, she had feared that her features were too conspicuous, entrusting Lin Wuwu to Yi Chen for safekeeping. At that time, it had been blissfully unaware and having the time of its life. "Ah, I doubt I haven't seen you in ages, and I was worried you might miss me," Lin Wuwu exclaimed, its eyes twinkling. It hasn't been long, not even 2 days. It had merely seized the opportunity to visit Lin Shi, feeling discontented without its caretaker by its side. Knowing it was merely making excuses, Lin Shi affectionately kissed its large head. "I knew Wuwu would be the most considerate." At that moment, Luo Qingzhou resumed assigning tasks. The reason Song Yu had returned so swiftly was that it had encountered Yi Chen along the way. In 2 hours, Yi Chen and his group would arrive. Luo Qingzhou's old strategy was about to unfold, with the primary objective being to control the entrance to the city wall. To minimize casualties on both sides, Qin Yongqing should not be allowed to reinforce the city wall's entrance. It was best to divert his attention. This was a task Luo Qingzhou would take on without hesitation. Since Qin Yongqing sought to capture him, he would present himself for capture. Whether he succeeded would depend on their individual capabilities. Lin Shi would first free those imprisoned, escorting them to safety if time permitted. It would be ideal to set fire to the underground command center as well. Luo Qingzhou hesitated. The fire must be set? But remember to control the extent. We don't want to burn everything down. It's all public property. Furthermore, regarding individuals related to that matter, leave a few alive. I need to clarify the details and see if there are any remaining hazards. The rest, you may handle as you wish. Lin Shi felt that his mind was somewhat deranged. Typically, the garrison forces at a base number around 50,000, while the southern base boasts an army of 600,000. All under Qin Yongqing's jurisdiction. Creating trouble here is one thing. Zhou and I can make a getaway, but what about you? Surely you don't expect me to incinerate all the soldiers blocking our path? She had Lin Wuwu, Zhou had Song Yu, but what did the others possess? Observing his frugality, she found it hard to believe that Luo Qingzhou would be willing to wipe out these tens of thousands of lives. Luo Qingzhou remained confident. That won't happen. He is not yet powerful enough to confront the central base openly. Qin Yongqing cannot mobilize so many troops. If he seeks to capture us, he will only resort to using his trusted subordinates. Dividing into 3 paths, I will attract his attention. You will rescue people and set fires, drawing out his trump cards. Once Yi Chen arrives, we will secure the city gates, and the rest will be like catching fish in a barrel. The area between the city wall's entrance and the formal entrance was an open space surrounded by high walls, with genuine artillery stationed atop. Seizing control of the city gate was no easy feat. And Lin Shi wore a skeptical expression. Luo Qingzhou smiled slightly, handing a note to Lin Shi. Upon reading it, Lin Shi realized that yesterday, after searching for Shan Juanrong for quite some time, he had been located by Yi Chen, who had brought his men to rush over upon learning of the changes at the southern base. The fortune of fate is indeed remarkable. Who could have anticipated that the commander of the southern base was not even present at the facility? No wonder she was unable to locate anyone despite her search yesterday. The note was small, lacking context or explanation, simply stating that everything would be addressed once they arrived. Lin Shi entrusted Su Guangqing, Rogers, Zhou Yi, and the vehicle to Luo Qingzhou, while she herself, with Lin Wuwu discreetly stowed in her backpack, set off towards the military center. Chapter 236. Truly a mind unfit for purpose in broad daylight. Moving stealthily was rather inconvenient, and she had no desire to be discovered. Lin Shi changed into military attire, rendering her an inconspicuous soldier. However, even with this guise, infiltrating the military center to rescue someone remained a formidable challenge. Thus, she altered her course towards the underground command center. This place was equipped with numerous alarm systems. If she were to force her way in, chaos would surely ensue, attracting a significant number of soldiers. Once they were drawn here, it would become exceedingly convenient for her to effect a rescue amidst the turmoil. With her 7th-tier abilities, she had no doubt about her ability to breach or escape. The preparations were underway. It had been a long time since she had felt such unrestrained exhilaration. Wuwu summoned forth a tempest. Lin Wuwu, bored and gnawing at its claws within the bag, perked up at Lin Shi's command. Joyfully perched at the edge of the backpack, its paws waving as a formidable whirlwind enveloped Lin Shi. The other individuals on this path were rendered nearly blind by the gusts. Lin Shi accelerated on her motorcycle, barreling straight towards the underground entrance. The steel door at the entrance was tightly sealed. She conjured a fireball that collided with it, resulting in a thunderous explosion and a gaping hole in the steel door. Who goes there? Halt. It's an ability user, high tier. If you don't stop, we will shoot. Bang, bang, bang. Qingbao collected the bullets into her space. Lin Shi accelerated her motorcycle, rampaging through the underground structure. It was rather well constructed, utilizing ample cement and steel. Unfortunately, these materials were from before the apocalypse, lacking the durability and fire resistance of post-apocalyptic innovations. Lin Wuwu used the wind to blow away the pursuing soldiers, occasionally tossing wind blades to intimidate them. Lin Shi made no objections. She had come to cause trouble, and as long as no lives were lost, the bigger the chaos, the better. She began igniting flames in locations less prone to spreading. Lin Wuwu was thoroughly enjoying itself, relishing the havoc after having run amok with Yi Chun. Causing chaos was its favorite pastime. To avoid harming anyone, it reduced the wind blades to smaller sizes. Releasing them to frighten the soldiers, it severed electrical wires, sliced through doors, and left marks on steel plates. Soldiers' clothing, shoes, backpacks, weapons, and even their loud whistles were cut in half. Watching the bewildered expressions of the soldiers, it gleefully kicked its legs in the backpack. Lin Shi pinched its ear, warning, no more wind blades. The damaged items are the base's property. Luo Qingzhou will demand compensation from you, and you'll have to use your own savings to pay for it. Lin Wuwu rolled its eyes and switched to a whirlwind, gathering the papers scattered across the command center, forming a large paper tube that floated about to scare people. Lin Shi shook her head. This playful nature truly could not be altered. As the duo wreaked havoc, the soldiers here came to a realization. There was no doubt that the intruder was a high-tier ability user, unafraid of gunfire, while low-tier abilities couldn't even approach. Yet, curiously, aside from igniting fires and exhausting them, the intruder had no intention of taking their lives. Captain Tong, what on earth is this person trying to do? A soldier, hands on hips and panting heavily, exclaimed. He had just extinguished one fire, only for another to flare up. Fortunately, they were manageable with effort. Tong Liwei, originally a lieutenant colonel, had been reassigned to the command center for insubordination, tasked with security here. Observing the motorcycle charging towards the second underground level, his eyes darkened. He took a deep breath and reported via radio. Emergency assistance needed. The command center is in critical condition. A high-tier ability user has breached the core area, causing multiple unknown fires. Suspected presence of explosives. Several guards appear injured or missing. Requesting reinforcements. What, Captain? Is it that serious? Why didn't I notice? A soldier stared wide-eyed at his commander. Tong Liwei remained silent, fully aware that there were no such experts within the base. This person could effortlessly infiltrate the military center's most secure area, aside from causing mischief and lighting small fires to divert attention. Such tactics were nothing but a distraction. She possessed immense power, impervious to bullets, yet showed no intent to kill. Her strikes were measured, indicating she was not an enemy. If that were the case, then he would assist her in drawing more attention. Could she be from the central base? Tong Liwei's expression darkened, yet their report never reached outside. Lin Shi descended to the third underground level. Both the second and third levels bore signs of earthquake damage, still under repair. This explained why Qin Yongqing's supplies were stored above ground rather than below. Originally, Lin Shi intended to search for an underground laboratory, only to find none. It was possible that it had been relocated due to the earthquake. Assessing the situation, the flames above should have been extinguished, and Lin Shi turned back. Upon her return, she noticed an increase in soldiers at the underground command center, with military vehicles crowded outside. Lin Shi chuckled. How embarrassing for them to have made a fruitless trip. With a touch of kindness, she evenly scattered some small flames to give them something to do. She truly was a considerate person. Under the cover of the whirlwind, Lin Shi slipped away from another direction, intending to head to the detention site from last night. Having stored her motorcycle, she remained an ordinary soldier. However, before she could approach the building, she was intercepted by a dozen fully armed individuals. You cannot enter here. Please leave. Lin Shi thought it rather polite of them. She feigned innocence, asking, Who said I couldn't enter? I was ordered by my superiors to retrieve documents. Why can't I go in? Where does it say I can't? Click. Several guns were drawn, aimed at her, while 3 daggers materialized at her throat. The leader coldly chuckled. We've captured an intruder, female. Lin Wuwu poked its fluffy head out, exclaiming, Aw! You've been exposed. This was a new phrase it had learned and felt compelled to showcase. Lin Shi awkwardly smiled. As the president, wasn't she concerned about her reputation? Although her performance lacked sincerity, she believed the situation could still be salvaged. This is a colossal misunderstanding. Could it be that I misheard the orders? The leader's gaze lingered on Lin Wuwu's face. Wind ability, a tiger, heh. Who would have thought the illustrious President Lin would be so clandestine? Was she truly that well-known? Lin Shi smiled brightly, saying, "Who's being clandestine? I was sent here by my superiors. Yet, you dare point a gun at me knowing who I am. Truly a mind unfit for purpose." Chapter 237. Different paths do not converge. The man remained unfazed. How could that be? I recognize President Lin's prowess. We have nothing of value to offer you, only this ability suppressant which might suffice. Lin Shi surveyed her surroundings. No wonder you still have the presence of mind to chat when death is imminent. How many ability suppressants have you prepared for my reception? Oh, Wuwu, I'm scared. Lin Wuwu covered its eyes with its paws, leaning against Lin Shi's chest. Overly dramatic, it was uncertain if it was simply craving the spotlight or was genuinely acting. Lin Shi shook her head. Originally, Luo Qingzhou wanted me to leave some alive for him, but you insisted on provoking me right at my trigger point. It's a pity for you. A flash of darkness surged as the individuals before her screamed in agony. Ah! Their hands severed cleanly at the wrists, blood gushing forth as the sudden pain caused them to stagger and collapse. A mere 4th tier. The 7th tier ability user moved faster than they could comprehend. Simultaneously, snipers positioned at various angles were forcefully slammed to the ground by the wind. Lin Wuwu joined in, echoing, "Aw!" In Lin Shi's grasp was the obsidian blade, gleaming with a dark luster. She gazed down at the fallen individuals. When playing with guns, one must hold them firmly. When wielding abilities, one must understand that low-tier abilities are like ants before high-tier users. Who gave you the audacity to employ an ability suppressant in my presence? A dagger, shimmering with blue light, shot towards Lin Shi's throat like lightning. Lin Shi flicked her fingers, conjuring a fireball the size of a soybean, incinerating the dagger midair. This dagger was poisoned, given its size and hardness. It couldn't pierce even a 4th-tier mutated beast's hide, yet it was perfectly suited for attacking ability users or ordinary people. She detested such individuals, those with some ability who opted not to battle mutated beasts or birds, but instead resorted to trivial methods of murder. Witnessing Lin Shi effortlessly counter his lethal strike, the leading man, despite the sweat beading on his forehead from the pain, shouted defiantly, "I concede. If you have the skill, kill me. All right, I shall grant your wish. I am known for my kindness." Lin Shi loathed such individuals. Suddenly, a figure materialized amidst the chaos. It was Tong Liwei, who had come to rescue someone while the distraction unfolded. A disturbance arose within the underground command center, and the situation was reported as dire. Many soldiers flocked to the scene, and he perceived this as an opportunity. Lin Shi cast a sidelong glance at him, astonished that he could conceal himself beneath her very nose. "President Lin, as you suggested, shall we spare them, allowing them a chance at redemption?" Tong Liwei observed the individuals on the ground with a complex expression. The individuals remained undeterred, one calling out, "Tong, there's no need for your feigned goodwill. Chief Chun has done you a great favor, and how have you repaid him? You treacherous wretch." Lin Shi had not anticipated that Chen Yongqing still had such steadfast individuals under his command. Regrettably, they had chosen the wrong path. Unforgivable. She forcefully shoved Lin Wuwu's head into her bag. A fiery dragon surged forth from Lin Shi's hand, opening its maw wide to consume the individuals on the ground entirely. The air was filled with their anguished screams. Lin Shi was filled with unbridled hatred, yet she refused to grant them a swift death. Instead, she let them perish slowly in torment. After a considerable time, a gentle breeze lifted the remnants of black ash, prompting Tong Liwei to close his eyes. Lin Shi turned to him and inquired, "Who are you?" Tong Liwei remained silent. Despite individual aspirations, the bond forged through years of camaraderie was tangible. And to claim it did not evoke sorrow would be disingenuous. He spoke softly, "Not just here. There are others imprisoned in various locations. Can you rescue them? If you are indeed sent by the central base, you cannot ignore their plight." Given that there were still individuals like this, she had to undertake a journey. The disparity in strength was evident, yet She was unafraid of potential traps. Her priority was to rescue the imprisoned souls. She approached the small building, and this time, no one dared to intervene. However, the hidden sentinels still lurked within. She released Lin Wuwu, who transformed from a small cub into a towering tiger measuring 4 meters in height. The giant beast roared, and a fierce wind erupted, stripping a layer of plaster from the walls of the building and loosening the doors and windows. The steel bars, reminiscent of a prison, were uprooted by the violent gusts. Accompanied by the swirling fire dragon that circled the building, the hidden sentinels fell silent. Satisfied, Shi began to proclaim, "I am Lin Shi from the central base, here alongside Commander Yi Chen and the Inan Department's Luo Qingzhou to address Chen Yongqing's treachery in colluding with outsiders to betray our compatriots. As for you, if you are merely following orders, confess honestly. Ignorance is no sin. You may either lay down your weapons and step forward or resist desperately. I shall incinerate you all without hesitation. Choose." Tong Liwei stepped forward, urging loudly, "You have just witnessed it. President Lin is a high-ranking ability user from the central base. Lay down your weapons and come out." Perhaps it was the reputation of the central base that held sway. As one by one, individuals emerged, youthful faces marked by trepidation and confusion. The imprisoned souls gradually appeared as well, whispering, "I knew the central base would not abandon us." As the number of emerging individuals swelled, Shi pondered how she would escort them to safety. With a slight headache, she inquired, "Is there a safe place where you can hide for now until the situation calms down to avoid unnecessary harm?" Several individuals slowly raised their hands, suggesting, "There is a place." A group began to confer among themselves, which was indeed beneficial, for they were the most familiar with the base. "I will rescue the other imprisoned soldiers shortly." Then pursued Chen Yongqing. "You must hide carefully and avoid being captured again as cannon fodder. Once things settle down, the base will issue a notice, and at that time, you may emerge. You can seek out Yi Chen, Luo Qingzhou, and your base commander, Shan Juanrong." The expressions of these individuals instantly became vibrant, embracing one another. To them, Shan Juanrong felt closer and more familiar than Yi Chen or Luo Qingzhou. They whispered excitedly, "Commander, we shall see the commander. How long has it been since we last saw him? I always thought we also believed he had met with misfortune." Tong Liwei could not contain his excitement, exclaiming, "President Lin, is it true that the base commander?" Lin Shi's methods instilled terror in him, yet the prospect of Shan Juanrong's return filled him with elation. Lin Shi was indifferent, stating, "In about an hour." "They should arrive, then. Are you saying that the base commander is bringing reinforcements?" someone asked quietly. Lin Shi considered this before responding, "That is not the case. The central base discovered an issue and dispatched personnel to resolve it." She intentionally spoke lightly, and these individuals were not naive children. They could easily glean the might of the central base from her words. Likewise, once they escaped, they would understand the best course of action. Since they could secure their own safety, Lin Shi followed Tong Liwei to 2 other locations where serious offenders were detained. Chapter 238. The Undermined Core Strength. Over a dozen individuals willingly followed behind them to assist. And Lin Shi did not refuse. Having assistance was advantageous, as providing comfort to those rescued had always been a source of frustration for her. Along the way, there were few who dared to obstruct her. Encountering a handful, she simply knocked them unconscious, surmising that Luo Qingzhou had likely restrained a group as well. Tong Liwei informed her that the remaining detainees were held in 2 bunkers, one housing ability users from the military and the other housing the key personnel among ordinary soldiers, all of whom had previously raised doubts about Chen Yongqing's plans. Lin Shi was rendered speechless. It was as if he considered himself a local tyrant, eliminating anyone who dared to oppose him, digging his own grave to such an extent. Even as the world's foremost powerhouse, she had never been this arrogant. Moreover, once Chen obtained control of the base, he neither engaged in production nor sought to win hearts, but instead focused solely on eliminating rivals and establishing dominance through brutality. Truly a foolish endeavor. It should be noted that these soldiers had not yet been crushed by endless calamities. Gentleness would always be more effective than force. Furthermore, even if he could suppress them momentarily, without these key personnel, the position of base commander would ultimately be untenable. What a waste of construction materials to reinforce bunkers solely for imprisonment. It would be more prudent to eliminate them entirely, if only to conserve resources. Thus, Chen Yongqing was devoid of both courage and capability, foolishly aspiring to become a warlord amid chaos. How naive! Before Lin Shi, no bunker was impregnable, and no devoted guard was beyond her reach. Knowing the locations made rescuing the captives much simpler. After neutralizing several loyalists, Tong Liwei regarded her with newfound respect. The dark bunkers were opened, and many soldiers and officers emerged, supporting one another, relieved to finally see personnel from the central base. Tong Liwei, accompanied by several helpers, guided them into the sunlight. Old Tong, Gongzi, Xiaoma, Xiao Zhou is gone, Erzi is gone, and Chengtu is gone. Tong Liwei listened in silence, lowering his head, offering silent pats on their shoulders or grasping their hands tightly. Lin Shi observed their condition. They appeared gravely ill, pallid and emaciated. She shook her head, sighing, "What a needless plight! What animosity or grievance can justify such suffering? If it comes to this, one might as well kill outright." The state of limbo they endured served no purpose. These serious offenders had once been formidable forces within the southern base, direct subordinates of Shan Juanrong. After Shan fell ill, all matters were left in Chen Yongqing's hands. Officially, they were said to have been dispatched on missions, some sacrificed, others missing. Due to Tong Liwei's unique ability to conceal himself, he had learned some secrets regarding Chen Yongqing. He had compiled a dossier he wished to send to the central base. But given the vast distances, reaching the central base was no easy task. Their covert actions had soon been discovered, leaving him with nothing to do but wait. Lin Shi grasped the general situation but decided not to dwell on it. Having promised to focus solely on the rescue, however, there was one matter she could not ignore. Noticing a group of officers among the rescued who seemed to know the truth, she began to inquire. Is there a laboratory here? Particularly one associated with outsiders? A hospital would suffice. After being imprisoned for so long, have any of you been taken for medical examinations, such as blood tests or bone marrow extraction? No, no one in the bunker has subjected us to experiments. However, a few soldiers were taken away and never returned. Their abilities were somewhat unique, responded a pale, trembling officer. It was easy to infer Lin Shi's intent from her questions. Lin Shi observed his frail, claw-like right hand hanging limply and felt a surge of frustration. These were the valuable forces painstakingly preserved before the end of the world, now squandered by that bastard. He took a breath and continued. One had teleportation abilities, another possessed spatial manipulation, one was toxic in nature, and another had psychic abilities. Furthermore, before we were captured, they had been searching for a little girl, around 7 or 8 years old, whose name is unknown but had drawn considerable attention. That is all I know. Noting his exhausted demeanor, Lin Shi frowned. This group consists of ability users. Have you been administered ability suppressants? Upon witnessing over 100 individuals silently nodding, Lin Shi felt overwhelmed. Perhaps it was empathy, but she feigned retrieving a stash of ability enhancement liquids from her bag. Fortunately, she had procured several small bottles in the central base, which would now serve a purpose when filled with well water and mixed with drinking water. Tong Liwei. She called him over. Lin Shi handed him a package of spatially produced ability enhancement liquid. This is an ability enhancement liquid developed by the Central Research Institute. The first dose yields the best effect. One for each person, in small quantities over time to prevent overwhelming the body. Meanwhile, inquire if anyone has information about the laboratory or hospital. Quickly. She could not fathom that Chen Yongqing had imprisoned this batch of supernatural beings merely to squander food. She suspected that the little girl they were searching for possessed some extraordinary trait, which compelled them to apprehend her without restraint. She was impatient to unleash her wrath on them. Tong Liwei stared blankly at the large bundle of seemingly worthless small vials in his hands. It was the ability enhancement liquid, the coveted dream of countless supernatural beings, and just like that, it was handed over to them. He had heard others from different bases mention it, yet it had never circulated in the markets of the southern base. He felt a pang of shame for doubting Lin Shi. Her methods were ruthless. He always feared she might have ulterior motives, but his only option to save lives was to collaborate with her. But now, yes, once he regained his composure, he walked over to his comrades. Lin Shi called out to him, "Hey, remember to count how many vials there are. It needs to be recorded in your base's account." "Yes," Tong Liwei responded emphatically. Her words reassured him. It was only right to not take others' possessions without acknowledgement, as it left him feeling uneasy. Lin Shi was not acting out of mere benevolence. These individuals constituted the core fighting strength of the southern base. After this ordeal, they would undoubtedly become adversaries to the external marauders. Every bit of strength saved would count, especially when war broke out. Moreover, she was also demonstrating the power of the central base. When faced with those who harbored ill intentions, one must consider the strength of the arm versus the thigh. Tong Liwei swiftly distributed the vials, heeding Lin Shi's reminders. Those who began to consume the ability enhancement liquid felt an immense surge of energy enveloping them. Even those who had suffered severe aftereffects from multiple suppressants could distinctly sense their battered bodies being restored. It appeared that in realms unbeknownst to them, post-apocalyptic technology had made such significant advancements. Tong Liwei assisted a man over. He was a doctor who had been held in solitary confinement, his existence unknown to others. President Lin, he wishes to see you. The doctor's lab coat was no longer discernible in color. His unkempt long hair and beard framed a face with deeply sunken eyes, dark shadows beneath them, and his lips trembled. Lin, she could barely make out his features. Who are you? I am Fan Hu. A surgeon that I was imprisoned because I inadvertently discovered that there is a subterranean level beneath the hospital. It appears to be a laboratory. There, they conduct experiments on supernatural beings, right beneath the hospital. They initially intended to kill me, but then claimed I possessed a mental type ability. I don't even know if that's true, and perhaps that's why they spared my life. Lin Shi immediately stood up. Lead the way. She had thought the laboratory would be concealed in a hidden location, yet it was brazenly situated within the hospital. Truly audacious. Chapter 239. Chen Yongqing. Driven to desperation, several supernatural beings had begun to regain their strength. President Lin, let us accompany you. With us, more people will learn the truth, and we can assist you. This batch of officers indeed exhibited commendable quality. They quickly understood the importance of collaborating with her. Lin, she did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, she clarified the stakes. Chen Yongqing had yet to be captured, and by venturing out, they would confront danger directly. Remaining here until the situation calmed was the safer choice, a few insisted. There won't be too many people from the central base. If we cannot persuade those unaware of the truth, it could lead to violent confrontations, which would be detrimental to the southern base. Allow us to step forward. I assure you we can minimize the losses. They had personally experienced Lin Shi's capabilities, and considering those who came from the central base, they were unlikely to be weak. The thought of innocent soldiers being hurt sent shivers down their spines. The southern base had already suffered immensely under Chen Yongqing's tyranny and could not endure more. After a brief delay, a handful of others approached, eager to assist Lin Shi. Recognizing their desire for self-preservation, Lin Shi regarded them with newfound respect. Why refuse help when it was offered? She nodded in agreement. After all, they were a professional military unit. Even though they had just escaped peril, they could effectively organize their actions. Those capable of action would accompany Lin Shi to the hospital to dismantle the laboratory, while those unable to act would step into the public eye to expose Chen Yongqing's true nature. Observing their frail appearances, Lin Shi decided to first escort this group to the old command center for a moment of respite. They encountered several waves of military obstruction, yet with Lin Shi and Lin Wuwu's deterrent presence, none could withstand them. Furthermore, the liberated officers contributed to this atmosphere of uncertainty among those tasked with blocking their way. With the arrival of personnel from the central base, it seemed wiser to observe than to blindly press forward. As more soldiers witnessed the former elite troops transformed into this ghostly state, an uproar ensued. These were no ordinary soldiers. They were individuals with ranks who had led teams, having endured hardships even if they lacked accolades. The base had long claimed they had gone missing or been sacrificed on missions. But what was the truth? The truth was that they had been unjustly imprisoned by Chen Yongqing in a sunless bunker. Additionally, their families, parents, spouses, children, siblings, and former comrades in arms had rushed to their aid. The heartrending cries of relatives moved many, while the revelations they brought forth left all soldiers at a loss. Regardless of who it was, any ounce of remaining spirit would lead them to feel shame in associating with someone like Chen Yongqing, especially for the young and vigorous soldiers. Yet, they were professional soldiers. Even if rage coursed through them, they could not shout or create a disturbance. Obedience to orders was their duty. Thus, more and more soldiers accompanied the emaciated prisoners, quietly seated at the foot of the former command center. The scene exceeded Lin Shi's expectations. She once again recognized that these individuals were astute thinkers. She merely provided armed protection, and they had firmly nailed Chen Yongqing to the pillar of shame. He was unworthy of leading this base. President Lin, we can set off now. A soldier approached to salute her. Those capable of action had boarded vehicles, ready to depart at a moment's notice, waiting to follow her to the hospital and reveal that damned human experimentation facility. So quickly, she had regained logistics and command. The days of not having to worry about everything and merely focusing on armed output had returned. Yet, such bliss was not to last long. She had barely approached the hospital when she was forced to disembark. Luo Qingzhou had brought people to intercept her. Annoyed, she queried, "What are you doing here?" Luo Qingzhou replied, "Chen Yongqing has taken over the hospital and planted explosives. If anyone steps within 100 meters of the hospital, he will kill and detonate. Damn." Several voices echoed in unison, including Lin Shi, who rarely resorted to expletives. Furious, Lin Shi retorted, "Wasn't it agreed that you would draw his attention?" Luo Qingzhou sighed, who could have anticipated that within just a few hours, his stronghold would be overturned, leaving him with no avenue of escape. By the way, weren't you going to rescue a few people? He had not been prepared. Everything had changed in an instant. Chen Yongqing received news far quicker than he could react. Lin Shi's demeanor deflated slightly. "Yes, I did go to save people. They mentioned there were 2 other locations that needed assistance. I couldn't ignore that. So I rescued them and then headed straight for the hospital. And you?" Luo Qingzhou revealed his identity, engaging in a verbal duel in the Grand Square, lambasting Chen Yongqing. He also declared that if Chen Yongqing was unwilling to comply, he would confront him publicly. Chen Yongqing was seething with rage, dispatching men to eliminate him on the spot, but they all fell under mental assaults, further solidifying the notion of the central base's formidable prowess, bolstered by Zhouyi's 5th-tier shield. Moreover, the military base had the advantage of numbers. If it had been ordinary civilians, who would dare approach? But soldiers were different. They were all soldiers, and there was nothing wrong with being curious about what was happening. Furthermore, many soldiers recognized Luo Qingzhou and were aware of his status. If Chen Yongqing genuinely wanted to kill him, aside from his most trusted subordinates, who would dare act under broad daylight? Even as some attempted to disperse the crowd, the soldiers only gathered closer, unaware that soon enough, the people would vanish. They pitted those who had tried to hold on to a few individuals for information, only to discover that Lin Shi had orchestrated a grand plan. A mutiny. Some had even informed Luo Qingzhou, leading him to realize that Chen Yongqing had actually gone to the hospital. He had initially intended to capture the king by seizing the thief, never anticipating that Chen Qinghua would stoop so low as to employ terrorist tactics and take hostages. He understood that the Chun family had fallen, but to descend to such a completely unscrupulous level surpassed his imagination. Just then, Lin Shi stormed in with a group of people, exuding an intimidating aura as if ready for a brawl. It wasn't a brawl. It was a mission to expose the conspiracy of the laboratory. Lin Shi repeatedly emphasized that this person truly lacked a flair for adjectives. She surveyed the 3-story building. This hospital might very well be their stronghold. "I'll go in alone. Let the others stand back." It was inconsequential whether she would take action. Luo Qingzhou, perceptive as always, said, "I've already sent someone to retrieve the floor plans. Shortly, those familiar with the layout will brief you. Can I speak to those people?" Lin Shi nonchalantly nodded. As the president of a supernatural beings association, it was prudent to maintain some distance. She thoughtfully moved away a bit, leaving space for Luo Qingzhou. Chapter 240. At least not now after watching Lin Shi depart. Luo Qingzhou turned to scan the group of officers. Pale, weak, and emaciated, it was evident that they had suffered greatly. The looks they cast at him held both grievance and trust. He couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Luo Qingzhou steeled his heart and reprimanded. Quite impressive. Who summoned you here? Who issued the orders? Who brought you soldiers out here to make such a spectacle of yourselves?" His expression darkened further. "Do you even comprehend what you are doing? Do you now believe that no one can rein you in? Chen Yongqing is despicable and shameless. He is unworthy of being a human being. And what about you? What tricks are you playing? Are you attempting a mutiny? Does the central base no longer have any authority over you? Can't you express your grievances properly? Are you inciting others to sit in protest? Is there no sense of discipline left? Return and reflect on your actions. Remain obedient and await further instructions. Regardless of right or wrong, mutiny is always a grave taboo in the military. Once it begins, it is bound to repeat itself. The rules of the southern base have been tarnished, and regardless of the reasons behind it, such an atmosphere must never be allowed to flourish. It is only natural that Lin Shi does not understand this principle. She resembles a chivalrous hero, helping the weak and striking against the strong, her moods swaying like the wind, acting outside the law. But soldiers cannot act in such a manner. Not now, at least. Luo Qingzhou's words were heavy. And the officers were convinced, for he spoke the truth. Minister Luo. Yichen strode over with long strides. Clad in a new-style military uniform, he exuded an imposing presence that accentuated his tall stature. When over 300 of them arrived, they effortlessly seized control at the city wall entrance, which took him by surprise. Upon further inquiry, he discovered that the southern base had descended into chaos in a remarkably short time. On his way over, someone had already provided him with a detailed report. It must be said, the name Yichen indeed carried weight. Those who were initially anxious and uncertain now felt reassured upon seeing Yichen and Shan Juanrong. As Yichen approached, he patted the officers and spoke kindly. I understand that many of you have endured considerable grievances and suffered greatly. Some have even lost their lives. This matter will certainly be addressed. For now, return and rest, recuperate your health. Both the base and the troops cannot do without you. There was no alternative. For everyone who played the harsh role, there must be another to take on the softer one. Luo Qingzhou had taken on the role of the stern figure, leaving the gentler approach to Yichen. Only the doctor remained. The others returned contentedly. Who in the central base would not know of Yichen? Since he had arrived, it was clear that the matter would be handled from above, and they indeed should not add to the chaos. When Lin Shi arrived again, she found that the instigators had vanished. Where have they gone? Luo Qingzhou sighed. It's not easy for them to bear their burdens. I allowed them to rest first. Wai Yichen and Shan Juanrong have also arrived, and we have ample manpower. What do you think? Oh, indeed. Lin Shi was not one to dwell on trivialities. Her current concern lay with the laboratory. Wai Yichen was surrounded by a throng of people, with many eager to speak with him. Lin Shi pursed her lips, finding the situation somewhat amusing. When the blueprints were finally brought over, Yichen managed to break through the crowd. He noticed Lin Shi smiling at him and, feeling a bit embarrassed, said, well, you see, they had it tough as well. A little reassurance can help ease their minds. Yichen's demeanor in front of Lin Shi was markedly different from his earlier composed and steady self. Lin Shi ceased to smile at him, for just then, the surgeon made his appearance. He pointed out the area they had mistakenly intruded upon, and Lin Shi took note. She released her mental energy to sense the structure of the building. There were 5 underground levels and 3 above ground. The blueprints were incorrect. They only indicated 2 underground levels. Lin Shi was not worried, as Qingbao had already gone inside to investigate as instructed. Whether there were more or fewer levels, it ultimately amounted to the same disaster. The 3 lower levels were not on the blueprints, but that was of no concern, for she was present. Luo Qingzhou gazed at the carefree and unrestrained Lin Shi and felt compelled to speak. Chairwoman Lin, could you perhaps spare a few lives? This posed a dilemma for Lin Shi. She had intended to remain invisible upon entering. What if she was seen? Would she silence them? Or silence them? Or silence them? Zhou Yi arrived with Shan Juanrong. It was at this moment that Lin Shi finally saw the true leader of the southern base. His complexion was dreadful, and he appeared emaciated, reminiscent of Rogers when he had taken on the guise of the skeletal hero. This hospital had been repurposed after the apocalypse. It was very likely that it had already become the stronghold of Chen Yongqing's dark machinations. Recognizing that the internal layout of the hospital did not align with the original blueprints, Shan Juanrong immediately deduced the implications. Wai Yichen nodded. Have the encirclement and sniper positions been arranged? Given the circumstances at the southern base, the base leader could not escape blame. Considering the exceptional situation, Yichen took him along to capture Chen Yongqing, also hoping to provide Shan Juanrong with an opportunity for redemption. Accompanying Yichen back, the personnel available at the southern base would not be lacking. Anyone with a modicum of sense would recognize this as a chance for merit. Shan Juanrong reported the action plan to Yichen, who approved it. He then instructed Zhou Yi and Zhao Zhiyong to each lead a 100-man team for support, which would serve both as assistance and surveillance. Wai Yichen's orders were clear. Should anyone exhibit suspicious behavior, they were to be dealt with without hesitation. There was no choice. The current state of human sentiment was unpredictable, and they could only prepare for the worst. Once everything was arranged, he recounted the previous events to Lin Shi. Shan Juanrong had sustained minor injuries during the earthquake and was unwilling to stay in the hospital, only needing to change a bandage. However, he fainted during the second dressing change. Just as he was on the verge of being taken away, his 4 guards noticed something amiss. They changed into Shan Juanrong's clothes and desperately diverted the pursuers, ultimately managing to protect him. When he regained consciousness, he also became aware of the murderous intent within the base. At that moment, he encountered a little girl, equally lost and fleeing from pursuers. The girl was bald, her head marred with scars and coarse stitches, her pale face gaunt, barefoot and clad in an oversized hospital gown stained with blood. Her arms were bruised, dragging an unremoved foreline, and her legs bore long, bleeding wounds. She limped, leaving a trail of blood behind her, and she drew away some of those pursuing Shan Juanrong. He could scarcely believe that such a tragic child existed within the base under his jurisdiction. He realized something was gravely amiss. He did not know why they were pursuing her, but he understood that if the girl were captured, she would surely die. Unable to turn a blind eye, he, with barely half a life left, took the girl with him in a desperate escape. He was aware that it was Chen Yongqing's doing, and in the midst of uncertainty, he could only run. Chapter 241. Sometimes it's just bad luck. But soon enough, he collapsed, feeling that his life was at an end. He could only point the girl in the direction to escape. The girl had fled from a laboratory where many others like her, brothers, sisters, uncles, and aunts, had fought for their lives, yet she was the only one who made it out. Her name was Nini. Nini did not abandon him. She exhausted her abilities to save his life. It turned out that her power was healing, but her level was too low to mend Shan Juanrong's injuries. When Shan Juanrong awoke, he originally intended to seek assistance from the western base to call for help from the central base. But his body could not support such a long journey. For Nini's sake, he could only linger near the base, barely surviving while waiting for an opportunity. He believed that the central base would eventually discover the anomaly. He could not allow Nini to fall into the hands of those demons again. After he collapsed once more, Nini was fetching water when she was spotted by Jiang Yongping. Jiang Yongping was astonished that a child could be found outside the base. As it was strictly forbidden, he quietly followed the little girl and discovered Shen Juanrong. First, no one recognized the sickly figure as the leader of the southern base. Shan Juanrong was also unaware of their intentions or identities and dared not speak carelessly. Fearing that they might be sent by Chen Yongqing to capture them. In the ensuing chaos, they encountered Yi Chen. Shan Juanrong recognized Yi Chen, the grandson of Elder Yi, and at that moment, he revealed his identity. Only then did Yi Chen realize that the southern base was in dire straits, and he set off overnight with 300 men. When Shan Juanrong learned that they were heading to confront the wicked laboratory, he brought Nini along to assist. She observed the little hand tightly clutching the hem of Shan Juanrong's clothing, the girl hiding behind him. Her messy short hair was uneven, with patches where hair had failed to grow, and she looked pale and gaunt. Her small face, barely the size of a palm, had alarmingly large eyes. She donned an ill-fitting garment that seemed to belong to Zhao Qianxue. Since Nini had escaped from the laboratory, she must know its exact location. Yet the little girl was timid, her head bowed, her body tense, unable to meet anyone's gaze. Neither Lin Shi nor Yi Chen had the heart to press her about the laboratory. Shan Juanrong drew her forward, softening his voice as much as possible. Nini, could you tell this sister how to get into that place? Sister intends to destroy it, and I promise you, no one will ever be imprisoned there again. Is that all right? Lin Shi pondered for a moment, then pulled out the drowsy Lin Wuwu from her bag and shook her to wake her. Wu? Lin Wuwu kicked her legs, looking around in confusion. Lin Shi whispered, I have a crucial task for you. Go comfort that little friend and assure her she has nothing to fear. Indeed. Once the little milk tiger appeared, the girl's attention fixated on it. Lin Shi produced 2 pieces of chocolate, one for Wuwu and one for Nini. Lin Wuwu, who did not fancy chocolate, offered her piece to Nini. Wu, here, for you. Shan Juanrong smiled and accepted it. Unwrapping the chocolate for Nini, she took tiny bites, savoring it, and looked up at Shan Juanrong, her eyes narrowing with delight. Lin Wuwu, with her endearing familiarity, approached with her head held high, gently rubbing against the little girl's legs while softly cooing. Wu, don't be afraid, Wuwu is here. Lin Shi, wearing a subtle smile, realized for the first time how adept Lin Wuwu was at comforting others. The little girl glanced at Lin Shi, released her grip on Shan Juanrong's clothing, crouched down, and affectionately stroked Lin Wuwu, visibly relaxing. Lin Wuwu eagerly leaped into her arms, nuzzling her face, as they both observed the blueprints alongside the doctor. although the child might not fully comprehend the intricate designs. The doctor was quite familiar with the layout. They communicated gradually, and the entrance and arrangement of the laboratory became increasingly clear. Lin, she sensed the girl's latent abilities, weak yet imbued with a rare vitality. It was no wonder she had been captured for experimentation, for such powers were exceedingly uncommon. Had Shan Juanrong not saved Nini back then, she would not have survived long, and he himself would have succumbed to poisoning long ago. Yet, he risked his life to rescue Nini, who in turn saved him, allowing him to endure until Yi Chen's arrival. Lin, she was taken aback, realizing that in this world, good deeds were indeed rewarded. It was merely her misfortune in her previous life that had prevented her from witnessing such justice. She offered 2 vials of ability-enhancing liquid to Yi Chen, hoping they would aid in healing Nini's scars, wishing for them to vanish. Even without her voicing her intentions, Yi Chen understood her desires, and he would ensure they were fulfilled. Lin, she noticed Luo Qingzhou peering through binoculars at the hospital rooftop, and she decided to take a look herself. Without the aid of binoculars, she could discern a figure moving. Indeed. Luo Qingzhou kept the binoculars to his eyes, pondering if he had taken hostages without engaging in negotiations. What was his intention? Lin, she found herself puzzled. Was he unwilling to accept the outcome? After having spun such elaborate dreams for so long, was he truly aiming for mutual destruction? Yi Chen approached. Having completed the tasks Lin she had assigned him, Luo Qingzhou chuckled lightly. He lacks the courage for that. Lin, she concurred with his assessment. He would not dare to take such drastic measures. Yet, what if he had reinforcements? There were still several survival bases, were there not? Yi Chen smiled confidently. If we have not secured the southern base, those might very well be reinforcements. However, circumstances dictate actions, and they would never come to Chen Yongqing's aid. Unless they were unaware. Luo Qingzhou mused. He turned to Shan Juanrong, inquiring, have the personnel at the communication center been secured? He held Nini's hand, nodding as he said, I had someone attend to it as soon as I returned. Luo Qingzhou smiled. In that case, you should send a few telegrams to these bases, phrasing them like this. Lin, she listened intently. It was nothing particularly novel, merely controlling the communication channels to lure out Chen Yongqing's accomplices one by one. To prevent Chen Yongqing from warning his allies, Zhang Yongping and the others had already set up signal jammers. However, Lin, she pointed to the black smoke rising from the rooftop. Do you see that? Are they signaling for help? Luo Qingzhou looked over, amused. This fool is resorting to smoke signals to alert others. Now, he was genuinely irked. Frankly, it was expected that some base leaders would encounter issues, such as corruption or incompetence. The position of base leader was new, lacking established precedents, and could only evolve through trial and error. Otherwise, how could he have planted spies in various bases beforehand? During the chaotic period leading up to the apocalypse, the selection and appointment of base leaders were often rushed, marked by compromises and a need for balance. For instance, Chen Yongqing had been nominated for the position of chief base leader by an elder. But after much deliberation, he was ultimately placed in the role of deputy leader. At that time, they anticipated disorder, but they had not foreseen that the situation would devolve into a deadly game of poison and assassination among the upper echelons. After all, with the central base present, what good would it do to kill a base leader? Could they not simply appoint another in the future? They had expected that under the guidance of the central base, as long as one adhered to policies ensuring the survival of the populace and reported issues promptly, that would suffice. Yet, who could have imagined that post-apocalypse, there would be those foolish enough to betray from within and collude with foreign entities? Such duplicitous and malignant individuals exceeded his expectations. As for fleeing? Not a chance. He intended to display their corpses upon the city walls, to see who would dare extend their hands into Huagua again. Luo Qingzhou flexed his muscles, addressing Lin Shi, President Lin. My only request now is that you allow me to keep the bodies. I wish to hang them on the city wall and whip them. Yi Chen was taken aback, wondering when Luo Gu had developed such a peculiar hobby. Lin Shi envisioned hanging the bodies of those outsiders on the city walls, or perhaps tossing them back during future battles. It certainly seemed more meaningful than merely incinerating them to ashes. She felt a surge of enthusiasm. I will do my utmost. Yi Chen. Chapter 242. How did things come to this? Not long after, Chen Yongqing began to present his demands. He stipulated the release of certain hostages in exchange for Yi Chen entering the hospital to negotiate. Clearly, this was a blatant attempt at moral coercion. Yet it was undeniably effective. Moreover, Yi Chun had no choice but to comply. Given his stature, to stand idly by while others perished would severely tarnish the reputation of the central base. Perhaps in Chen Yongqing's mind, Yi Chun was merely a decorative figurehead, basking in the achievements of others. He could not fathom that since the apocalypse began, Yi Chun had always stood on the most perilous front lines, battling fiercely. Teetering on the brink of death countless times, he was completely unaware that even if Yi Chun willingly walked into the trap, he could not be easily manipulated. Chen Yongqing sought to control Yi Chun, thus gaining leverage for negotiations with the central base, a strategy born out of desperation. Once this condition became known, the soldiers of the southern base were filled with both fury and humiliation. This traitor had endangered the entirety of their base. Transforming from soldiers to terrorists was one thing, but to hold hostages as leverage against the central base's leaders was entirely unprecedented for the southern base. Yi Chun agreed with remarkable alacrity. As soon as Chen Yongqing's demands were articulated, he immediately acquiesced. He had intended to fight alongside Lin Shi, yet he feared it might hinder her. Thus he resolved to heed Luo Qingzhou's advice and maintain a distance to allow her the freedom to act. In contrast to Luo Qingzhou's composure, the reactions of the other personnel from the southern base were quite pronounced. Shun Juanrong, particularly, could not bear to see Yi Chun fall into Chen Yongqing's hands. Unable to stop Yi Chun, he sought out Luo Qingzhou, insisting, "No, Chief, he cannot go. Let me handle it. I am the base leader. Everything that has transpired is due to my negligence. I must go. Chief Luo, are you not afraid of the central base's repercussions?" He glared at the unyielding Luo Qingzhou, his face pale with anxiety. "Lin," she whispered to Yi Chun, "he surely believes Luo Qingzhou is seizing the opportunity to eliminate you as a hindrance." Yi Chun donned a new combat uniform, muttering, "Luo Gu must be planning to intimidate him. He is like a startled bird, seeing malice in everyone." This combat uniform resembled a fitted jumpsuit, slightly thinner than a diving suit. Soft, elastic, and accentuating his physique. It was crafted from 5th-tier mutated spider silk by Qin Yuanci, offering both fire and bullet resistance. Just then, Qingbao returned, informing Lin Shi that the entire building was rigged with explosives. Those individuals had released black smoke to signal for assistance. They had helicopters and were in the process of transporting materials. Once ready, they would take advantage of Yi Chun's entry into the hospital to negotiate with Chen Yongqing and detonate the entire facility. There were ample explosives, but Qingbao had discreetly stored most of them in her space, leaving only a small amount in the shells. Qingbao perched obediently on Lin Shi's shoulder. It was no wonder she had been gone for so long. Lin Shi silently gave her a thumbs up. Qingbao had matured into a capable space, able to collect items without raising alarms. She could maintain a physical presence within her space for a time. Yet outside, she remained an unseen shadow. Lin Shi understood that given the limited seating in the helicopter, those fleeing would not take Chen Yongqing with them. He had lost his value. His only purpose was to serve as bait to delay Yi Chun while they executed their plan to blow up the hospital. Seeking mutual destruction. Such a fantasy. With Lin Shi present, how could they possibly achieve their aims? She relayed the specifics to Luo Qingzhou and Yi Chun. "I will first check the 3rd to 5th underground floors to see if there are any survivors to rescue. And then I will head to the rooftop." Though, as Qingbao had indicated, the chances were slim. "Leave the hostages to me. I will bring them all out," Yi Chun stated earnestly. Luo Qingzhou nodded. "I will have someone monitor the airspace. No one will escape, whether taking off or landing. President Lin, if possible, please leave a few alive." As Yi Chun approached the hospital, before he could even settle in, a bullet was fired, disintegrating into powder upon breaching the invisible shield that protected him. With Su Guangqing's psychic energy safeguarding him, there was no need for Yi Chun to reveal his true strength. Of course, this was merely a probing shot from Chen Yongqing's side. They inferred from this that Yi Chun was under the protection of a high-tier ability user, and as long as he remained within that protection, they could do nothing to him. Why? Yi Chun called out, "Chen Yongqing, show some respect for the southern base. We agreed that if I enter, you would release the hostages. I am here now. If you want me to go up, then uphold your promise and let them go." After a moment's wait without a response, some individuals gradually emerged from the hospital. Most were patients with limited mobility and medical staff, supporting each other as they stumbled out, clearly shaken. These individuals would be taken to Rogers for questioning, both to ascertain their backgrounds and to prevent any accomplices from mingling among the hostages. As the hostages fled, a small whirlwind stirred. Lin Shi seized the cover of the gusting wind and floated into the hospital. Upon entering, Lin Shi vanished from sight. The greatest weapon of this group lay in the explosives strategically placed throughout the area. However, those explosives had been thoroughly depleted by Qingbao, rendering them inconsequential. She had no intention of following Yi Chun. Instead, she released Mo Xiao Yi and Mo, allowing the two nimble beings capable of teleportation to trail behind Yi Chun for support. Serving as a contingency plan, Yi Chun proceeded to the third floor as requested by Chen Yongqing. While Lin Shi made her way to the basement, Chen Yongqing was in utter disarray. He had envisioned numerous scenarios, yet he had never anticipated such a swift defeat. Just that morning, he had felt a sense of relief at the prospect of capturing Luo Qingzhou. How had he transformed by the afternoon into a despised figure? A rat scurrying in the streets? He tugged at his hair and struck his head in frustration, desperately seeking a more effective means of escape. This was not how things were meant to unfold. How had it come to this? He had been the one commanding the entire southern base, a figure of authority to whom all responded. Earlier that day, when he captured Luo Qingzhou, he had suffered a setback and subsequently ordered his trusted subordinates to ensure their return. He hurriedly brought the unconscious Matthew to the hospital's fourth basement level. The fourth basement of the hospital was pristine and orderly, resembling the floors above, save for the fact that the staff here were not of Huagua descent. Chen Yongqing brought only one confidant to assist in placing Matthew upon the laboratory bed, as it was preferable for fewer individuals to be privy to certain secrets. Chapter 243. The foolish collaborator is a double-edged sword, Mr. Crew, look, what has happened to him? He has suffered a mental assault. A bald man with pale skin rushed over, shining a flashlight into Matthew's pupils before calling for several others to take him for examination. At that moment, Crew furrowed his brow and inquired of Chen Yongqing, mental assault. Did you not say that there were no psychics to be found in the base? Who is that person? I demand you bring him to me immediately. Chen Yongqing's expression soured. He had never anticipated that the central base would harbor such potent psychics capable of injuring Matthew. He had always believed that Matthew and his group were the most formidable psychics in the post-apocalyptic world. He felt a pang of regret. They are not from our base. They have come from the central base. We have already dispatched personnel to capture them. Crew shook his head, stating, that is not my concern. You are the base leader, Qing. Do not forget our collaboration. We have provided you with everything you desired. In return, all you need to do is supply a few psychics to contribute to the advancement of humanity. Of course, we will remember them, and you. He recalled the escape of test subject number 11 and, in anger, continued, you have already botched this once. If this continues, we will contemplate whether to terminate our collaboration with you. Understand that with our sincerity, we can easily forge new alliances. Thus, he insisted, so, Qing, go and bring me that psychic immediately. I need him, do you understand? You may rest assured, I am equally sincere about our collaboration. I will bring him to you at once, Chen Yongqing hastily replied. His partner was indeed sincere, the only flaw being the slight overuse of psychics. Nevertheless, he had detained a batch of Shan Juanrong's die-hard loyalists, which he could conveniently send over in stages. Just as he was about to leave the underground laboratory, he was halted by Crew. Crew approached briskly, his face alight with astonishment, exclaiming, Matthew will never awaken again. Externally, his brain appears intact, yet his cerebral tissue has suffered irreversible damage. He is a Tier 4 psychic, Tier 4. Do you understand? To inflict such harm, the assailant must be at least Tier 5. My heavens. There is actually a Tier 5 psychic here. Excellent, bring him to me. I need to conduct experiments immediately. Be swift. I will ensure a steady supply of psychic suppressants and everything else you desire. The revelation that there was a Tier 5 psychic in the central base sent a jolt of anxiety through Chen Yongqing. Luo Qingzhou had not come alone. He had brought Tier 5 psychics with him. How many had he brought? No, surely not many, as Tier 5 psychics were exceedingly rare. He also wielded psychic suppressants and firearms. A mere Luo Qingzhou could not obstruct his grand ambitions. Yet, he soon realized he was mistaken. Luo Qingzhou had publicly declared his identity, accompanied by 3 others and a mutated hawk, vocally denouncing him. What was more alarming was that among the trio were not only a Tier 5 psychic, but also a Tier 5 metal manipulator. And even the mutated beast was Tier 5. How could this be? A Tier 5 mutated beast was akin to an insurmountable chasm. When could humanity ever tame such a creature? he felt that the central base had developed beyond his imagination, which left him feeling unsettled. He questioned the accuracy of his situational assessment. However, retreat was no longer an option. Due to Luo Qingzhou's identity, Chen Yongqing was left with no choice but to dispatch his trusted team to eliminate him. After all, under broad daylight, not all were willing to assassinate personnel sent by the central base. Yet, as soon as those teams approached, they collapsed, losing consciousness. Sniper attacks proved futile as armor-piercing rounds were intercepted by large metallic barriers. Just as he was about to resort to artillery bombardment, a soldier reported that high-tier wind and fire psychics had emerged from the underground command center, causing his vision to momentarily darken. There were actually high-tier psychics? What could possibly draw the high-tier psychics of the central base into action? He knew full well. Could those soldiers hold their ground? No, they could not. The underground command center was devoid of anything significant. How could it attract high-tier psychics? He immediately conceived the notion of drawing the tiger from its mountain lair. The central base sought to rescue someone. Without hesitation, Chen Yongqing ordered an elite team to engage in sniping. He needed to ascertain the true extent of the central base's strength to determine his next course of action. He commanded the mobilization of artillery shells. Luo Qingzhou must be subdued. Only then could he negotiate with the central base. Alternatively, he could hand over Crew and his associates to redeem himself. Unfortunately, reality proved that Chen Yongqing was merely indulging in wishful thinking. The command to deploy artillery shells was rejected. Regulations prohibited the use of shells against internal targets. He was consumed by rage. These opportunistic ingrates dared to disregard his orders even while he had yet to fall. Soon after, the imprisoned individuals escaped. How could this happen? The defeat had come so swiftly. Fortunately, he received timely news. Yi Chen and Shan Juanrong from the central base had seized the city gate, and it was now closed. Yi Chen had arrived. Shan Juanrong was still alive. Chen Yongqing felt a wave of fear wash over him. Even he, in his ignorance, understood that his control over the southern base hinged on the absence of central base intervention. After all, why had he sought to control the information center, preventing others from contacting the central base? If not to mitigate its natural influence. But now, with Yi Chen's arrival, who would heed his commands? Chen Yongqing promptly returned to the hospital, utilizing the dwindling manpower to secure the hospital building. He was cornered. Left with no choice but to seek assistance from his partners, he found Crew and informed him of the need for evacuation. That is impossible. You are merely frightened. According to our calculations, the emergence of Tier 5 psychics on such a large scale is inconceivable. Crew retorted angrily. He had always considered this man foolish yet a suitable partner, for with just a morsel of meat tossed his way, he would become a loyal and obedient dog. Yet now, this dog-esque foolishness was proving to be a hindrance. Chen Yongqing clenched his fists and waved them in the air, seething, "You fool! Go see for yourself. The moment you leave the hospital, you will be apprehended. If you do not leave, I shall." Crew remained skeptical of his words. He would not place his safety in Chen Yongqing's hands. He had his own security team. He summoned the head of the laboratory security team. "Vincent, go and assess the situation outside." Vincent, a mercenary before the apocalypse, had awakened his powers post-catastrophe and accepted a lucrative offer from a prominent family to provide protection for their overseas research endeavors. To avoid trouble, they typically operated at night, but at this moment, concerns were cast aside. Crew's brow furrowed tightly. If what Chen Yongqing said were true, then his research findings must be evacuated. Vincent commanded a team of over 30 individuals, all Tier 3 to 4 psychics. He took 2 with him, disguised as they ventured outside. Vincent's efficiency was remarkable. It did not take long for him to confirm that Chen Yongqing's claims were indeed factual. His report left Crew deeply disappointed. He was furious that not only had he failed to fulfill the task assigned by his employer, but the resources invested thus far had also gone to waste. It seemed he would need to find a more astute collaborator next time to gain complete control over a base. Chapter 244. Do you remember your oath? Qing, Vincent reports that the base leader from the central base, along with his sole heir, has also arrived. Is that true? Having spent some time in Huagua, Vincent had learned that the central base managed over 100 impregnable bases built before the apocalypse, with their existing population and resources being enviable and coveted. Chen Yongqing regained his composure and, albeit reluctantly, replied, "Indeed, it is precisely due to his arrival that the military will fully align with him. If they could eliminate the soul heir and plunge Huagua into internal strife and external threats, they would have an opportunity to exploit. Vincent narrowed his eyes. What is his strength? Qin Yongqing grew wary. Did Vincent intend to usurp him and ally with Yi Chen? I am uncertain, but rumors suggest he is the top expert in Huagua. You would do well to avoid provoking him, of course. Given his grandfather's stature, I cannot fathom who could possibly rival this so-called top expert. Vincent nodded. The soul heir would naturally attract considerable praise, indicating that this so-called top expert was likely inflated in reputation. Qing, I will arrange for evacuation immediately, but your incompetence has resulted in significant losses for us. Thus, you must make amends for past transgressions. I recall a term used here, known as token of allegiance. I require you to undertake a task. She descended 2 levels underground. Everything appeared normal here. Qing Bao guided her to a concealed chamber, pushing aside a wall, revealing an elevator shaft behind it. This was a spacious lift, capable of reaching from the 3rd basement to the 5th, though access required permission. She lacked such authorization, but she wielded the flames of the 7th tier. She concentrated and compressed her flames, directing them towards the sensor area of the elevator, and heard a series of clicks. Success. The 3rd basement housed the living and working quarters for security personnel, complete with bedrooms, a gym, a recreation room, and a bar. She swiftly passed through, descending to the 4th basement. This level served as the office and living space for researchers. The workspace was furnished with computers and various instruments, alongside test tubes and glass containers for experiments. With a cold storage unit containing ominously colored liquids whose nature she could not discern. She noted that several computers had already been removed from the desks. Without hesitation, she continued her descent to the 5th basement. Upon exiting the elevator, she soon spotted 2 small chambers partitioned by transparent glass. They were disinfection rooms. She sensed the atmosphere and paused. The occupants were devoid of breath and warmth, with only the overpowering stench of blood wafting from within. Should she enter? Although she had not witnessed the horror firsthand, she could feel it. The sight of mutilated bodies, marred by a web of scars, and chunks of tissue submerged in formalin, left her trembling with fear, prompting her retreat. After gathering her resolve, she employed her mental energy to scan the area inch by inch, only to be met with disappointment. She clung to the hope that perhaps, with enough well water, as long as a breath remained, she could save them. I'm sorry. I'm late. I will avenge you. I'm sorry, Luo Qingzhou. Those people do not deserve to live. Suddenly, a plump little Aisha materialized, mimicking Lin Wu Wu's gestures as she leaped into Lin Shi's embrace. Nuzzling her, Lin Shi rotated her neck, embraced her gently, and whispered, I'm fine, Qing Bao, dear. Return to your space. Blood debts must be repaid. She yearned for those responsible to meet a dreadful fate. Yet, she did not wish to frighten Qing Bao. The capable little girl proclaimed, Qing Bao is not afraid. Qing Bao will help the master. Lin Shi responded with a soothing calmness, very well, return for now, and I shall call upon you shortly to assist. Be good. Upon returning to the 1st floor, Lin Shi gripped Wu Yu firmly. This time, she resolved not to utilize fire. The overwhelming scent of blood clouded her mind, driving her to seek retribution in kind. Those who could escape from the 1st and 2nd floors had fled, while those who could not remained as hostages on the 3rd floor. Chen Yongqing guffawed madly at Yi Chun, who had come unarmed and alone. Ha ha ha, Yi Chun, have you lost your mind over your reputation? You truly believe a few hostages are worth your life? I can scarcely fathom how foolish you are. He nonchalantly commanded a few henchmen to aim their guns at the hostages, prompting Yi Chen to comply willingly. This sparked a new idea in his mind. Perhaps he could avoid becoming a hunted dog, merely observing the expressions of those around him. Tell me, would you trade yourself for Yi Yuntian to secure the southern base? Would he agree? Yi Chen tilted his head, contemplating the fierce old man, and sincerely replied, he would certainly refuse. You know him well. Not only would he not trade me, but even if you offered him my entire family along with himself, he still wouldn't he agree. But now is not like before. Now is the end of days, and no one is without their own interests. Would he truly allow you to perish? Qin Yongqing screamed in desperation. Crew demanded he eliminate Yi Chun, yet he knew that doing so would incite the higher-level ability users from the central base to pursue him relentlessly, leaving him no path to survival. Yet Yi Chen was in his grasp, the only grandson of Yi Yuntian, the sole heir. As long as the central base remained cautious, He could surely reverse his fortunes. Yi Chen observed Chen Yongqing's madness with a hint of derision. Ah, why won't you agree? Chen Yongqing howled, tugging at his hair in frustration. Why won't you? You are his only grandson. If I spare you, will you not do the same for me? I know I have erred. But what can I do? I will change. I will mend my ways. Chen Yongqing pleaded, desperation lacing his tone. Really, can't you? Yi Chen coldly shook his head. Chen Yongqing, can you not spare a shred of dignity for your family? With a relative like you, how could they ever hold their heads high or live on? The base has never belonged to any one individual. Its existence is not for you to wield tyranny over others. If you wish to vie for power, you may do so, provided you abide by the rules. Do you recall the most vital rule of the base? Do you remember your oath? To defend humanity's last stronghold with your life. Ensuring more lives endure. Have you forgotten entirely? Did your conscience not ache when you sent so many ability users to the laboratories? Do you truly never have nightmares at midnight? What if it were you? What if it were your child? Chen Yongqing too felt regret, though not for his actions, but rather for the consequences he now faced due to their exposure. He shouted hoarsely, "That was you? You and your family instigated this. You sought to eliminate dissent. Had you not murdered my uncle, I would not have arrived at this point." Yi Chen's gaze grew increasingly lethal, unrepentant. You employ the same insidious tactics when you cannot win. You resort to poison. You and your uncle deserve death. Bang. A piercing bullet shot towards Yi Chen's heart. Chapter 245. Attempting to flee. Did you consult me first? The hostages huddled in the corner screamed in terror. Clutching their heads, the bullet struck Yi Chen's heart but ricocheted away. How could this be possible? Chen Yongqing's eyes widened in fear. This protective suit and dagger were new products from the Central Research Institute post-apocalypse, soon to be distributed across various bases for exchange with points. Chen Yongqing, if you had only kept to yourself, you would have realized how fortunate you truly were, and witnessed the heights to which Huagua could rise. Alas, you are unworthy. A self-degrading lapdog, you deserve death. Yi Chen whispered in his ear, withdrawing the dagger from Chen Yongqing's chest. Watching as he inhaled his final breath, he had approached Chen Yongqing using the bullet's momentum, plunging the dagger into his heart. Chen Yongqing wore the finest bulletproof vest, the kind from before the apocalypse. Yi Chen donned the post-apocalyptic variant. Bullets could not penetrate it, and the immense impact on a 6th-tier ability user's body caused little harm. Merely a sniper. Yi Chen unleashed lightning bolts of an almost blackish-purple hue, weaving them into a scaly net that formed a protective shield, instantly shielding all hostages. Simultaneously, 10 bolts of lightning struck various locations. The hall erupted in screams as Yi Chen moved with the swiftness of a phantom, resembling a deity of death, harvesting lives with the brilliance left in the wake of the lightning. From the moment these individuals followed Chen Yongqing to abduct those in the hospital, they had become less than mere terrorists in Yi Chen's eyes. Unworthy of pity, he noted a fleeting shadow, Mo, its dark claws stained with blood. And there was also Mo Xiao Yi, slightly larger yet slower. Several foreign mercenaries lay with slashed throats, their weapons indicating they had fired armor-piercing rounds. He had found it peculiar that the armor-piercing bullets had ceased after the first shot. He had assumed some hidden ploy. It turned out that Mo and Mo Xiao Yi had helped him clear the aftermath. The 3rd floor was now secure, and the hostages could exit. Yi Chen glanced at the hostages in that corner, finally allowing himself a breath of relief. You carry those who are unable to move. I will escort you out first. Lin Shi passed through the 3rd floor without alerting anyone. Yi Chen was sufficient protection. She leapt onto the rooftop, where 8 large helicopters awaited, and nearly 100 individuals were busy moving supplies. She neither concealed herself nor hid, but boldly approached them. Who goes there? Bang! One of them spotted her, firing a shot while loudly alerting others. Vincent, with his submachine gun firmly in hand, immediately organized an attack upon hearing the alarm. Directing fire at Lin Shi. 8 individuals formed 4 groups, establishing the first line of defense to shoot at Lin Shi, while 6 others formed a second line behind them to fill any gaps. With a mere flick of her wrist, a massive fireball, radiant as the sun, manifested before Lin Shi, acting as a shield. The bullets aimed at her dissolved into liquid before they could touch her, the residual gunpowder igniting into flame, nourishing the fireball. After a flurry of gunfire, Vincent signaled for a ceasefire. As the smoke cleared, the enormous fireball shrank into a small flicker of flame. The woman clad in black had vanished. Lin Shi soared through the AI in the instant of the ceasefire. She leaped upward. Vincent, viewing her from the front, could not detect her presence. As she descended, she swung Wu Yu towards Vincent. With a muffled grunt, half of his arm and a portion of his gun fell to the ground in a spray of blood. Vincent, an ice user, swiftly encased the severed arm in frost, attempting to retrieve the fallen limb. Lin Shi, intent on tormenting him, would not grant him such satisfaction. She chuckled softly, and with a flash of obsidian light, the severed arm split into two. Vincent reacted swiftly, rolling away from danger. The security team's second wave of attack, infused with powers, unleashed golden needles, flames, and earth spikes towards Lin Shi. A small flame beside her suddenly surged, consuming both the abilities and bullets indiscriminately. Vincent broke into a cold sweat. He understood all too well that this person before him surpassed anyone he had ever encountered in power. With her presence, none of them would escape. She resembled a cat toying with its prey, possessing the strength to deliver a fatal blow, yet choosing not to take their lives. The so-called defenses crumbled before Lin Shi, who advanced with the relentless might of a tank, crushing everything in her path. Crew initially dismissed the approaching woman until the devastating blows to Vincent and the security team made him reconsider. He muttered, "Useless fools," as he prepared to board the helicopter with his briefcase in hand. Vincent, racked with unbearable pain from his severed arm, had to be replaced by others as he sought a painkiller. Lin Shi did not hinder him. Instead, she wielded her weapon, Wu Yue, against the mercenaries, each strike drawing blood, and within a minute, the air was filled with dismembered flesh. Vincent understood that this would be a fierce battle. Since neither abilities nor firearms could affect this woman, he decided to resort to a rocket launcher. 4 of them retrieved an M136, aiming it at Lin Shi, who was unfazed but concerned about damaging the hospital building. As she unleashed her powers, flames soared high like a tornado, enveloping the 4 men and their M136 in a tight embrace of fire. Lin Shi clenched her fingers, and an explosion erupted in midair, sending shockwaves across the rooftop, yet she remained untouched, merrily harvesting their limbs. Crew's helicopter roared to life, and through the cabin window, he coldly regarded Lin Shi, recognizing her as a rare specimen. Unfortunately, such a high-level ability user was beyond their capacity to confront. He resolved to leave quickly and seek another opportunity to capture her. Noticing his movements, Lin Shi's expression darkened. "Trying to flee? Did you seek my permission first?" With a few agile leaps, she was at Crew's helicopter. Inside, she spotted a portly, bald man aiming a specially designed launcher at her. With a smirk, Lin Shi raised Wu Yue and struck, cleaving the helicopter in two, causing it to lose balance and tilt. Crew, startled and enraged, plummeted from the helicopter. Lin Shi tilted her head, undeterred, and leaped across 8 helicopters, severing all the rotor blades. She stood atop one, surveying the chaos below with a chilling smile, thinking of escaping. Go ahead. The group, caught in the explosions, was left in a state of panic and despair, helplessly watching as the helicopters lost their rotors. Lin Shi couldn't help but ponder whether those they had used for experiments bore similar expressions. The rooftop was drenched in blood, with severed limbs and chunks of flesh strewn about, alongside debris from the aerial explosions. Without rotors, the helicopters could not take flight. They were outmatched and unable to flee. Half of Vincent's security team lay dead, while the survivors were maimed and bleeding, suffering a fate worse than death. Suddenly, a volley of syringes shot in from various directions. Surprisingly, the researchers displayed some courage. Yet before the syringes could reach Lin Shi, they were consumed by flames, dissipating into wisps of smoke. With a light laugh, she leaped down from the aircraft, moving at a leisurely pace. Dozens of flames soared like blossoms in different directions. The screams were incessant. Lin Shi, wary of unintentionally incinerating them, controlled her powers to burn only their hands. She glanced around, cheerfully asking, "Does it hurt? Would you like me to help you remove your hands?" This research team boasted nearly 100 members. Aside from the 30 or so security personnel eliminated, the rest were researchers or others. Lin Shi intended to hold each accountable. "Now, who will tell me who your boss is?" I promised to grant him a swift demise. For a moment, silence reigned, as they realized that a quick death might not be as desirable as it seemed. Unbound, She would ensure they understood that a swift end was a luxury they could not afford. Her voice dripped with seduction. Fear not, I assure you. Each of you will meet your end, and no one shall escape today. Only one near death pointed toward Crew. Lin, she hurled a fireball, instantly turning him to ash. She approached, smiling. I knew it would be you. The first to flee is always the boss. Crew gritted his teeth, realizing this woman could easily annihilate them all, yet chose to torment them instead. What did she truly desire? Listen, my employer belongs to the greatest family in America. We possess everything from before the apocalypse. Supplies, weapons, I can offer you anything you desire. I can restore your life to what it was before the end, provided you let me go. Oh, just you? What of the others? Lin, she mocked. Sweat beaded on Crew's forehead. Of course, as long as you spare the others, I will compensate you generously. Regret washed over him for not fleeing sooner. I hope you can think this through calmly. You must understand we hold immunity. You can expel us, but killing us would incite war. I trust you wouldn't want to drag innocent lives into conflict. Ha ha ha. Lin, she laughed until tears streamed down her face. You're still dreaming. With a swift motion, she sliced off a piece of flesh from his leg. Crew writhed in agony, unable to utter a word. Lin, she, feigning surprise, remarked, so you can feel pain. Did you ever consider that when you experimented on living beings, you might face a similar fate? With several more precise cuts, blood soaked Crew's pants, forming a pool at Lin Shi's feet. She stepped back in disdain, scanning the rooftop where the onlookers wore expressions of fury, regarding Lin Shi as though she were a demon. Afraid? No need to fear. I am quite benevolent, for I shall not dissect and stitch you back together repeatedly. I merely wish to extract your bones for study, to discern what sets us apart. Why not live peacefully on your own land? Why come to harm us? You see, this is divine retribution. Without turning, Lin Shi swiftly carved into Crew's leg, extracting a bone, leaving him unconscious from pain. Just like that. The scene was profoundly shocking, and several individuals began to retch. She calmly inquired, now, who's next? Which of you is responsible for researching the little girl who escaped? The researchers exchanged terrified glances, pointing to a dark-skinned woman who was weeping profusely. No. I was forced. I'm so sorry. I had no choice. You know we are merely trying to survive. I have children. I was coerced. Lin Shi sighed. Coerced? You were compelled to come here? You were forced to attempt escape? You raised a knife against a child out of coercion? Were you compelled to cut her open for research as well? Did you consider that you too have children? If your child were placed on an experimental table, cut open and stitched back together, would you feel the same? She extended her hands, crying, I'm so sorry. I truly am. Please, spare me, spare you. So you can have another chance to harm others? Lin Shi replied softly. The woman suddenly pushed Lin Shi away and ran toward the edge of the rooftop, preferring to end her life rather than endure the demoness torment. The chilling scream was suffocating. Lin Shi severed her legs, and her body fell to the ground a short distance away. Lin Shi twirled Wu Yue, ensuring not a drop of blood stained it. Did I grant you death? I said that a swift death is a reward for you, yet you do not deserve it. The bloody methods incited profound terror, and most were on the brink of collapse, shouting, cursing, and desperately releasing their fears. You demon! You will go to hell! Witnessing the diverse faces trembling, tears streaming, Lin Shi's pent-up rage found an outlet. See? They can feel fear too. They are just like the countless victims in the laboratory, enveloped in terror, despair, helplessness, and pain. Are you still there? Look, I've avenged you, tooth for tooth, eye for eye. Their deeds can only be cleansed with their filthy blood. A demon? I beg to differ. I learned from you, emulating the things you have done, perhaps not perfectly, but fret not. I will endeavor to carve the flesh from each of you. Do you perceive me as a demon? No, look closely. I merely offer you a brief taste of torment, not even a full day, is it? But how long did you torment those innocent souls? Of course, I do not expect you to reflect. You will never learn. Yet I can make you feel the same agony and suffering, for only such pain will lead to your regret. We have a saying here. What goes around comes around. You reap what you sow. Lin Shi spoke softly, yet no one dared interrupt her. Gradually, individuals began to step forward, identifying the nearly 20 core members of the research team led by Crew. Lin Shi? ever understanding, kept her promise and sent them off painlessly. She had no inclination to torture or slaughter. Her values dictated such actions were wrong. Thus, whether in her past life or this one, if the fight was merely for survival, be it against man or beast, she had always been one to deliver a swift end, unless some lives were deemed unworthy of existence. Chapter 247. Lin Wuwu earns points. While lying down Lin, she had spent an extended period on the rooftop. Yi Chen and Luo Qingzhou wished to shield others from witnessing anything inappropriate, thus only allowing access to the basement. They harbored the same faint hope as Lin Shi. Perhaps, just perhaps, someone could be saved. The troops from the southern base entered. They had never anticipated that beneath the hospital building lay a slaughterhouse for superhumans. Some soldiers, unable to endure the shock, rushed out, retching uncontrollably. Their faces a blur of tears and mucus. Luo Qingzhou's complexion turned ashen. He understood all too well why Lin Shi had not concluded this battle with her usual efficiency. Why Yi Chen, too, comprehended that if he approached her now, Lin Shi would not be pleased. They effortlessly captured 3 helicopters attempting to provide rescue. The 5-tiered Songyu, measuring 3 meters in length, carried Zhou on its back, and a massive metallic net was cast over the helicopter, instantly transforming it into a descending machine. At last, Lin Shi appeared at the hospital entrance, her gaze as cold as ice, enveloped in a thick aura of malevolence and bloodshed. Yi Chen's eyes brightened as he stepped forward. "Shall I escort you back to the guest house? You should rest and take a shower. As for Wu Wu, I will handle its cleaning." Lin Shi regarded Yi Chen, her malevolent aura dissipating slightly. She would never allow Wu Wu to be seen in such a scene. Yet she refrained from elaborating. Upon noticing Luo Qingzhou's pallid face, she greeted him. "Minister Luo, I've spared you a live one, though how long it will last, I cannot say." Luo Qingzhou was taken aback. He had mentally prepared for the absence of any survivors. Knowing Lin Shi's temperament, it was implausible for her to leave any live witnesses after descending 5 levels underground, unless they were in a state worse than death. Yi Chen discreetly observed her several times in the car and, after escorting her back to the guest house, inquired, "Shall we chat?" Lin Shi, seeing the blood and gore that clung to him, shook her head. "So many people are waiting for you. Go attend to them. Even if Qin Yongqing and that crew have been dealt with, there remains a considerable mess to clean up." The mere thought made Lin Shi feel distressed, yet Yi Chen had abandoned those matters to personally drive her back. "But you are more important," Yi Chen asserted with an air of conviction. Lin Shi pondered this for a moment and found herself in agreement. "I, too, consider myself quite important." They exchanged a smile. "Do you really not want me to help wash Wu Wu? Then I shall take my leave," Yi Chen called from the car window. Lin Shi waved her hand without turning back. The day's events had been both thrilling and fulfilling. Following this, Lin Shi withdrew from the scene. The members of the Superhuman Guild, led by Zhao Zhiyong, would not seek her unless there were pressing matters. The personnel organization at the base and the appointment of the new base leader were underway. The living bases under the southern base underwent a unified change of guard, followed by a thorough inspection. Yi Chen divided the personnel brought from the central base into 10 teams, conducting inspections across all the living bases. The previously missing bases were also accounted for. They were all loyalists of the Chen family, attempting to exploit the earthquake as a pretext to sever ties with the central base. Consequently, the hidden dangers in the southern base were eradicated, and notifications regarding the incident and subsequent actions were dispatched to all major bases. Upon receiving the assortment of gifts, limbs bereft of arms and legs, left by Lin Shi, Luo Qingzhou expressed his admiration, personally allocating points for Rogers to engage in further conversations with her. After careful consideration, Rogers decided to apply for a position in the Inn Bureau, thus he was unaware of the enthusiasm with which Luo Qingzhou assigned him tasks. In the afternoons that followed, beneath a tree adjacent to the guest house, an old sunshade was set up along with a few chairs from the guest house, with a square stool serving as a makeshift tea table. On the table sat a pot of honey water brewed by Lin Shi. Rogers and Lin Shi sat on the chairs, observing the little Nini as she groomed the oversized Lin Wuwu. Nini bore severe psychological trauma, while Shan Juanrong had to recuperate physically and manage various affairs at the base. During the period before the deputy base leader was transferred from the central base, even with Luo Qingzhou and Yi Chen overseeing matters, Shan Juanrong remained exceedingly busy. Considering Roger's expertise, Luo Qingzhou entrusted Nini to him for a few hours each day. Of course, he was to earn points in return. Thus, Rogers became a part-time caregiver, simultaneously engaging in conversation with Lin Shi. I suspect he thinks you're a pervert. The rooftop scene was both exhilarating and terrifying. Lin Shi retorted, you're the real pervert. How dare you have us Wu help you babysit? Earning points for the same task twice. Does Minister Luo know you're exploiting him like this? Was Luo Qingzhou's generosity so easily taken advantage of? The petite Nini willingly waved her slender arms, grooming the resplendent golden fur of Lin Wu. Moreover, to prolong the grooming session, the mischievous Rogers suggested that Lin Wu transform into an oversized version for Nini to groom. Lin Wu readily agreed, but insisted on splitting the points 50-50 for the childcare. Ultimately, they settled on a 60-40 split, with Lin Wu claiming the larger portion. Rogers yielded to the immense, gleaming claws of Lin Wu. Lin, she felt a surge of satisfaction. How much had Rogers earned from her in the past? It seemed he was finally willing to part with some of it. Nini, timid and reticent, was not pressured by Rogers. Each day, he would take her for strolls, akin to walking a small dog. Noticing her fondness for small animals, he rescued an injured mutant squirrel on the brink of death for her to nurture. Nini's healing abilities had already reached Tier 2, and within a couple of days, the mutant squirrel was lively and perching atop her head. The scar on her head had become less pronounced, with soft, fuzzy hair sprouting. In due time, if one merely looked at her hair, it would appear as though she had never endured any harm. Knowing of her affection for Lin Wu, Rogers frequently brought her along, seizing the opportunity to converse with Lin Shi. Each time, the little squirrel would retreat to a nearby tree, somewhat intimidated by the sizable tiger. Nini gazed up at the slumbering Lin Wu, feeling a bit troubled. It was so large. Her arms were sore after grooming just a small section. Rogers squinted, enviously watching Lin Wu, effortlessly earning points while lying down. Observing Nini's exhaustion, Lin Shi cast a reproachful look in his direction. Nini, that's enough. We're done for today. We can come back tomorrow. It's time for a break. Let us have some water. Rogers seized the moment to halt her, pouring her a cup of Lin Shi's honey water. Perhaps due to Lin Wu's presence, Nini could manage to utter a few words in front of Lin Shi. Holding the stainless steel cup, she lowered her head and asked, my name is Shin Nini. What should I call it? Nini wished to name her little squirrel. Shun Song Song, Shin Shu Shu. Doesn't that sound nice? Rogers casually suggested, yawning and clearly uninterested. The dappled sunlight filtered through the leaves, easily lulling one into drowsiness. Lin Shi offered a handful of peanuts to the little girl, encouraging her to call the squirrel down for a snack. Squirrels love nuts. How about calling it Shin Guagua? Sensing the aroma of peanuts, the little squirrel scampered up to Nini's shoulder. Nini eagerly presented it, ensuring it was secure. Guagua sounds nice. From now on, you shall be called Shun Guagua. You must take my father's surname Shun, understood? The squirrel tilted its head, seemingly oblivious to the instruction, and began nibbling on the peanut shell. After resting for a moment, Nini regained her strength and returned to grooming Lin Wu. Lin Shi and Rogers engaged in light conversation, occasionally dozing off, enjoying a tranquil and leisurely atmosphere. It was uncertain who was healing whom. Nonetheless, this relaxed afternoon tea time persisted for quite a while. Chapter 248. The war for the nation will not end here. Once Lin Shi had recuperated, she still paid little heed to the affairs of the southern base. She accepted only high-level extermination missions. Previously, she had taken on Tier 5, but now she only accepted Tier 6 assignments. When mutant plants of Tier 6 emerged outside the southern base, Lin Shi effortlessly eradicated them. Yi Chun and the others focused on standardizing operations within the base, allowing the severely impacted southern base to recuperate. 2 months later, personnel from the central base gradually began to withdraw. The new deputy base leader had also assumed office, prompting Shan Juanrong to invite everyone to a meal to celebrate. Lin Shi, initially reluctant to join the festivities, found it hard to resist the collective desire to see her, as she had become a stabilizing force. Although she had rarely appeared in public recently, numerous legends had circulated about her. It was said that she single-handedly freed all the imprisoned soldiers and captured everyone in the underground research facility without letting a single one escape. Not to mention her prowess in dealing with mutant plants, where she had eliminated Tier 6 threats without suffering any losses. It was no wonder many wished to undertake missions alongside her. Others spoke of her innate kindness, gentle nature, and sincerity toward others. Rogers lamented, "This is how rumors are born." Lin Shi dismissed him with indifference. Lin Wuwu had gone off to play with Nini while she and Yi Chen conversed in a corner. At which point Luo Qingzhou approached them, wished to discuss something with you first, he stated without any preamble, taking a seat and directly addressing his purpose. Sensing the gravity of the discussion, Lin Shi and Yi Chen straightened up. Previously, we focused more on the leaders of each base, but this time I have observed the formidable strength of the core personnel within the base. I have been contemplating how to harness this power for greater impact. I propose establishing a central academy at the central base. Luo Qingzhou glanced at the two. Lin Shi tentatively inquired, to study ideological and political education? Not exclusively. The current vision is to establish military academies, superhuman academies, and administrative management academies under the central academy. Students will be selected through evaluations from various bases, and upon completion of their studies, they will be assigned by the central base, with positions rotating every 5 years. As for the base leader, it is proposed to regularly hold training sessions. Shen Juanrong wholeheartedly agreed. The role of the base leader is a nascent concept, and we are all grappling with how to excel in it and avoid mistakes. However, at times, we truly lack experience. The incident at the southern base was unprecedented, yet it certainly will not be the last of its kind. With more training for base leaders, the likelihood of preventing such issues would significantly increase. Shen Juanrong felt a pang of regret. He had initially intended to resign in shame, but the central base, considering the urgent need for the southern base to recuperate, decided against any sudden changes, allowing him to redeem himself instead. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen felt it was a splendid idea. I support you. Shall we speak to Grandpa together? Luo Qingzhou shook his head. This minor matter doesn't require your involvement. I wish to invite you and Lin Shi to serve as the chief mentors for the Military Academy and the Ability User Academy, respectively, while I will oversee the Administrative Management Academy. As for the president of the Central Academy, that role will naturally belong to the old commander. In this manner, the talents of Hua Nation would be cultivated and allocated by the central base, thereby deepening the connections between the various bases and the central base, at the very least. Should individuals like Qin Yongqing arise in the future, the central base would be promptly informed. This strategy is indeed commendable. Yi Chen felt it was his duty to participate, but Lin Shi hesitated. Understanding her aversion to trivial matters, Yi Chen whispered, "You can just lend your name. Isn't there still my brother Yong to assist?" Lin Shi's eyes brightened. Indeed, there was also Lao Zhao. She had painstakingly nurtured him for this very purpose. All right, I agree, Lin Shi readily accepted. After settling matters at the southern base, amidst Shen Juanrong's reluctant farewells, the personnel from the central base boarded the transport aircraft and returned home. Upon arriving home, Lin Shi initially assumed that the first task Yi Chen and the others would undertake would be to prepare for the Central Academy. However, before the Central Academy could officially commence, alarms were sounded from several coastal bases, reporting the gathering of multiple warships in nearby waters. Were bandits approaching? Earlier than in the previous lifetime. Perhaps due to the preparations made by Hua Nation before the apocalypse. Its strength post-apocalypse remained robust, drawing the covetous eyes of those external bandits. Yet, Lin Shi had been anticipating this day. The bandits sought to exploit a breach at the southern base while simultaneously attempting to infiltrate Hua Nation by sea, aiming to mount a dual assault that would leave Hua Nation overwhelmed. They also aimed to incite certain bases to declare independence, subsequently picking them off one by one to achieve their objectives. In light of this situation, Lin Shi initially believed that matters concerning the Central Academy would be temporarily shelved. However, Yi Chen informed her that the Central Academy had officially commenced operations. Lin Shi was somewhat perplexed. Has the Central Academy begun construction? I thought you had just selected a location. Dressed in military attire, Yi Chen exuded a commanding presence, his eyes brimming with fervent battle spirit. He raised his fist skyward. What can one learn confined within a classroom? Nothing surpasses the lessons gleaned from real combat. I shall lead them to trounce our enemies. What do you say? Will you join me? Lin Shi couldn't help but feel a surge of bravado. Then it settled. We shall ensure that not a single one of them escapes annihilation. On that very day, the central base communicated the invaders' intent to invade Hua Nation to over 100 subordinate bases, simultaneously issuing a call to arms to safeguard the hard-won homeland from being seized. The central base summoned all ability users of rank 3 or above to join the Central Academy and participate in the National Defense War. The Central Academy would dispatch 2 6th-tier and numerous 5th-tier instructors to accompany the effort, yet participation in the conflict inherently carried risks, thus making voluntary enlistment the primary principle. The call to arms stipulated that each base's enlistment quota must not exceed 30% of all ability users ranked 3 or above, ensuring ample combat strength remained within each base. This announcement also made it clear to all that, with the maximum combat strength in each base being 4th tier, the central base possessed multiple 5th tier and even 6th tier ability users, rendering it a sanctuary for ability users. Many individuals signed up, and Luo Qingzhou, Yi Chun, and Zhao Zhiyong meticulously selected the first 1,000 participants. The transport aircraft of the central base operated incessantly, and within 3 days, 1,000 individuals had assembled. Following a brief session of coordinated training, each participant received a vial of ability enhancement liquid. Lin Shi cunningly swapped the enhancement liquid for that produced by the spatial domain. By the time they departed, 200 among the 1,000 had remarkably ascended to 5th tier. From Keilu, she learned that 5th tier ability users were exceedingly rare outside Hua Nation. Thus, this time, with an adequate number of 5th tier users, they would ensure the invaders met their demise. Lin Shi refrained from participating in the combat. She had already contributed enough. If Hua Nation could not subdue those invaders at this juncture, she would have nothing further to say. Her underlying concern lay elsewhere. When the invaders' desires remained unfulfilled, their first thought would be destruction. Hatred for others remained, while self-hatred dissipated. Such powerful munitions were inherently perilous, posing threats to both others and oneself at any moment. Thanks to their overwhelming advantage, the war swiftly concluded. The 1,000 ability users selected as the vanguard displayed formidable combat prowess, ensuring that not a single warship could escape. During this battle, several 5th-tier water ability users showcased their extraordinary might, reshaping everyone's perception of the offensive capabilities of water-based powers. The initial skirmish ended with a resounding victory for Hua Nation. Yet, perhaps this was merely the beginning. Resource plundering was a matter of survival, and the National Defense War would undoubtedly not conclude with this single encounter. The Central Academy was also rapidly established, and the 1,000 participants in the combat would assist in the school's construction. However, this would be akin to a work-study arrangement, as the central base would not allow them to labor without compensation, ensuring they earned points for their contributions. They bore no dissatisfaction, as being among the first cohort of students at the Central Academy was, in itself, a mark of honor. Once everything had settled into a preliminary order, Lin Shi approached Yi Chun. "I wish to travel abroad for a while. Would you accompany me?" Yi Chun readily agreed without hesitation. "Of course. How do you wish to go?" Suddenly feeling a twinge of uncertainty, Lin Shi realized that had she known how to fly, she would have certainly gone by herself. "Do you know how to fly?" "Yes, even if I don't, I can learn." "Aren't you going to ask what my purpose is?" "It matters not. Whatever you wish to do is fine." "Lin Shi, I have never inquired about your reasons, nor do I concern myself with your actions." "Correct? And therefore, you need not question my motives, nor concern yourself with my actions, all right?" "All right." A tinge of reluctance lingered, yet it must be noted that we are approaching the conclusion. In truth, I had contemplated elaborating on the National Defense War, but I suspect there are not many who would be interested, myself included. After all, this is an apocalyptic narrative. Most readers likely prefer themes of dominance or heartlessness. Yet, I firmly believe that the disintegration of order requires time. At the onset of disaster, people often cling to illusions and hopes until they find themselves in dire straits. Indeed, some readers have remarked that the official measures are insufficiently ruthless, bordering on softness. As I perceive the officials as human too. Transitioning from a peaceful era to an apocalyptic nightmare undoubtedly necessitates time for adjustment. Otherwise, the officials of the previous lifetime would not have fallen so completely. And this lifetime, with the assistance of formidable individuals and ample preparations, has fared considerably better. As the events confronting the officials grow increasingly dire, their methods will inevitably become more iron-fisted, rather than resorting to immediate bloodshed at the onset of calamity. Chapter 249. Unexplained trepidation. Time flows swiftly, and unknowingly, 9 years have elapsed since the apocalypse. From the initial struggle for survival following the cataclysm, to humanity's enhanced adaptability to the apocalypse, and then to the commencement of the National Defense War. Along with the global scramble for resources driven by the will to survive, Hua Nation has demonstrated its formidable strength to the world, reducing neighboring strongholds to rubble. On the other side of the ocean, those so-called families have finally realized that Hua Nation is no longer a foe they can provoke. Their survival now hinges on compliance. They can only cling to Hua Nation for a sliver of hope amidst the territories overrun by mutated beasts and plants. In truth, following the earthquake, small and large disasters have been relentless, with acid rain and insect plagues being commonplace. However, humanity's resilience is remarkable. No matter the calamity, as long as there exists even a shred of opportunity, they will flourish like grass across a vast expanse. The levels of mutated animals and plants have also risen, rendering dangers rife beyond the bases. Yet, the bases themselves continue to thrive. Since the earthquake, high-rise buildings have begun to rise within the bases, greatly improving the living conditions of the populace. Many food items from the pre-apocalyptic era have vanished, but fortunately, research institutes have developed numerous new foods for the post-apocalyptic world, ensuring that no one within the bases goes hungry. TOs secure more materials for producing temperature-regulating clothing. The citizens of various bases have begun to artificially breed low-tier mutated spiders, selling the harvested silk to the authorities. Jiang Yongping has finally reached the heights he attained in the previous lifetime, with the mechanical master's aircraft and automobiles in high demand, though production remains limited. The children in schools have also grown up, exhibiting an astonishing awakening rate, quickly becoming the backbone of their respective bases. Lin Shi's abilities had long reached the 9th tier 2 years prior, solidifying her status as the undisputed strongest in earlier years. She and Yi Qian spent 2 years abroad searching for powerful munitions. To prevent these powerful munitions from wreaking havoc on Earth, Lin Shi decided to monopolize them entirely. Now, no one possesses them, and everyone can resign themselves to relying on their abilities in battle. There is no need to consider nuclear energy. Crystal ores, compact yet potent, are far more desirable. Everything is progressing toward a brighter future. However, during this period, Lin Shi would often experience inexplicable pangs of anxiety. The relentless search for the gone Jin Zhu weighed heavily on her mind, as she feared the impending arrival of a meteor shower. Would the meteors be composed of gold? She recalled how Qing Bao had consumed numerous meteors. Yi Qian, after finishing work, approached her with a box of bright red fruits. These were the fruits of a mutated plant known as Long Lin Ji, known for their sweet and tangy flavor and abundant juiciness, which both Lin Shi and Lin Wu Wu greatly enjoyed. The research center's small building had also undergone expansion. Although it no longer boasted the opulence of the pre-apocalyptic era, it had at least become spacious and grand. The interior decoration retained a simple rustic charm, with an ample supply of wood now available to Yi Qian, now in his 30s, no longer possessed the youthful exuberance he had 9 years prior. Yet his handsome features had not faded with the passage of time. His chiseled face bore a hint of ruggedness and a newfound gravitas, while his posture remained upright and his eyes still sparkled like brilliant stars. Lin Shi placed the box of fruits into the refrigerator and brewed some fruit tea for Yi Qian, oblivious to the overflow of the tea. Over the past few days, Yi Qian had noticed her preoccupied demeanor but had refrained from prying. Harboring a lingering concern, Shi, I've noticed you seem lost in thought lately. Is something troubling you? Would you like my assistance? Lin Shi gazed at the swirling fruit pulp in the glass kettle. Forcing a smile, I'm not sure that I think it's nothing. A thought flickered through Yi Qian's mind, and after a moment's hesitation, he inquired, Shi, what do you think the world will be like after 9 years of the apocalypse? Yi Yun Tian and Luo Qingzhou had been discussing this matter lately, as the email from before the apocalypse abruptly ceased its narrative at the 9-year mark. A resounding realization struck Lin Shi. So it had indeed been 9 years since the apocalypse. In her previous life, she had only survived until the 9th year. Was it nearing the time of her demise in that life? Was that inexplicable anxiety a reminder? Was she destined to perish once more? How could this be possible? Lin Shi's complexion turned pale as she collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. Yi Qian had never seen her in such a state, and regret filled his heart as he hurriedly scooped her up and rushed to the hospital. Lin Shi's consciousness drifted back into the space, meandering through its ethereal beauty as if she had never taken the time to appreciate it before. The space seemed boundless, with distant mountains, fertile plains, crystal-clear lakes gleaming like gems, and the vast ocean. Suddenly, Lin Shi realized that her time spent in this space was limited. Whenever conditions outside permitted, she would choose to remain there. She rarely indulged in merriment within the space, perhaps due to the years spent in combat and hunting. She had never entertained the thought of staying in the space indefinitely, nor did she often utilize its inherent powers beyond the basics. Why was that? Because she had always lacked a sense of belonging, feeling somewhat unsettled, fearing dependence on the space. With a thought, she instantly found herself in the quaint stone courtyard. A wave of nostalgia washed over her. It had been ages since she last visited this place. From the very beginning, she had harbored a dislike for it, always perceiving it as someone else's domain. Yet now, she hesitated to acknowledge it. The stone courtyard had transformed into a resplendent palace, resembling an ethereal abode crafted from jade. Wisps of mist floated about, with green tiles and ornate eaves adorned with mythical birds poised for flight. Beneath the palace walls, she spotted the original stone tablet, now restored from its previous dilapidation, radiating a mysterious aura. An unsettling feeling gripped her. Just as she had instinctively disliked this place, her current intuition told her that entering would unveil all the answers. Standing before an ancient jade door, she pondered for a long moment before finally pushing it open, determined to uncover the truth, regardless of any adverse consequences. Upon entering, she felt as if she had returned to the moment she first arrived in this space, finding herself once again in that ordinary stone courtyard. The same weathered stone tablet. The only difference was that a figure stood on the stone path within the courtyard. She's hair stood on end. When had such a being hidden within her space? No, it was not merely a person. It was the consciousness that had entrusted Lin Wu and the space to her. She suddenly comprehended everything. Her flames surged forth instinctively, guarding her as a reflex honed through muscle memory in the face of danger. Wasn't this consciousness supposed to have perished or dissipated? The flames encircled her as she steadied her gaze upon the figure. The being's hair was gathered with a jade pin, clothed in a flowing green robe, adorned with dark patterns that shimmered with mist. Standing both near and far from she stood silently. Her bright eyes fixed upon she, devoid of sorrow or joy. Chapter 250. The Truth of the Apocalypse. Although she seemed silent, she could distinctly hear a clear and ethereal voice. Your flames can extinguish me. You are the master of this space. I am but a frail consciousness dwelling within it. A mere flicker of your thought could reduce me to ashes. Sensing she's tension, she continued to explain. Who are you? The former master of this space. I am Xianyao, she replied. But you perished, did you not? Was it not because of your death that you entrusted the space and Lin Wu to me? She felt a fleeting panic. Xianyao's expression shifted to one of confusion. Lin Wu, are you referring to Xiao Tian? Her expression soon returned to neutrality. That was to be expected. When I foretold, Xiao Tian's life force was intertwined with yours. However, I did not anticipate that you would truly retrieve the 5-element spirit pearls one by one. I reside within this space. And without the spirit pearls to restore the spiritual energy, I would inevitably perish. Xianyao struggled to articulate her thoughts, perhaps because the prediction made long ago had proven inaccurate due to her accidental entry into another realm. The 5-element spirit pearls should not exist in this world. She felt an inexplicable irritation. Should or should not, they are already here in this world. Furthermore, the 5-element spirit pearls have not all been found. Xianyao murmured, you are their master. As long as you wish, you can find them. I surmise you have been yearning to locate the Ganjin Zhu, which is why you have come here. A stream of golden light surged from her robe, joyfully darting towards she. She gazed in astonishment. The Ganjin Zhu has been by your side all along? Xianyao smiled. It has protected me for a time. It should have vanished with me, but fortunately, you retrieved the other spirit pearls to nurture it. You are not merely the life force of Xiao Tian. You are the life force of us all. Hearing this, she felt an ominous foreboding, her brows knitting tightly. What do you intend to do by remaining here? Do you wish to reclaim the space? This possibility had crossed she's mind the moment she saw her. She was not unreasonable. The space had been a gift from Xianyao. If she genuinely wished to reclaim it, she would not deny her, but if she attempted to forcefully seize it, well, Xianyao waved her delicate hand. Could it be that she was merely calculating? A strange emotion flickered in her eyes. I am but a wisp of consciousness, surviving on the spiritual energy of this space. I have nowhere to turn. She raised her gaze to Shi, her face marked by sorrow. I come from the realm of Qian Chongling, where the battle between immortals and demons caused the heavens to shatter and the earth to quake, leading to the extinction of countless beings, returning everything to chaos 1,000 years ago. All the elders of the Tianji Pavilion sacrificed themselves to the heavens in hopes of unveiling the secrets of fate and seeking a sliver of survival. Unfortunately, I disappointed them. Lin Shi's heart raced, an ominous intuition telling her that Xian Yao's words were not promising. She pressed her lips together, remaining silent. Xian Yao's voice returned to its initial coldness. The great Tao encompasses 50. The heavens yield 49, and humanity escapes 1. All cultivators believe I am that one, and even the demon cultivators pursue me relentlessly. Countless sects have been slaughtered in my defense. Alas, I could do nothing. The collapse of heaven and earth occurs in an instant. Xian Yao fell silent, her gaze fixed upon Lin Shi. Lin Shi gritted her teeth. So, the space can send you back, correct? Just as you initially used the space to send me back. Xian Yao nodded. Indeed, if I can return to the original moment, I can alter the threads of fate, saving countless beings in the Qianchong realm, just as you rescued your world. Lin Shi's mind buzzed. What a twisted fate this was. Could it be that the cataclysm in the Qianchong realm had affected this world, bringing forth things that did not belong here, thus triggering the apocalyptic disasters? With the Qianchong realm lost, this world too would face destruction. Then that life force? No, that Xian Yao had come. Xian Yao had saved her, granting her a chance at rebirth, while she had collected the spirit pearls that this world could not bear within the space. Although her own world remained apocalyptic, the disasters had softened considerably and humanity had evolved, ultimately able to survive. At this moment, with the space restored to a paradise, she could send Xian Yao back, allowing her to be reborn. To prepare in advance and save the Qianchong realm. Was this the so-called sliver of survival? A connection between two worlds. Lin Shi's heart stirred, her mouth opening to speak. Yet no words emerged. I know what you are about to ask, Xian Yao replied calmly. You know what I wish to inquire? Lin Shi's throat tightened. The Ba Tianhu clan may lack innate talent for cultivation. Yet they possess long lifespans, sufficient to compensate for that small deficiency. Xiao Tian, or Lin Wu Wu, even if reduced to a mere beast, would still possess a lifespan of at least 1,000 years. You? Xian Yao shook her head in silence. Lin Shi's long-held fears materialized into reality. She had always found it strange that Lin Wu Wu's juvenile stage had lasted so long, nearly 10 years, yet she still resembled a baby. She had even refrained from asking Qing Bao for clarification. Lin Shi felt as though she had been struck by lightning. How could she leave the playful and lively Lin Wu Wu all alone here? However, Lin Shi's mind was already in disarray. Chapter 251. The time of departure was also the time of arrival. Yi Chan took Lin Shi to the hospital, and after examining various physiological indicators, no issues were found. He deeply regretted having mentioned the events of the apocalyptic 9 years to her. By the time Lin Shi awoke, it was already midnight, and she lay in a hospital room. Yi Chen sat on a chair beside the bed, while Zhao Xiao leaned against another bed. Upon seeing her awake, both were filled with excitement. Yi Chen remained silent, simply squeezing her hand gently. Zhao Xiao, now a young lady, stayed resolutely to care for Lin Shi, fearing she would need assistance in the night. Qin Yuanxi had been sent home forcibly by Yi Chen's people. Considering his age, since there were others to look after Lin Shi, it was best he not endure the night as well. Suddenly, Lin Shi sprang up. Where's Wu Wu? Where's Wu Wu? Yi Chen hurriedly reassured her. Did you forget? It went out to play with Xue Qiu. Then I'll call someone to bring it back. Hearing that Lin Wu Wu was out playing, Lin Shi felt a pang in her heart, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. She sniffed. No need. Let it play. I just suddenly remembered I'm fine now. There's no need to waste medical resources here. Xiao, you should head back too. Don't let your brother worry. Yi Chen arranged for someone to escort Zhao Xiao home. Lin Shi's mood was quite poor, yet she insisted on returning home, and Yi Chen had no choice but to accompany her. She did not wish to take a vehicle, preferring to walk along the empty streets. After a while, Lin Shi's mood calmed significantly, and she was completely unaware that Yi Chen was holding her hand. Over the years, Yi Chen had fought alongside her and held Lin Shi's hand countless times. But this was the first time it felt so formally intimate. There was no romantic entanglement. For a moment, both were at a loss for words. Upon arriving home, Yi Chen felt a pang of sympathy for her. I know there are things you can't express, but remember, I will always stand by your side. Just a glance over your shoulder, and you will find me there. Thank you, Lin Shi replied softly. Thank you for being by my side all these years, patiently accompanying me. For so long, the only partners she could trust wholeheartedly were Lin Wu and Qing Bao, yet she had never imagined that one day she would lose her companions. A strong sense of loneliness enveloped her, and uncertainty clouded her heart. The presence of Yi Chun, who had always been by her side, provided her with some solace. Right? She still had other companions. She would be fine. After returning home, she made her way to Lin Wu's room. The place was a mess. Such a large tiger liked to sleep surrounded by a group of plush toys. She began to tidy up the room. Its favorite toys needed to be washed, dried, and then disinfected under a UV lamp before being stored in a large wooden box. She needed to clear out the tablet that had downloaded cartoons, along with its favorite chips, ice cream, and fizzy drinks, as well as its beloved milk-scented shower gel, and the snow-white wool mat that it adored during winter, which it loved to leave black footprints on to irritate her. As she tidied up, tears streamed down her face, and Qing Bao rushed in from next door. Dressed in a beautifully embroidered skirt, the little one resembled a small fortune doll, utterly adorable. She spoke in a sweet, sticky voice. "Why is my master unhappy?" She quickly embraced her, planting a kiss on her forehead. "Not at all. Our Qing Bao is becoming more capable. With her precious Qing Bao, how could she bear to part with her?" She had considered ignoring Xian Yao, maintaining the status quo until her demise. But what then for Qing Bao and Lin Wu? Would they simply be assigned to another master? It would be better to return them to Xian Yao, allowing Qing Bao and Lin Wu to return to their own world. Perhaps, as Xian Yao had said, a decade for cultivators was but a fleeting thought, merely a snap of the fingers. She could not selfishly drag them down into this mundane world. A gust of wind swept in, and Lin Wu burst in, covered in dirt, a large 8th-level energy crystal clutched in its mouth. It proudly placed the crystal in Lin Shi's palm and exclaimed, "Ah Wu, I've brought this back for you. I worked hard for it." Lin Shi forced a smile. "Indeed, you are an impressive Wu. From now on, you shall be the one to support the family." Lin Wu tilted its head in confusion. Something was amiss. It noticed that Lin Shi did not scold it for staying out late. Recalling how it had been publicly chastised for the same offense before, which had been utterly humiliating, provoking laughter from its little brothers for quite some time. Moreover, it spotted the black footprints on the carpet. Did Lin Shi not see them? It quickly pressed its belly against the floor, happily rolling around, thinking that as long as it was not caught in the act, it could deny everything. Little did it know that today, even if it tore the entire house apart, Lin Shi could never bring herself to scold it again. She also did not know how much longer she and Qing Bao would remain together. Just thinking about it made her heart ache as if pierced by countless sharp thorns. Regardless of her reluctance, Lin Shi still had to seek out Xian Yao in the space. She set up a barrier around the palace, not wanting Qing Bao to know prematurely. Xian Yao stood aloof on the bluestone path, seemingly unchanged since their last meeting. Lin Shi unleashed a fire dragon, flames capable of engulfing the entire palace. "You truly are unafraid of my killing you." "Not afraid? You have such faith in me?" "What I trust is not you, but the heavenly way." Lin Shi stood quietly for a long while before speaking. "I can return the space to you, and I can let you take Lin Wu back. But I need you to swear that you will always protect Qing Bao and Lin Wu. After Qing Bao is returned to you, no matter what damage she sustains, you must not abandon her. You must restore her, no matter the effort required. As for Lin Wu, you must never strike or scold it. You must ensure its life is preserved and encourage it to cultivate diligently. By any means necessary, you must make it a powerful spirit beast." Xian Yao gazed at her for a moment, then lowered her eyes. "Why not ask for something else, something beneficial for you?" Lin Shi shook her head weakly. "I no longer need your things. Thank you for the well water, it was very useful. You do not plan to let Lin Wu choose for itself?" Xian Yao sighed. Lin Shi closed her eyes, steeling her heart. "It cannot stay. There's no need to make it suffer. It is still young. Sometimes it is headstrong and mischievous. Do not blame it. It is my failure to teach it well." Xian Yao ceased her words, solemnly pledging an oath, as if golden light fell upon her. "When will you leave?" Lin Shi's voice trembled slightly. "In 10 days. Xian Yao raised her gaze to meet Lin Shi's. The very same time she had arrived. Chapter 252. Preparations for a grand birthday feast. After Lin Shi emerged from the space, she searched the calendar and discovered that the 10th day was Children's Day. She recalled that once, Yi Chun had gifted a birthday cake to Wu, promising to celebrate its birthday every year. However, she had no idea when its actual birthday was, so she had whimsically suggested that it celebrate on June 1st. Was it truly a twist of fate? After Lin Wuwu's birthday, it would be the perfect time for it to return with Xin Yao to the Thousand Layers realm. Lin, she sought out Yichun. He had sensed that her mood had been off lately, which left him deeply concerned. The birthday feast for Lin Wuwu? Yichun had not anticipated that Lin she sought him regarding this matter. What kind of celebration do you envision? The livelier, the better. The more people, the merrier. As long as it makes Wuwu happy, anything goes. As she spoke, Lin Shi's eyes reddened. Whatever is lacking, just let me know. It should be extravagant, so it can show off. It needs to have plenty of golden decorations. It loves gold. Yichun's heart sank. This was not Lin Shi's style. This didn't feel like a birthday party. It felt more like a farewell banquet. He began to suspect the underlying reason, but given Lin Wuwu's carefree demeanor, it seemed blissfully unaware of the truth. If it were to find out, it would surely cause a ruckus. After years of companionship, Yichun felt a pang of sorrow at the thought, hoping fervently that his suspicions were unfounded. But if they were true, it would explain why Lin she had been so troubled lately. Yichun grasped her hand, assuring her, "Do not worry, I will handle everything." Lin she began to slowly pack Lin Wuwu and Qingbao's belongings. "Qingbao, look outside and see if there's anything you like. You can put it in the space." For the sake of secrecy, only Lin Shi and Lin Wuwu had celebrated Qingbao's birthday all this time, which had truly been unfair to her. Sensing Lin Shi's dismal mood, Qingbao, unable to fathom the cause, had been sticking close to Lin Shi these days for comfort. Meanwhile, Lin Wuwu was overjoyed at the prospect of a grand birthday celebration. Blissfully unaware, it even found it peculiar. Wu, why didn't we celebrate Wuwu's birthday before? Lin Shi gently pinched its cheeks. Because a grand birthday celebration can only be held when turning 10. Wu, I can have a grand celebration when I turn 10? Lin Wuwu joyfully twirled around. Then for the next decade, I want a grand birthday celebration too. Lin she felt a sharp pain in her heart but smiled. All right, I will hold a grand celebration for you next decade. Lin Wuwu approached her, scrutinizing her closely, pushing Qingbao aside to leap into her embrace. Confused, Wu, Shovel Master, are you unwell? Why are you unhappy? Is it because you don't have enough points? Wu, I've saved up so many points for you. Lin she struggled to contain herself before responding. Of course I'm not happy. You two are making my head ache. How about we skip the birthday celebration? Lin Wuwu gasped in shock. That won't do. I've told so many little brothers about it. Wu. The surroundings were hardly noisy at all. It was quite the contrary. How could one not celebrate such a well-behaved little one like Wu Zai? Yichun was deeply invested in the matter. Yet he found himself at a loss as to how to organize the birthday banquet. However, he could certainly seek the assistance of professionals. What? An event planner. Such talents were abundant before the apocalypse. But now, where could one find them? Zhou and Zhao Zhiyong were equally perplexed. Rogers, on the other hand, had an idea, a bounty. Surely, under the allure of a generous reward, valiant individuals would emerge. Thus, a peculiar task appeared in the mission halls of the central base and several surrounding bases, a bounty for a birthday banquet planner for 10,000 people. The reward consisted of 10 vials of the latest 5th-generation ability-enhancing serum developed by the Central Research Institute. Such a grand gesture sparked speculation among countless individuals regarding the identity of the birthday celebrant. Many in the central base were already aware that Wu Xiaoye was celebrating a birthday. Over the years, having fought alongside Lin Sinan, he had rescued numerous lives and had thus earned considerable merit. With a childlike personality, he was immensely endearing. Knowing that he was turning 10, many had already presented gifts to him in advance. Most of the gifts were not particularly valuable, yet he cherished them dearly. There were plush tigers made in his likeness, various fur and skin patchwork blankets, and even the leg bones of mutated beasts, though the identity of the giver remained a mystery. Lin she meticulously prepared several large wooden crates to store his gifts and took note of them in a ledger. Lin she still possessed several old mobile phones from the pre-apocalypse era. Although they could not connect to the internet or make calls, they were perfectly sufficient for recording videos. Yichun also managed to locate a baker from the pre-apocalypse days. And Lin she provided him with a complete set of equipment and ingredients to craft a massive tiger-shaped cake. Given the lack of suitable venues for hosting a banquet within the base, the Grand Square was the only viable option for the celebration. The planning team compiled a checklist, recognizing that to create an inviting atmosphere, lighting, and sound were essential. Such non-essential items were not produced within the base. Necessitating a search for old equipment from before, she gathered all the necessary items from a warehouse, including not only brand new equipment but also balloons, backdrop panels, party hats, and decorative lights. Additionally, she procured a batch of ability-enhancing serum from the Central Research Institute as small gifts for the attendees of Lin Wuwu's birthday banquet. This prompted Luo Qingzhou to further question Lin Shi's mental state. The most talked about topic within the central base these days was undoubtedly Wu Xiaoya's upcoming birthday celebration. Many claimed that his birthday banquet would surpass even those held before the apocalypse in terms of grandeur and sophistication. Lin Shi's complexion grew increasingly grim with each passing day, and to avoid drawing attention, she began applying foundation to her face. Luo Qingzhou felt somewhat unsettled. He sensed that something was amiss, as the magnitude of the banquet carried a hint of madness. Unfortunately, he could glean nothing from Yichun. Yuntian, however, remained composed. He too found it difficult to see through Yichun's intentions. As long as Yichun remained silent, he refrained from probing further. Regardless of Lin Shi's reluctance, Lin Wuwu's grand birthday banquet was finally set to commence. Chapter 253. The Unbreakable Feast. Despite Lin Shi's unwillingness, the grand birthday banquet for Lin Wuwu commenced at last. The weather had stabilized over the years. June brought temperate days with temperatures hovering around a pleasant degree. 2 days prior, towering lampstands had been erected in the grand square, alongside a small stage. At one side of the stage stood a magnificent tiger cake, while the backdrop featured a collage of Lin Wuwu's photos, showcasing his transformation from a tiny cub to his larger-than-life self. A crown made of gold adorned his head, secured with a delicate golden cord to prevent it from slipping off. The Research Institute crafted a new identity badge for him, made of pure gold and embedded with a chip in a particularly extravagant display. Someone had the idea to enlist a gold ability user to grind a large box of gold powder, which was then sprinkled over him, creating a dazzling spectacle under the lights. The only downside was that the gold powder caused Lin Wuwu's nose to twitch uncontrollably. With limited tables and chairs available, numerous bonfires were lit, and grills were set up to prepare a variety of meats and vegetables, all seasoned with condiments provided by Lin Xi. As the number of guests swelled, they offered loud birthday wishes to Lin Wuwu while lining up for their meals. Gathering to enjoy the festivities, to maintain order in the square, a significant number of military personnel were deployed. The banquet's offerings included well-seasoned grilled meats, roasted vegetables, and generous portions of fragrant rice, marking a high standard of hospitality. Faced with the bustling crowd in the square, Lin Wuwu surprisingly felt a rare moment of shyness. Once he acclimated, he delightedly responded to the cheers of "Happy Birthday, Lin Wuwu," echoing from the crowd. His round eyes gleaming with joy. A designated area was also set aside for the mutated beasts, featuring sizzling 8th-tier snake meat, plump fish from the spatial realm, and a large bowl of well water. Among the attendees were the 6 members of the Mo family, retired Lightning, and his former colleagues, as well as a trio of snow wolves, a plump baby unable to fly, and a group of mutated beasts that had once resided in the nursery of the spatial realm, including Tsangyu. Many unfamiliar mutated beasts from other bases also joined the festivities. Among them was a 5-meter-long, entirely crimson hawk, resembling a fiery ball, its feathers glossy and its talons sharp. Its origin remained a mystery. Upon encountering it, Tsangyu was momentarily captivated, his eyes wide with astonishment. As he approached the brilliant hawk, it retaliated with a peck, sending feathers flying and leaving Zhou-Yi distressed. The air was filled with vibrant music, and dazzling lights pulsed to the rhythm, transporting everyone back to the pre-apocalyptic days. Lin Wuwu, acting like a curious child, explored every corner, and as the performances began, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. The lottery was a perennial favorite, and the musical chairs game had everyone in stitches, with a wood ability user ultimately emerging victorious, as the wooden stool had grown from him. The balloon popping activity swiftly devolved into a wrestling match, thanks to a gold ability user who had secretly placed a needle beneath his foot. When stepped on, it revealed itself, resulting in a chaotic scuffle. Lin Wuwu and his friends watched, rolling on the ground with laughter. Observing from a distance, Yi Yuntian pondered thoughtfully. While people had adapted to the calamities of the apocalypse, joy remained a necessity. Lin Shi, unable to muster a smile, quietly watched Lin Wuwu revel in the festivities. Yi Chen's brow furrowed as he gazed at her. At 11:30, Lin Shi wheeled out barrels of cocktails on a small cart and handed them to Zhou Yi. Sister, you actually saved this stuff? Zhou Yi exclaimed, astonished, as he had not seen such a thing in years. He quickly beckoned Lin Wuwu over, saying, we must indulge in the glory of Wu Xiaoya today. Lin Wuwu's whiskers were stuck together with cream, and he was so blissfully disoriented that he could hardly distinguish direction. Zhou Yi filled a large cup for him. As he licked it, he found it both sweet and fragrant, with a hint of something special. Resembling a delightful beverage, precisely to his liking, he drank 2 full cups, but suddenly felt a flutter of anxiety and turned to seek out Lin Shi. Upon seeing her, Lin Shi waved cheerfully, and Lin Wuwu shook his head vigorously before returning to his playful antics. However, for some inexplicable reason, he frequently glanced back towards Lin Xi as the effects of the alcohol set in. He found it challenging to walk straight, resembling a crab in his movements. A woo, he roared, attempting to sound majestic. But it came out as a childish squeak. With great difficulty, Lin Wuwu stumbled his way to Lin Shi, who finally picked him up and cradled him in her arms, allowing him to close his eyes contentedly. Continue enjoying yourselves. We must ensure everyone has a good time. I'll take him back for now. Lin Shi spoke softly. She arranged for 12 crates of alcohol to be sent over, leaving Yi Chen to figure it out himself. As she was reluctant to intervene, Cici, are you all right? Yi Chen intercepted her. I'm fine. Lin Shi forced a smile that was more sorrowful than a frown before departing. After crossing a street, Yi Chen attempted to follow but discovered that Lin Shi had vanished. She had entered the spatial realm. Once inside, Qing Bao rushed over in tears, and Lin Shi enveloped her in a warm embrace. As midnight approached, they were to depart, which Qing Bao had anticipated. Her round face was streaked with tears, resembling a string of pearls. Master, master! Lin Shi's heart shattered at her cries, yet she gently caught her tears with her hands. In the past, when Qing Bao cried while watching television, Lin Shi would chide her for wasting energy, insisting on gathering her tears. Perhaps reminiscing about the past, Qing Bao's tear-streaked face broke into a smile, only to be followed by another bout of tears. Lin Shi was not worried about Qing Bao. As the spirit of the spatial realm, she would naturally remain close to her master. Should she recognize Xian Yao as her master, Qing Bao would also bond with Xian Yao. The items in the spatial warehouse, along with the weapons, were all laid out, as Lin Shi had already discussed arrangements with Qing Bao. The villa, the previously used mobile homes, and the playground remained within the spatial realm, with Lin Wuwu's and Qing Bao's belongings all organized and stored in the mobile homes. Lin Wuo was entrusted to Xian Yao as long as she was unwilling. Xian Yao could not take the spatial realm from her. However, Lin Shi willingly chose to dissolve her contract with the spatial realm and return it to Xian Yao. Moved, Xian Yao knelt in gratitude, exclaiming, "You deserve it. Your boundless grace in the realm of spirits is something I could never repay even if I were to shatter into 1,000,000 pieces." "Thank you." With reddened eyes, Lin Shi replied, "Do not forget your vow. Treat them kindly. If they err, do not blame them. It is I who have failed to teach them." Time had run out, and Xian Yao formed a gesture with her fingers. Vanishing like a fleeting shadow in an instant, a colossal and blinding beam of light descended from the heavens. Lin Shi closed her eyes briefly, and when she reopened them, she found herself outside the spatial realm. Xian Yao, Qing Bao, and Lin Wuwu were all enveloped in the radiant light. Chapter 254. No more secrets. Xian Yao gazed at Lin Wuwu, who lay on the ground, as a flicker of radiant light emerged from her hand and entered its body. A chilly voice echoed in Lin Shi's ears. "I have always believed that a mere few decades of worldly existence are but a fleeting moment, yet witnessing the events of these years. Perhaps it is time for you to bid farewell, lest it become a lingering torment in your heart." In an instant, Lin Wuwu awoke. Spotting Xian Yao, it exclaimed joyfully, "Ah Wu, master, it's you? You're alive? How wonderful." Xian Yao smiled and nodded. Lin Wuwu, in exuberance, spun around several times before starting its search for Lin Shi. "Shit shoveler, the master has returned. The master is alive." Lin Shi stood outside the beam of light, smiling as she watched it. Lin Wuwu leaped towards her, bounding like a small rabbit. However, with a loud thud, it was halted by the barrier of light. Undeterred, it charged forward several times, puzzled by its inability to escape. Nevertheless, it was undaunted, running back to Xian Yao. "Ah Wu, Wu wants to go out, master. Please open the door for me. Xianyao gazed at it with compassion. Little Tian, we must return now. Go and say farewell to her. Lin Wu tilted its head in confusion. Ah Wu, where are we going back to? Are we not returning home? Xianyao remained silent. Lin Wu glanced at her and then turned to Lin Shi, growing increasingly anxious. Lin Shi could no longer maintain her smile. She turned to leave. Seeing her departure, Lin Wu panicked. Ah Wu? Shit shoveler. Wait for me. I'm still here, Xianyao sighed. We are returning to the thousand-fold spirit realm. Lin Wu was taken aback. It had never considered that it could return. But what about the shit shoveler? It felt a surge of urgency, looking up at Xianyao. Ah Wu? We should take the shit shoveler with us. Xianyao shook her head. No, she belongs to this realm and cannot traverse the void. Lin Wu shook its head vigorously, refusing to comprehend. Lin Shi heard a roar behind her and turned to see a giant tiger desperately battering against the light barrier. Let me out. I want to go home. Once, twice, thrice, Lin Wu was repelled by the barrier. Its head spinning from the impacts, it paused, gathered its strength, and unleashed a powerful wind blade. Useless? It would not believe it. This time, it employed its sharp claws. Bang! Lin Wu, stop charging! Lin Shi cried, both anxious and angry. The barrier was not a construct of the mundane realm and was beyond Lin Wu's capacity to breach. After several attempts, it was exhausted. Its head bleeding from the collisions, it could no longer maintain its large form and reverted to a small cub. After a sigh, Xianyao's finger moved, restoring Lin Wu's head to its original state. This only reinforced Lin Shi's belief that her decision was correct. Lin Wu stood on tiptoe, pressing against the barrier, tears streaming down. Shit shoveler, do you not want me anymore? But without me, what will you do? Lin Shi's heart felt as though it had been struck, and she could no longer hold back her tears. Lin Wu had expressed this sentiment countless times, yet she had never anticipated that one day it would pierce her heart so deeply. Wiping her tears, Lin Shi said, Your gifts are in the villa. Remember to visit. Be good, practice diligently, play only for a while, and remember that excess is as bad as deficiency. Do not let anyone bully you. If anyone dares to, just run. A wise man does not suffer a loss in front of his eyes. Remember to seek your master's help when in trouble. Do not initiate conflict, but do not shy away from it either. Avoid making enemies, but if you do, remember to eradicate them completely. Make more good friends. Fighting should be a collective effort, and as long as you win, there is no shame in it. Losing your life, however, means losing everything. Do you understand? As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. Your life is more important than anything. Do you remember? With each of Lin Shi's words, Lin Wu nodded its furry head, its face soaked with tears. The beam of light grew increasingly bright, blinding Lin Shi until she could see nothing but heard Lin Wu calling loudly, Shit shoveler. Wait for me. I will definitely come back for you. Just wait for me. I will return. All right. Lin Shi responded, not wanting to disappoint it. The beam intensified, exuding an overwhelming aura, compelling Lin Shi to retreat. Yet, she found everyone gazing at the radiance in astonishment. Within the beam emerged a phantom, a majestic tiger roaring towards the heavens. At that moment, a series of thunderous sounds echoed from the ground. Just as the crowd thought another earthquake had struck, silence descended once more at it was Xianyao, as she departed this realm, sensing the hardships faced by humanity, who used her limited spiritual power to carve out a small piece of space, in gratitude for the kindness bestowed upon this realm. Lin Shi fainted, having exhausted herself over the past 10 days. Wei Chan caught her as she fell. He had been following closely behind, witnessing more than others, yet what did it matter? Lin Shi remained unconscious for a day and a night. With Yi Chan by her side, refusing to leave her alone when she awoke, a significant event had transpired at the base. The walls had vanished. Without the barrier, mutated creatures could freely invade and hunt humans. Everyone despaired for a long time before realizing that the walls had not disappeared. They had merely relocated. The walls had expanded tenfold in size and height, meaning the area of the base had also increased tenfold while remaining impenetrable. This was utterly inconceivable yet astonishing. The central base swiftly established contact with other bases and confirmed that the areas of all 106 bases had expanded tenfold. The living space for humanity in the Flower Kingdom had increased tenfold. prompting countless individuals to kneel in gratitude to the heavens. This was a miracle beyond human capability, and the notion of divinity was a double-edged sword. Yun Tian promptly issued an announcement, declaring Lin Wu to be the guardian beast of the nation, who, before the onset of the apocalypse, had prophesied to ensure that the Flower Kingdom would stand firm amidst the impending catastrophe. Until yesterday, the natural disasters had receded, and the guardian beast had ultimately expanded the gathering place for the Flower Kingdom, departing in full view of the crowd. Thus, from today onward, the term apocalypse would be replaced with New Era Year 1. When Lin Shi awoke, she was left speechless. This deity was formidable, and Elder Yi was even more so. To the east of the central base, a continuous mountain range had emerged, complete with snow-capped peaks, expansive deep lakes, fertile fields, and meandering streams. One knew that atop the mountain was a well, surrounded by various fruit trees, including durian trees. Before long, the mountain was shrouded in thick mist. Perhaps only one person could venture fearlessly into the depths of the forest without getting lost. Lin Shi stood atop the wide city wall, gazing at the mountain range, her thoughts in turmoil. Those were remnants of the treasures that Qingbao had once stored in the space. The mountain contained a storage facility crafted from stone by Qingbao, filled with daily necessities that could be preserved for extended periods. Lin Shi had left half of the weapons, gold, and vehicles from the space warehouse behind, while the rest had been placed in the expanded grounds of the base. Alongside these were perishable fresh foods, such as vegetables, fruits, and frozen meats and seafood. Soon, soldiers exploring the walls would discover these items, collectively regarded as a miracle. Lin Shi felt a tinge of disinterest. She did not wish to hear people discuss Lin Wu or those miracles. She packed her belongings and, under the cover of night, drove away from the central base in the RV crafted by Jiang Yongping. She had no destination in mind, simply wishing to wander freely. Not far from the base, she spotted Yichen sitting beneath a tree, waving at her. Lin Shi was puzzled. "What are you doing here?" Yichen smiled radiantly. "Waiting for you. Let us roam the world together." Lin Shi fell silent for a moment. "Aren't you concerned about the base?" Yichen moved closer, gazing into her eyes, which fluttered like butterfly wings, feeling an itch in his heart. "Not anymore. The external threats have been eliminated, and internal troubles have subsided. The base can thrive without me. All along, I believed that Luo Qingzhou was the more suitable person for this role. I have my dreams. I want to accompany the one I love as we wander the world, wielding swords and traversing the rivers and lakes." Lin Shi chuckled. How old was he to be talking about wandering the world with a sword? However, the prospect of having someone willing to be her driver and accompany her on her travels delighted her, for she no longer had any secrets. Chapter 255. The Grand Finale, Part 1. 3 years slipped away in the blink of an eye. Lin Shi and Yichen traversed countless places, encountering foolish individuals, greedy mutated beasts, and cunning mutated plants. Their resting place was by a vast lake, where a towering tree loomed, its canopy spanning several miles. On the eastern side of the lake, a treehouse of around 100 square meters had naturally grown from the branches, not a product of human craftsmanship. It had sprouted according to Lin Shi's specifications. A true fusion of nature. Lin Shi had not shortchanged it, burying a generous handful of energy crystals beneath its roots as rent. The treehouse was equipped with a kitchen, bathroom, toilet, bedroom, living room, and observation deck. The furniture was crafted from wood, and the bedding was purchased from the nearest base. The semicircular observation deck, spanning 40 square meters, connected to the living room. When the winds blew or rain fell, sturdy wooden boards could serve as doors to seal off the space. The bedroom was similar. When the observation window was opened, one could lie in bed and gaze upon mountains and lakes. And at night, the stars and moon would illuminate the darkness. At night, as Lin Shi lay in bed with Yichen by her side, she often pondered whether his eyes shone brighter than the stars above. They had grown quite intimate. She could not recall the exact moment it began, but as she became accustomed to Yichen's presence, their closeness deepened, and she found it to be quite pleasant. Yichen's presence exuded a remarkable charm, awakening in her the exquisite pleasure of entangled desires. Lin Shi had never broached the subject of the future, allowing Yichen to take the lead in their intimacy. After their tender embrace, Lin Shi stifled a great yawn and gently nudged him away. The day had grown warm, and their proximity only intensified the heat. Yichen, amused, realized that Lin Shi was articulating her sentiments through her actions. He propped his head on his hand, tilting his body to gaze at her. Feeling the burning intensity of his stare upon her back, she turned to face him. "You've been electrifying fish all day. Isn't that exhausting?" Yichen had long hesitated to voice his thoughts, fearing he might frighten her away, yet he could no longer restrain himself. "Shishi, would you consider marrying me?" "Oh, whatever," Shi replied casually. Turning to prepare for sleep. Yichen sat up in shock. "Whatever? What do you mean by that? It cannot be so casual." As the end of the lunar month approached in the year 04 of the new era, a caravan rolled into the central base. Upon reaching the grand square, it came to a halt. In the center stood a statue of a majestic tiger, poised and powerful. She gazed at it for a considerable time. Feeling an unfamiliarity wash over her, it bore no resemblance to the playful, mischievous little tiger who relished food, fun, and frolics. Yichen held her hand, steadfastly accompanying her. The title of foreknowledge had been bestowed upon Lin Wu, and the name of Expansion City now belonged to it as well. It had become the mythical guardian beast of the nation, with its likeness reproduced in grand paintings and miniature sculptures everywhere. During the new year, people would adorn their homes with images of it, hoping for prosperity and safety. Before they could leave the square, Luo Qingzhou approached with a throng of familiar faces: Qin Yuanci, Zhao Zhiyong, Su Guangqing, Wu Lingshu, Zhao Xiaoxiao, Zhou Yi, Wu Wei, Zhao Hui, and others. Seizing the opportunity of the Spring Festival, Lin Shi and Yichen decided to wed. Their casual discussion sent everyone into a flurry of activity. Once again, in the grand square, they utilized sound systems and lighting, reminiscent of Lin Wu's birthday celebration. Countless individuals gathered to partake in the festivities, hoping to bask in the joy. Lin Shi donned the resplendent red qipao gifted by the elderly matron. Her hair elegantly styled with a gold hairpin adorned with rubies, complemented by matching ruby earrings that accentuated her graceful neck, resembling a blossoming flower. Yichen, clad in a modern military uniform, appeared even more imposing. Standing beside Lin Shi like a striking couple, beneath the towering statue of the tiger, they recited their wedding vows. Life's ebbs and flows inevitably bring unforeseen losses and gains, and all Lin Shi could do was cherish everything she held dear in the present moment. Chapter 256, The Grand Conclusion, Part 2. In the 10th year of the new era, the central base resolved to host a grand celebration. Yichen had already retired, having relinquished his responsibilities back in year 05 of the new era. His justification was compelling. He wished to return home to care for his granddaughter. What was the greatest challenge faced by the entire Huagua since the dawn of the new era? It was not a lack of food or clothing, nor was it the relentless pursuit by mutated beasts. It was the dwindling population. That fateful night of miracles had expanded the human gathering tenfold. Yet, in the wake of their elation, they were met with disillusionment and chaos. After nearly a decade of catastrophic disasters, the population had drastically declined, and newborns had become exceedingly rare, resulting in a near extinction of children under 10. The elderly from the pre-apocalyptic era were the first to be culled. Children who survived the apocalypse had been nurtured under supportive policies across various bases, growing into the backbone of the new era. Young adults pre-apocalypse had busied themselves enhancing their powers, hunting, and engaging in far-reaching battles, as well as constructing and producing in the bases. Amidst the uncertainty of life, few had the inclination to procreate, and none wished to bring children into such a grim world. Thus, when the new era dawned, the repercussions of the apocalypse became starkly evident. With no newborns, no children, there was essentially no future. Consequently, from the central base to various survival bases, a series of vigorous policies encouraging and promoting childbirth were swiftly implemented. In essence, as long as individuals were willing, newborns could be entrusted to the government for care and education, or families could opt for child subsidies, lasting 15 years. Because of this, Lin Shi and Yichen's wedding was especially grand. The central base hoped to ignite public enthusiasm for marriage and childbirth through this event, and Lin Shi and Yichen were fortuitously aligned with this initiative. In year 05 of the new era, Lin Shi gave birth to a plump and healthy baby girl. Yichen was overjoyed, grinning from ear to ear, for this was his great-granddaughter, named Yanel, wishing for a life of peace and prosperity. Yanel was exceptionally well-behaved, content and quiet after being fed, and when her great-grandfather carried her to meetings, she would wave and greet others adorably. Both Qin Yuanci and Yichen's parents were equally enamored with her. Yichen, who had little experience with children, found himself utterly captivated and insisted on retiring to learn how to care for her. In truth, he had long desired to step down since the inception of the new era, believing it was time for new faces and fresh beginnings. However, Luo Qingzhou refused to take over, insisting on waiting for Yi Qin's return. Finally, with Yi Qin back, Luo Qingzhou still hesitated to assume the position of base leader. Seizing the opportunity to retire under the pretense of child-rearing, Yi Yuntian stepped back, declaring he would no longer concern himself with base matters. "Whoever wishes to lead may do so. I've had my fill," he asserted. With his departure, and with Yi Qin preoccupied with Lin Shi, Luo Qingzhou had no choice but to don the mantle himself. Nevertheless, he resolutely entrusted the military to Yi Qin while Lin Shi remained the highest-ranking president of the Ability Users Association. Lin Shi, not particularly adept at childcare, was fortunate to have Yi Mama by her side. Otherwise, she would surely have been overwhelmed. Yi Anil embodied all Lin Shi's ideals of childhood: intelligent, beautiful, adorable, and impeccably clean. Even at a tender age, she knew how to charm her great-grandfather, grandfather, grandmother, maternal grandfather, and father. With her sparkling eyes, identical to Yi Qin's, she would make her requests in a sweet voice, leaving all 5 men utterly defenseless, except for Lin Shi. Her instinctive reaction was to suspect mischief whenever she saw such a face, fearing it might herald trouble. Yet, regardless of this, witnessing her obedient daughter made her feel that having another child would not be such a daunting prospect. Thus, in year 08 of the new era, she bore another robust baby Boy. Yi Qin named him Yi Linlin. Yi Linlin and Yi Anil were polar opposites. Yi Anil was the darling of all, while Yi Linlin was a source of exasperation. From the moment he was born, he cried thunderously, particularly when hungry, demanding immediate attention. He continued to cry whether he was fed, soiled, or held, only to quiet down when carried about in motion. After much contemplation, it was discovered that he required constant movement. Once still, he would wail in a stroke of genius. Zhang Yongping crafted a spinning robot, placing Yi Linlin upon it, thus liberating both families from their distress. Yi Linlin effectively extinguished any possibility of his parents having more siblings. Both Lin Shi and Yi Qin agreed that raising such a child was taxing, and one was more than enough. Lin Shi retrieved numerous books from the perpetually fog-laden mountains, some of which had been water-damaged but dried out. After cleaning the pages, she placed them in the memorial hall alongside the preserved volumes from the pre-apocalyptic era of Huagua. The identity wristbands had evolved significantly, resembling miniature computers, now referred to as light brains, which allowed for faster information transfer and greater storage capacity. The content of books could be downloaded from the network via light brains, rendering physical books precious artifacts. Although artistic creations were scarce, some had been preserved, as during the apocalypse, there had been little courage to open sealed containers. It was only after the new era began that these items were relocated to the memorial hall for display, astonishing the children born in the new era who had never encountered such wonders. Lin Shi showcased the ancient, exquisite silks gifted to her by the elderly matron, along with lavish and elegant kipeos. Inspiring admiration among all the young girls, mechanics emerged as a new profession, distinct from the intricate metalworking of the pre-apocalyptic era. Now, metal-based ability users could, through systematic learning, extract desired metals from various ores and forge them into diverse machinery. The higher the ability level, the better the quality of the machinery produced. With high-quality metals and efficient energy sources, it was no surprise that new types of aerospace vehicles were manufactured. These robust and efficient crafts became the public transportation of the new era, facilitating swift and convenient exchanges between bases. Regardless of distance, even the farthest base could reach the central base in just 12 hours. Chapter 257. The End. Everything will begin anew. In the 100th year of the new era, Lin Shi had aged considerably. The human settlements of Huagua had developed from scattered points into a cohesive network, and the mutated beasts and plants within the territory had established territorial agreements with humanity, pledging to coexist peacefully. Both mutated beasts and plants had gained intelligence, and leaders emerged amongst them. Centered around the indomitable base, human cities expanded outward, poised to restore the prosperity of a century past. Lin Shi had lived a long life, witnessing the world's journey from flourishing to ruin and eventually to the evolution of civilization and the resurgence of prosperity. In this life and the next. Combined, she had experienced many years, and she felt weary. Throughout her journey, She had bid farewell to Minnie, Yi Yuntian, Qin Siyuan, Yi Chun, Luo Qingzhou, Zhou Yi, Su Guangqing, Zhao Zhiyong, Zhao Xiaoxiao, Rogers, and others. All her friends have departed from her life. And eventually, her children too have left her, marking the curtain fall of an era. She has lost all interest in the new people and events around her, leading her to reject everyone and retreat to the mountains. That place, perpetually shrouded in mist, has seen countless souls lose their way, forever unable to find the main peak. Only Linshi can disregard the fog, residing atop that lofty summit. There stand 3 mobile homes, 2 of which have succumbed to decay, leaving only the last one standing. When her body has grown too frail to move, she returns here, from the mountain. She gazes at the city illuminated by myriad lights in the night. A hint of a smile gracing her wrinkled face. She has witnessed a century of the new era. Her heart's desire has been fulfilled. How fortunate she is to have witnessed the rise of a new civilization. Yet, how unfortunate, as she reaches the end, it seems she is left all alone in this world. After standing for a while, fatigue overtakes her, and she returns to her recliner, wraps herself in a blanket, and closes her eyes to savor the kaleidoscopic dreams. In those dreams, she sees her loved ones and companions. Together they grew and battled, living with such abandon and exuberance. Among them are her beloved Qingbao and Lin Wuwu. Ah, my master, Alwu, the caretaker, so noisy, yet her eyelids refuse to part. She longs for a deep slumber. Alwu, caretaker. I'm back. Did you hear me? Where are you? Where exactly are you? It sounds somewhat like Lin Wuwu's voice. Yet not entirely. She feels incredibly lucky to be dreaming again. This time of Lin Wuwu. Her body feels weightless, as if she is floating in this pitch-black void. No. Within this darkness lies an extraordinary golden beast. Its majestic mane billowing, seemingly unkempt, radiating a spectrum of colors, howling and searching aimlessly. Alwu, Alwu, you promised to wait for me. Wuwu has returned to find you. Caretaker, where are you? The golden beast appears disoriented, frantically spinning in circles. Its anxiety mounting. What to do? What to do? It's all so dark. It can see nothing. How will it find the caretaker? Is that Lin Wuwu? Linshi rummages through her faded memories, which gradually become vivid. That golden beast is Lin Wuwu? Not at all, Wuwu. Linshi calls out softly. The frantic golden beast abruptly halts, its round eyes darting about. Its heart races. It hears the caretaker calling. The golden beast remains still, straining to listen. Lin Wuwu, over here, right here. Linshi waves her arms, calling out loudly. Though she is so near to the golden beast, why can't it see her? Guided by Linshi's voice, the golden beast finally pinpoints her location and leaps forward. Sprinting wildly, despite being face to face, Lin Wuwu runs for what feels like an eternity, the vibrant colors around them dimming. Linshi cannot help but dash toward it, her age slowing her pace. Yet gradually, she feels lighter, nearly colliding with the golden beast. Just as the collision seems imminent, the golden beast swiftly turns, its tail sweeping Linshi onto its back. Not even pausing to glance back, it continues its frantic dash in the direction from whence it came. Linshi clings tightly to its long mane, spotting a beam of light ahead. Lin Wuwu seems to be racing toward it with all its might. Lin Wuwu runs like the wind, yet still howls. Alwu, what if we're too late? What to do? This is its old habit, howling without purpose. Although she does not comprehend the situation, it does not stop her from cheering it on. You are the most magnificent Titan. You will make it, just keep running and don't speak. The beam of light gradually diminishes, and Lin Wuwu closes its mouth, running with all its strength, its paws creating mere shadows. They cannot miss this. It is the singular opportunity it has awaited for millennia. At long last, just before the light fades, Lin Wuwu successfully brings Linshi into the beam. Both beast and human tumble to the ground. The ground? Linshi touches it, feeling the earth beneath her, surrounded by brightness. Lin Wuwu lies on its back for a moment, then flips over, panting heavily. Alwu, Wuwu has searched for you for so long. Wuwu has endured so much suffering. Wuwu has shed so much blood. Wuwu doesn't he know? Suddenly, it halts, staring incredulously at Linshi with its gaping mouth. It shakes its head and leans closer for a better look, its large eyes averting their gaze. Retreating a few steps with a hint of guilt. Alwu, caretaker, you must understand, It was very difficult for Wu Wu to find you. So, it seems, perhaps, maybe, there was a slight mix dash up. It suddenly recalls something, puffs out its chest with newfound confidence and declares, all Wu. I knew it. It was Qingbao. Qingbao must have made the mistake. Just a tiny little mix-up. Before Linshi can respond, she sees her own reflection in those watery eyes. That, a little girl of 6 or 7?